just a stoic statue fit for nobody, and I don't wanna get in your way, but I finally think I can say that the vicious cycle was over the moment you smiled at me. And just like the rain, you cast the dust into nothing and wash out the soul from my head. So touch me again, I feel my shadow dissolving. Will you cleanse me with pleasure? It's that common cold cup that I can get down with, up like the moon and out like the hounds. A dangerous disposition, somehow refracted in light, reflected in sound. I'm coiled up like a venomous serpent, tangled in your trance, and I'm certain you have got your hooks in me. I know the way that it goes. You get what you give, you reap what you sow, and I can see you in my face. And I know I am what I am, the mouth of the wolf, the eyes of the lamb. So darling, will you saturate? Just like the rain, you cast the dust into nothing and wash out the salt from my head. So touch me again, I feel my shadow dissolving. Will you cleanse me with pleasure? Nobody can say for certain if maybe it's all just a game. When I open my eyes to the future, I can hear you say my name. So rain down on me. Oh, rain down on me. Rain down on me. Rain down on me. Rain down on me.
So is Murloc problem a paladin, or that? Is Murloc paladin a problem or not? Is Murloc Paladin a problem? The data seems to say that Murloc Paladin has been the target of a very massive hate campaign. Because it really does look like the deck is just okay. However, a lot of people are still very mad at Murloc Paladin right now. There's still a lot of people that absolutely hate this deck. And honestly, I'm still one of them, man. I don't think this deck is good. But then again, like, look at this. 72% win rate in America Bronze. It's just like, one way or another, it is possible to beat Paladin. But, oh lord, does it just shit on people, man. The problem is from Bronze to D5. I wouldn't even argue that it's from D5. I would argue it's just from D10. People are just mad at Paladin in general. The deck doesn't have to be tier 1 to annoy everyone. That's pretty much where I'm at, though. Wait, what's this? Summary of the Vicious Syndicate podcast. Okay, I listened to like the first like 30 minutes of it last night before going to bed, because I was editing yesterday. So I'm actually kind of interested to see like what they said, because there were some people that were like, "Oh, bro, Zacho went hard on the podcast yesterday." And I was trying to find that part before going to bed, but I just wanted to listen to his thoughts, especially about, like, Murloc Paladin. And I find it very funny that he said that Murloc Paladin is not a deck that's an issue. But he said that Menagerie Priest is fine. I'm like, wow, dude. Really? Menagerie decks are okay. Well, he went on a full rant at the end? Okay, does anybody know the time frame? Because I'd be totally fine with listening to it. That seems like a good way to make some content. Okay, so out of the gate, Quest Paladin looked very successful on the first day of the expansion when everyone was playing Quest decks. Quest Paladin absolutely stomps the other decks. However, the second day of the expansion, people started playing decks that could actually win games. And once that happened, its win rate nosedived. Already at top legend, Murloc Paladin looks straight up unplayable, tier 4. Does this mean that the deck still dominates other ranks and is a good ladder climber? The answer is also no. It already has a sub 50% win rate at upper diamond ranks and only looks good at dumpster legend, where people experiment with all sorts of types of decks and don't care about their rank. I will also say, when I've been editing my quest video because I had to go through fucking 4 hours. Bro, I had to go through 4 hours of footage. I'm sifting through it, so it's gonna take me probably another day to get it done. But like, dude, most of the decks that I beat were Murloc Paladin. Like, I beat Murloc Paladin with a really shitty Quest Rogue, not because Quest Rogue was good, but because I had Bob bounces. Like, there's a way to counter the deck where even a bad deck can still beat this deck. Sleepy Resident Demon Hunter against Murloc Paladin. See, like, there you go, dude. Like, Sleepy Demon Hunter can beat Paladin even. Like, it's a way to be countered, but it's like, it's a classic example of if your deck can't beat Murlocs, then you're just gonna get rolled and you have to accept it. And some people just don't want to accept it. Good morning, Clark. How's this patch? Not looking. I have a strange time on my Discover Mage. You talk about the patch right now? Like, we don't have a patch on the way yet. Like, I don't think we have any news about a patch yet. The entire meta is built around Murloc Paladin. Of course, Murloc Paladin is bad. But that's the thing. The meta is not built around Murloc Paladin. Like, maybe it was on like day 3, but dude, like, we're almost on day 7. So it's like Murloc Paladin is just being phased out naturally by other decks that are better. Menagerie decks are a great example. It's not like people are playing Menagerie decks to beat Paladin. People are playing Menagerie decks because Menagerie decks are good, and it so happens to beat Paladin. So it's just like, it's naturally getting phased out. At Platinum in the lower ranks, where any competent deck will have a high win rate due to prevalence of janky decks and or people who aren't good at the game. If you look at Quest Paladin's matchup spread, it dominates other Quest decks, but it doesn't really beat any other meta deck. It gets rolled over by every aggro deck and gets dominated by other established decks. Zacho says that it's like, okay, I found this example really funny because I feel like people are gonna take him out of context for it. Because he essentially called Murloc Paladin children, but not in the way that you think. He said that Zacho explains it like it's a 5'6" person standing tall above a bunch of 4-foot kids. But once you step onto the basketball court, you become quickly outmatched by everybody else. Essentially saying that, you know, Murloc Paladin is a big fish in a small pond, and once it goes out into the ocean, it gets absolutely, you know, demolished. You know, I think that's a proper comparison. It doesn't seem like the deck will be relevant and will disappear at the higher ranks, but it's important to note that that things that dominate early on day one tend to have a more lasting memory to the player base and a skewed perception of power. This is also very important because I agree, Vicia. This is always how Paladin is. Like, people hate aggro Paladin because their deck is weak against aggro Paladin. Full stop. Full stop. That's why people hate Murloc Paladin. That's why people hate these aggro Paladins. Because they're like, I want to play X deck, and X deck gets stomped, and Paladin's just popular. It's an easy class to play. You don't have to think that much. You can literally play Hearthstone while raising your kids, man. You can literally play Murloc Paladin while making your kids breakfast or something in the morning. Oh, oops, I accidentally forgot a turn. Haha, I'll just go next game. I love Murloc Paladin. Like, I'm not saying this is a bad thing. I'm just saying this is what happens. Aggro Paladin is always like this. Thinking of things like Snake Lock. It's very possible Quest Paladin will be nerfed solely because of its day one performance. It's important to note, regardless of balance change, nerfing the deck will also have no real impact on the format because the deck is already naturally declining. I actually agree that I think that nerfing the Paladin quest is the wrong thing to do. Like, is it annoying that they don't have a quest reward? Yes, and that's the main reason why I'm so, you know, taken back by the idea of Murloc Paladin. But it's like, I don't think they're gonna change the quest because it is literally one of, I think, 2 quests that can actually get above a 50% win rate in some ladder ranks. The other quest being Quest Warrior, actually, and it's not because of the quest itself, it's just because the quest is in the deck. So it's like, yeah, they could nerf Braingill, they could nerf Tyranna, the Murloc Beast, you know, they could nerf that. They could nerf the Steam Fin. I don't really think that they're really going to change much except for the card draw, because the card draw is probably the most egregious thing about the deck, because when it rolls, it rolls. So it's like, as much as I would love to see the Murloc quest go to 6, I don't think they're gonna do that because it's literally one of the only good performing decks. But there is community sentiment. I feel like some people will be like, oh wow, you didn't nerf Murloc Paladin, even if it's not the correct thing to do. And this is always the weird thing about balancing games. It's like, are you gonna essentially put your foot down as a designer and be like, get over it, it's a deck you can beat? Or are you going to listen to community sentiment because they have been very loud about how much they don't like Murloc Paladin? This is a bit of a tricky situation to be in if you're a dev, and I don't think there's an easy answer to that. It's a little bit of a you know, give and take, but if you keep letting the community take, then when are you going to give? You know, then when are you going to like stop giving? You know. Nor is the deck currently keeping up anything down. If the expansion had launched a similar power level of Emerald Dream, Quest Paladin would have been looked at as a failed tribal synergistic deck, like we've often seen in the past. But it sticks out like a sore thumb because everything else on the expansion was so weak, which I also 100% agree with. I think this deck just completely ruined the fun for people on day one because it was just a good quest deck, and all the quest decks were well, let's be honest, garbage. They were 20% win rate decks. Calling them garbage is, honest to God, the nice thing to do. Calling them, you know, turbo unplayable and, like, you know, that's a fact, but they're also garbage. Imbue isn't seeing much play based on a small sample size. It looks weak. It's possible Drunk Paladin is still good, but people aren't playing it. People are definitely playing it at top legend. World 8 says Drunk Paladin might be relevant because it has a good matchup against Demon Hunter. Really now? It's good against aggro Demon Hunter? I never thought I wanted more power in the game, and yet here we are. See, this is the big issue with people saying they don't want powerful cards. It's like, you do want powerful cards, you just want the right powerful cards. You don't want cards like Odin. You want cards like Blood Regal Gul'dan. You know, stuff like that. And I feel like there's just kind of like a lack of win conditions and a lack of like actually ending the game. And so when we go up against like a Murmur Shaman, or if we go up against a low Druid, you know, decks that have honest to God win conditions, then it's like, it's really easy to be like, wow, these decks are too powerful. It's because your deck doesn't have anything powerful to do in comparison. So like, I really feel like it's never an issue of power level. It's an issue of everything being around the same power level, you know? And like, if you have really strong cards in one class, you need to have really strong cards in other classes. Now, there are times that power can be a bit too much, like with Odin, for example. I like to use Odin as the perfect example because, like, transforming armor into attack was something that was, like, taboo for the longest time, where it's like, oh, dude, we would never do that. And then we stepped into that realm and we saw what could happen. It's like every turn you're Ziliax and you're gaining 8 armor in order to deal 8 damage, and now you have a gap of 16. So it's like, stuff like that is important to keep in context. I'm not just saying that Titans are powerful. There was a reason why they were good. But regardless, what we have is a severe lack of win conditions to where shit like Menagerie Mug can be good now. It's kind of crazy. Alright, Priest. Menagerie Priest looks like the best deck of the game across all that. Ew, why? Oh, God, I hate the game when aggro is good. Alright, let's get through this quickly. I don't want to spend too much time bitching. Although it might slightly decline at top legend, the deck can struggle against removal, while Resuscitate can give the deck reload. It doesn't look like a great card currently for the archetype. The Beast Legendary is pretty good addition to the deck. The Vicious Syndicate list looks like the best list for it. Oh, come on. No, it's not. I don't know what the deck is, but I just find this funny. It's like, yes, of course. After looking at the data, we confirm that our list is the best, and you should totally, you know, buy Vicious Syndicate Gold. I would like to see a comparison of... Actually, I don't even want to see the comparison of the list, because it's fucking Menagerie Priest. Not like it's that fucking difficult. Despite his performance, Zacho said he's not worried about the deck. It is a deck that be countered by removal and other defensive tools. Its win rate will relax once bad decks are gone from the format. I mean, I kind of agree, but I still hate the deck on principle. I'll just go ahead and admit my bias. I don't like the deck. Protoss Priest made a bit of a comeback with Resuscitate, but it seems significantly weaker than Menagerie Priest. The deck is still in experimental phase, so it could improve over time. OTK Wiltered Priest, utilizing Tyrande and Rest in Peace is a deck that can res 2 Wilted Shadows off of 1 Rest in Peace in order to make the OTK easier to pull off. The deck runs different early game package than the Vicious Syndicate Theory Crafting list, utilizing Critter Caretaker, which honestly is kind of ingenious if you really think about it, because it's a 1-mana 2/2, so great to play on turn 1. And then when you do the combo, you have like another healing, so you have another bit of healing. So you have the double 7/7. That's really freaking good. So yeah. It runs Critter, Caretaker, Anoyotron, and even Sleepy Resident to stall the game. Zacho says he doesn't think the deck looks great, but it's early and it could be a high skill cap deck. Quest Priest has about a 24% win rate at Diamond through Legend, joining most of the other Quest decks at tier 20. Because 20%, that's how bad they are. Octazari game plan today. I will probably be playing some Octazari today. I have another deck in mind though. I want to play some Dorian. And like honestly, I kind of want to try this Wiltered Priest now. Like Sleepy Resident, maybe I make my own list. There's no amounts that you can do to make this deck viable. Damn, bro. Here's the big issue with Quest Priest. And I feel like I said this kind of at the beginning. But it's like, the biggest issue with Quest Priest is the fact that you do all of these things to get an 8/8 that's kind of sticky, but it's so easy to remove. Like, you have things like Repackage, you have things like Typhoon, and mages can play Typhoon technically. And it's just like, the quest reward is just a hot, you know, it's just a fucking reborn minion. It's so easy to play around the Death Rattle. It's just yeah, who cares about stats? I'm gonna make that minion into a 1/1. I'm gonna like, there are so many ways to solve it, even though we don't have like that many silence cards, but it's just like, the biggest issue with quest decks right now, and I'll make this apparent in my video talking about quests, is that you have to build your entire deck around a card that doesn't win the game. Like, full stop. That's the problem with the quests. You have to build your entire deck around spending 18 corpses, around playing 5 holy spells and 5, you know, shadow cards. It's just like, you're jumping through hoops, and then you're still, like you're literally jumping through a ring of fire in order to jump into a lake of fire. Like, no matter how many hoop jumping you're going through and how many times you don't hit the flames on the outside, you're still jumping into a pit of lava. You know what I mean? Like, there is no way these decks can be good because, like, the issue is the cards themselves are just not that good. I would actually not be surprised if the buffs that, if we get buffs coming up, if the buffs that we get are going to be, like, the most insane buffs we've ever seen. Like, I'm not going to say this is probably going to happen, but imagine, like, if they take the Paladin quest, or not the Paladin quest, they take the DK quest, and they make it, instead of 18 corpses, they make it 12. They literally, like, you know, a third a lot of the restrictions of some of these quests. Like, Warlock goes to 4 temporary minions. Rogue goes to shuffle 3 cards or something like that. Like, and even then, I have no idea how you can make those kind of decks even, like, that good. Because, again, the win condition of these cards is like, bro, if I'm not playing these shits by, like, even, like, turn 5, I'm dead. Just straight up. I'm just dead. I have to complete the quest, play my turn 1, somehow complete it by turn 5. Like, at this point, I'm not saying this is what they should do, but I've seen this idea floated on Reddit. Like, something they could do. And again, I don't want this. I do not want this. But I saw this on Reddit, and I've been thinking about it, and I think it would just open the floodgates. But imagine if when you complete your quest, it automatically plays the reward. We're at that point where people are making those suggestions. That is a problem. That is I can't, yeah, 100% that makes sense. Exactly, dude. Like, we're literally at the point where people are like, just make them 0 mana, you know, essentially. Just yeah, the current climate, we might need to do that, and I really don't think that's a good idea. Because at that point, you might as well just make them honest-to-God fucking win conditions. You know, like, if playing the minion isn't going to win the game, and you're just gonna make it 0 mana, then, like, it's still not even worth it in some cases, I feel like. Like, you're just making the quest good for the sake of making the quest good instead of making it fun. Like, I don't know, man. Quests are in a very, like, precarious position, you know? Shaman wouldn't like that. Well, here's the thing. Like, if you have, like, a battle cry, like, it would play the minion and then you get the thing. Like, they would have to rework it. Is badly designed in 2025? Dude, it's not even the fact that it's badly designed in 2025. Some of these cards legitimately wouldn't see play in 2014. Like, I'm sorry. Like the Rogue quest, in what year is that balanced around? Like, I don't know, man. 2016 design on our I don't think that has anything to do with it. These cards just lack power. They can make powerful quests. They've done it before. But the whole point of this expansion, or this year, is supposed to be lower power level. But lower power level doesn't mean completely unplayable. Alright, Druid is the other class besides Paladin that has a visible new deck this expansion in Low Druid. As expected, Low Druid is a full scam deck, but is an even faster version of Dungar Druid. Initially, the deck looks strong, but its win rate has relaxed now that it looks like a tier 2 deck performer. The way to beat the deck is either to bum rush it with aggro before low comes down, or play a deck with good massive removal turns to get rid of their threats. But then you have the issue of Owl Druid, so Owl Druid is kind of making that harder to do. With the deck's performance, while the deck's performance isn't broken, the play experience is. It has a 20% play rate and creates high percentage of games so the opponent has no control over the outcome of the game. While this is the best new deck to come out of the expansion, it feels like an accident rather than something they planned around. I don't agree with that. I mean, this ability, everybody knew how good this ability was on day 1. Could talk about how many non-legendary cards are pack fillers here. I mean, that happens, but at the same time, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of there's a lot of pack fillers because there's no power in the expansion. Also, I feel like this take is just 100% wrong. Like, I feel like Owl Druid maybe was a mistake. Because, I mean, I feel like this other idea of just, you know, playing 8/8s and playing Ceaseless, like, everybody who had a brain about Druid mechanics and remembers Naga Sea Witch literally saw this coming. Zeddy predicted it at S tier. I predicted this at S tier. Almost every single competitive player that I saw rated this card pretty much a 5. So it's like, this was not an accident. This was 100% intended, dude. 100% intended, dude. It does seem surprising that this deck made it past playtesting, since the interaction with Ceaseless and Giants is very obvious. Bro, okay, hold on a minute. How can you say this feels like an accident and then be like, well, obviously this was very clear to people. What? Maybe what he's saying is that the fact that it's tier 1 was an accident. I don't know, but still, dude, I feel like this thing was always gonna be tier 1. Like it's just a question of how many decks can counter it. The optimal way to build a deck, using carriers as threats, using 2 copies of optimal, blah, 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 blah. Ironically, Amateur Soul is only the 3rd best card to keep in the opening mulligan, with Low and Ceaseless being by far the best. Alonius is seeing some play, but it doesn't seem to perform well right now because I don't feel like people are playing it well. Currently a tier 3 deck at High Memory and declining. Quest Druid has a 37% win rate, which is still worse than the launch of Imbue Paladin. Quest Druid can still win games because of the aggro cards at once. Imbue Druid is likely okay based on low sample size. They're calling the designer stupid. Yeah, I guess. Nerf all win cons on Quest Rogue level. Brother, I don't think you want that. I don't really think you want everything to be the same level as Quest Rogue, because then every single game is going to be 20 turns and you're still not even going to be able to kill your opponent. He's saying that it's obvious and it's surprising that they didn't catch it. It's exactly the kind of deck that they nerf. I forgot Druid had a quest. I don't think I ran into one. I played a little bit of Quest Druid, and honestly, the deck's not that bad. But here's the thing about saying not that bad. You're not saying that it's good. Quest Druid can win, and it has, like, I feel like it's one of the more consistent quest decks, but it gets absolutely steamrolled by aggro because you are essentially an aggro deck that or I don't want to say an aggro deck, but you're a minion-based deck that sacrifices its turn 1. Your tempo is very important. So it's like, I feel like if you're just going to play Token Druid, you might as well just play it without the quest, because you could kind of make a good deck without the quest anyway. So that's kind of the sad thing about that. Death Knight, Menagerie DK is doing well and is a strong ladder climber, but it is still inferior to Menagerie Priest. Aw, fuck off, man. No. If I have to be forced to play a Menagerie deck, I'd rather play a Menagerie DK instead of Priest. The Frost build with Horde of Winter and Mare Manipulator looks to be the best. Some experimentation with Dread Raptor and Cryo Sleep, but Zako isn't convinced that they're good cards to the deck. I would also agree. Dread Raptor is cool, but the Death Rattles just really don't pay off, and some of the Death Rattles just disenergize what the rest of the deck is trying to do, and I think Cryo Sleep is a completely slow card. Starship DK looks bad on the first day, but its performance is quickly recovered as now one of the best decks at Top Legend, just because it's a control deck that beats everything and runs Kill Jaden. The only new card being run are Elise and Reanimated Pterodax. Hell yeah. A lot of people are running Silk Stitching, which continues to look bad. I have not seen anyone run this card. What are you on? What are they on? Silk Stitching? No one's running this card. Quest DK has a 36% win rate because I'm like the only person that has ever played it and did well with it. And even then, it was mostly because of the big package. You're wrong about that? I'm wrong about what? About Silk Stitching? This card? Why the hell would you run this? It's a bad card. Alright, Quest Warrior has 2 approaches. The approach is to turtle up and survive for 10 turns, has a win rate, it has a win rate in the 20s. The other variant is just Hydration Station with the quest thrown in as a tech card, and is a better variant. You just literally described the exact same thing. Is good on the statue that triggers Death Rattle, that's the thinking. Well, that's that. Okay, or alright, so by that logic, my card is only good if I have X card in my hand. I don't think that's what you're supposed to do. Like, I don't care what spell you get, you don't run a card that's that situational. Clever title, thank you. I'm glad somebody appreciates it. It's absolutely ridiculous what's going on right now. Alright, so, question. We got rid of a Chillfall Baron. We don't run Corpse Explosion? You're telling me this deck doesn't run Corpse Explosion? I mean, I guess the minions are good tempo, but still. Like, there's no way that this card is better than having an AoE or having, like, more card draw. I feel like the only other reason why this is in the deck is because it's a cheap spell and it can maybe work with Exodar, and like you Exodar, it's a cheap spell. So maybe that's also the line of thinking, so it works with Guided Figure and it works with playing cheap spell, but I don't know, dude. I look at this card and it's like, this is still dog. Like, I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Nor Corpse Explosion seems bad against Paladin and Resuscitate. I mean, I feel like it's just also like really good in the mirror. Like, you play a shit ton of corpses. Your opponent pops off with Starship, you can kill their Starship turn. Like, am I crazy for thinking that's good? I must be crazy, because I would never run Silk Stitching. Okay, but Zacho says that it might be optimal to run the quest of the deck with Elise, being the only new card that you run. The quest is the only is only relevant in the Starship DK matchup. The deck's performance is still the best at Top Legend, but it's still a tier 4 deck. World 8 asks about the new cards. Control Warrior, the new cards Control Warrior got this expansion, but Zacho says that they're not being run to get any kind of indication of the performance on them. Isn't Shell NATO literally in every single Warrior deck? Hold on, what? How, what? Excuse me? This card's not being run? Random as fuck, but imagine OG Denathrius with DK. Oh, that, I would love that. It's not really that good. Dude, how screwed up is the meta where this card isn't good? Like, seriously? Requires safety goggles, otherwise it's ass? Bro. Bro, this is a 5-star card. What do you mean? Like, the fact that this card doesn't see play says everything you need to. Like, that is a good card. I don't care what the data says. That is a good card. Quest Mage is a 32% win rate. The spell build is better than the minion build with a whopping 39% win rate. Jesus, man. Not even the Tice deck is good. Despite some content creators consistently claiming for a nerf to Colossus, Protoss Mage remains bad. Just say Brian Kibler. Just say Brian Kibler hates Colossus, bro. I do love the alliteration here. Content creators consistently clamoring. I'm gonna start using that more often. But yeah, Protoss Mage remains bad. The class is garbage. Kibler takes a good though. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that, but like this is literally calling out Kibler by not saying his name. He's the one that's been the most vocal about how much he hates Colossus. Aggro Demon Hunter with 2 new cards is ramped up. Oh boy, what a shocker. The most popular list runs Chaos Strike with no copies, a Brain Masseuse, which seems very suboptimal, as does running Living Flame. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I thought this list was also hot garbage. When I looked at the list and I was like, oh, we're running Living Flame? Okay, how many fire cards are in the deck? Oh, only 2? What? There's no way that deck is the most optimal, but God forbid I be the one to make the perfect 30 for a fucking aggro deck, man. Yeah, Hot and Cold is the 4. What are we reading? This is the Vicious Syndicate summary. I want to listen to the rant, but I want to contextualize the rest of the podcast so that way we can understand the rant, just in case there's anything he calls back to. But we'll listen to that in the background. Can I share the link? Yes, absolutely. And just in case YouTube wants it. Oh my God, my chat's actually working with YouTube again. Oh, it's a glorious day. It hasn't worked all week. Just nerf everything without buffs. I don't think that's the line, honestly. This comes from the guy who told you the Druid quest would be one of the best quests. I mean, hey, bro, I thought the Druid quest was good, and it is kind of good. But, like, here's the thing about aggro. Here's the thing about Token Druid. Token Druid is not an aggro deck. It's a mid-range deck. Insect Claw does not look to be good. Does not look to be a good new card for the archetype, but Infestation also looks... Wait, what? Oh, Insect Claw does look good to be a new card for this archetype, and Infestation also looks good for it. Okay, it's my bad. I'm stupid at reading. Despite the deck not being fully refined, it's best performing deck of the format at every single ladder rank. You literally said Menagerie Priest is the best, but okay. Part of the reason why the deck is good is that it's extremely powerful against the only 2 new decks in the expansion, Quest Paladin and Low Druid. The only big counter of this deck looks like Control Warrior, and even that matchup isn't unwinnable, being at a 40-60? That's a favorable matchup? 40-60? Yeah, dude, nerf Hulu at this point. If you want an easy climb to legend, play Aggro Demon Hunter. Ew, who cares about it being easy? It's not fun. Quest Demon Hunter has a 23% win rate, meaning if you double its win rate, it would still be a tier 4 deck. Wow. I really like how they're literally just telling us the win rate on their data. Like, dude. Stupid question. If you silence a minion, then kill it, does it resurrect silence? No, it does not, but here's a neat interaction about that. If you silence a Death Rattle minion and then you play Umbra, Umbra doesn't treat that as a minion with Death Rattle that has died. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. If you silence a minion, it doesn't count anymore as, like, for example, if you were to silence a Starship piece, you don't have the Starship piece that goes back into it. Maybe I'm wrong about the resurrect thing, but like still. Like, it matters. Silencing Death Rattles can sometimes matter, more than you think. Rogue is strictly a top legend class right now, with Psycho Rogue coming back with Platysaur and Cultist Map helping the deck cycle faster after the Web Weaver nerf. The most popular list doesn't run Incendious since it's ineffective against low Druid. The deck now has to go all in on getting Giants out ASAP. But that could change if low Druid continues to get answered by slower decks and removal. Protoss Rogue has a low play rate but might be okay. Quest Rogue is the worst deck in the game with a barely legal win rate of 18%. That is funny. Wow. I mean, honestly, a win rate like this isn't legal. It really isn't legal. I find that, you know, this is very punny, but an 18% win rate, bro. 18%. And I would argue that the games that you win are not even with the quest. So it's like, I want to know the win rate of the quest, like what happens after you complete it. Like, what the hell, dude? This is not okay. Whoever did, okay, dude. I feel like my tweet is so relevant right now. Look at your big DK quest. I mean, it's the big DK, the big quest DK is not good, but the big deck is just regular big. Let's see, where's my this tweet right here, dude? It's so relevant again. After winning a game with every quest deck today, I can confidently say this is the worst archetype Hearthstone has ever seen. And I said this without looking at the data, by the way. I said this without looking at the data. Alright? This was after playing it. I did not look at data before making this tweet. And I'm not even exaggerating. I legit want to see whoever designed this card playing Quest Rogue on stream. I want to see them stream it because I don't know how this got through final design. I want to legitimately see someone who designed this play the deck and show me what we're doing wrong.
Dino Dance, Dino Dance.
Yo, Ratula, good to see you, man. Thank you for the 8 months. Welcome back to the Horde. Thank you for sticking with us as we cover the most ridiculous decks that have ever existed, man. Like, what the hell? 18%? I want to see the Quest Rogue card designer stream this deck. I want to see your final list. I really do. I think it'd be interesting. Yeah, there's a unicorn rogue out there. We have to go find it. Okay. Handbuff Hunter looks pretty decent. On the early of the expansion, probably do the favorable matchup at the low Druid, but that's the thing about Hunter. Hunter always has like one good matchup, and then like that's it. But the deck seems to have fallen off. Play rate is under 1%. It doesn't seem likely to be popular, but it's possible the deck comes back at Team 5, does massive nerfs again. So help me God, if Handbuff Hunter is the only good deck, we have no idea what we want to do with this class. Discover Hunter needs to be okay. Dinomancy makes sense, and the deck with Bellhop. Beast Hunter may be the best Hunter deck that you can play, but no one cares because it mainly plays old cards and is inferior to the Menagerie decks. Nobody wants to play the 4th best aggressive deck. Quest Hunter has a 27% win rate, which is 4 tiers above Quest Rogue. Hearthstone cemented itself for another 10 years of this expansion. Exactly, dude. Hard to say which quest is really good, maybe Warrior. Here's the thing, dude. The only good quests are Paladin and Warrior. That's it. And they're barely okay. Why can't they make an interesting hunter deck, bro? Because hunter mechanics have never been interesting. Hunter's always been play minion, go face, buff minion. That's it. They don't do well with card draw. They don't do well with removal. They usually don't want to trade. So it's just like Hunter has just always been that class. I wanted to say Paladin. Hunter has always just been that class where like it tries to get newbies into the game, right? It's supposed to be like, hey guys, you may not be able to play Hearthstone, but at least you can play Hunter. You know, if you're a Marvel Rivals player, it's like, oh man, you may not be good at the game, but at least you can play Rocket. At least you can left click and heal your entire team and do something useful. But the difference between Rocket and fucking Hunter is that with Rocket, you're playing a team-based game, so you feel a little bit of accomplishment. When you're playing Hunter, you either get shat on or you shit on people. Like, it's always been that way. There's only been like a handful of Hunter decks that feel like they don't just go one direction. Going face. Sometimes the board matters, but it's just like if you don't like playing board, if you don't like having your board removed, I guess is probably a better explanation. Arcane Hunter, Exodia Hunter. What the hell is Exodia Hunter? There's never been an Exodia Hunter. Arcane Hunter also was pretty much a glorified aggro deck because it wasn't a control deck. It was barely a mid-range deck. The big issue with Hunter is that it never does well if it doesn't hit face. And then when it does go face, it gets nerfed. So, yeah. World 8 brings up the Dorian scam deck that cheats out a Gamagaon. Zacho says it looks garbage. It looked like garbage initially, but then it might be a skill cap issue. It could potentially be a tier 3 deck. Quest Warlock has a 26 to 27% win rate, and the Cycle version has a 20% win rate. Bro. Proof Clark makes bad decks? Nah, bro, this is proof that Hearthstone makes bad decks. They're trying to make the best thing they could, and the best version of the deck has like a fucking 20%. So it's like... This is a historic precedent where in one expansion, they not only had decks that were below 35% win rate, but they had multiple decks that were 20% win rate or below. That is insane. Absolutely insane. I'm used to winning 1 in 5 anyway. Oh no. It's a shame because I love the design of the lock quest. It gives you something to do with your temporary cards once you finish the quest. Yeah, dude, I agree. The Warlock quest was like my top 2, top 3 favorite quest cards that they came out with this expansion. I really like the DK quest, and honestly, I really wanted to play Mage. And I saw a pretty cool combo that you could do with Mage and Wild. But I'm probably not gonna play it today. But yeah, dude, it's just like 20% win rate. Holy fuck, man. Murmur Shaman is potentially competitive at top legend with a win rate, potentially flirting with a tier 2 win rate. Flight of the Firehawk does give it extra consistency. There is some experimentation with Menagerie Shaman without the quest, but it looks like a worse Beast Hunter and is unlikely to gain traction. Quest Shaman has a 25% win rate. Bro. Dual Tribe for what? Yeah, I know, right? Dual Tribe for Menagerie Jug. That wasn't for Shaman. Paladin deck, break the game, just remove him. Kappa. Oh man. Okay, so now that we've heard the breakdown of all of these, I really wanna listen to the rant. Wait, what? Oh, I have to go to Spotify. Alright, does anybody know at what time the rant is? Make the quest reward 4 minion requirements. What? Am I ready to blend the designers or still defending them? I mean, brother, I have always said from the very beginning of this expansion since I started playing it that these cards were bad. And honestly, my take is the same thing as Zeddy, where it feels like the designers don't have enough time in order to make this shit happen. Like, think about how much time that went into making the pet gacha system. Think about the amount of time that goes into making all this other crap that happens that isn't cards because they don't have time to focus on the cards. So it's like, Say what you want if you think the designers are bad, but I feel like what they don't have is enough time in order to actually get this shit done for. So like, I don't know, man. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and actively shit on the designers. If that's your opinion, then feel free to have it. But I feel like everyone is disappointed in this expansion. And the designers are definitely aware of it. I wish the game director spoke to us. Dude's been silent this entire time. Yeah, I also agree with that. You're at the helm of the community, and every single time that we had a game director, they were actually somewhat, like, vocal with the community. And you come from a background of putting in gambling mechanics into mobile games, and now that's exactly what's happening with Hearthstone, and now you don't talk with the community. I am very much, you know, suspicious, dare I say, you know, intrigued with the fact that you haven't talked with us yet. Why is that? Do you like Hearthstone? Do you even like Hearthstone? Legitimate question. Do you even like Hearthstone? Do you even know what a Hearthstone is? Just because you played 5 minutes of this game doesn't mean you understand what it is. We really shouldn't be expecting suits to talk to you. They are not gamers. Bro, did you not hear what I just said? This is the only game designer, the only game director that hasn't actively engaged with the community. So it's like, yeah, of course I'm expecting the game director of Hearthstone to make more, you know, to make more communication with the community. Because they've done that in the past. Remember when Ben Brode were to be like, hey guys, here's what the new expansion is. We wanna hear your feedback. There's been nothing like that. Ixar did AMAs on fucking Reddit or did AMAs on Twitter all the fucking time. I can't remember the game designer. I can't remember the game director that was before Ixar and Ben Brode. But the point that I'm trying to make here is, this always fucking happens with people that aren't actively engaged with the community. They make the game worse, they don't say anything to us, and then they're fucking gone in 2 years. If this guy doesn't like say anything and then he leaves in like a year or two, like, I don't know, man. Ben Brode ate shit his entire time. What do you mean he ate shit his entire time? People still miss Ben Brode. What are you even talking about? What, because a few people in Twitch chat said bad expansion, that's shitting on the designer? Nah, dude. That's not at all how that works. I remember back in those days. Like, dude, Ben Brode made a fucking Ungoro rap. Do you think he cares about some random troll making fun of him? No! He made a fucking Ungoro rap that was absolutely cringe, but it was wholesome. I miss that. But now we have gacha mechanics in Hearthstone coming from a guy that fucking came from mobile apps and mobile gaming. Yeah, it fucking sucks to not hear this guy say anything because it literally feels like he's squeezing out this game for everything it's worth. Yeah, it fucking sucks. Hearthstone is a mobile game? Okay, bro, I realize that you're trying to speak in absolutes and you're rage baiting me right now, but Hearthstone was never a mobile game. It started as a PC game that went to mobile. It is now evolved into a mobile game, and that's fucking terrible. Hearthstone was not a mobile game originally, so I hate that take. All right, I want to listen to someone else rant about the game. I want to hear someone else rant about the game for a second. But yeah, enough with this. Enough with this. You know, like these gotcha kind of questions where it's like, oh, bro, but it's always been this way. No, it fucking wasn't. You just want to get the easy W right now. All right, where's the rant? Does anybody know where the rant is? Is it like more than... It's like 20 minutes, right? Like the last 20 minutes?
Are usually worse than the average constructed card. Do it. Or if you... Another thing is polarizing, and maybe if you have some pit stops along the way...
Thank you, Cool
maybe
Gamer.
In the first phase, I want to talk about power creep.
Oh, here we go, This actually might be it. Wait, hold on. This is going to be like a 30-minute rant. Let's go, dude.
That it kind of traumatized him, made him take a step back, and then he was extra cautious the following year. For example, Badlands was pretty insane expansion. That is true. And
we'll
rotation in Whizbang did feel not like, or it still felt really powerful, right? For a lot of people, it felt like still powerful and was first expansion, so it did elicit a response. But this is a very similar story to what Ixar experienced when he first became a lead designer in Team 5, where he initially was excited about making powerful things.
All right, let's play some
and maybe he
Octazari as
overshot
we're
in
listening to
Kobolds and
this.
Catacombs, and he talked talked about it, that it kind of traumatized him, made him take a step back, and then he was extra cautious the following year. What happened the following year? It was the year of the Raven. Probably one of the worst years in Hearthstone's history, with expansions that were weak, culminating in Rusticon. The dark periods of Hearthstone is when expansions are released that don't make an impact. That is the worst thing that can happen to a game.
I would agree with
This
that
bridges
as well.
me to
If you come out with an expansion and no one plays the cards, did you really come out with an expansion?
my final discussion point, and I want to talk about it. I'm going to talk about it for
Power
the
Creep
first
section is Spotify.
and last time on this podcast, because it
Alright.
really doesn't matter that much. But
Were
I
there
think I want
time
to address
markers?
it. I want to talk about power creep.
What's my favorite expansion?
I want to talk about
My favorite expansion, without a doubt, is Knights of the Frozen Throne. Knights of the Frozen Throne brought in a brand new mechanic, and it was the very first time that hero cards were ever put into the game. And it was before anybody was like, "Oh, but if you play your hero card first, then you automatically win." And it did kind of come to that in some instances. But it's like that was like one of the most fun times to play the game. That as well as when Kobolds and Catacombs came out, when cube decks were a thing. I legitimately feel like 2018 Hearthstone was the best year of Hearthstone, and it's not even close. Not even close.
power creep, because it seems
Talking
to
about
me
Power Creep though.
like Team 5, what they're
Dude,
supposedly
Ventures
trying
count
to
as
do by
expansions? I mean,
lowering
you can
the power
kind of
level
say they are.
is by fighting off
They gave you new cards.
the concept of power creep.
Ultimate Infestation with Burr. I mean,
I've
hey
been a
man,
Hearthstone player
I was
for
a
11
Druid
years.
player. I liked that.
There's not been a single year in that history where people were not discussing power creep, complaining about carplay, talking about power creep. Power creep has become a buzzword that very few people actually understand what it means. I'm going to talk about what it means. I'm going to talk about
Bro, hold on a minute. Power Creep being a buzzword. He's silently calling out Zeddy. Let's be for real. He's silently calling out Zeddy with that take.
what power creep really truly means in the space of a game.
Okay.
So what is power creep?
What is Power Creep, Zacho?
If you have a live service game, and it can be
That's
any
2018
game
Ben
that
Bro.
is a
I
live
think it was
service
right
game.
before
it
he
can be
left,
a
yeah.
MMO, it can be a MOBA, it can be a card game, it can be a strategy game, it can be whatever you want. It's a live service game that injects content during its life. New content in expansions, in patches, whatever. You release new champions in MOBA, League of Legends.
I'm already
releases a
confused, Zacho. What's
champion,
Power Creep?
Elden Ring releases an expansion with new zones. Diablo releases an expansion. World of Warcraft releases an expansion. Hearthstone releases an expansion. New content comes in. Now, for that content to make real changes in the game, the stuff that you put in needs to be at least slightly more powerful than stuff that already exists or explores a space that is not in existence currently. Because
Right.
if you do not produce new content into your live service game
It dies.
that does not at least encourage people to experiment with it, to build new strategies with it, to play with it, it will not change the game. People will play the same thing. If I have a sword that has a certain amount of power and you release new content in my RPG game and the new swords are worse than the sword I'm equipping, why would I use the new swords? So when you have a live service game that strives for changes in strategy, changes
did
in
a priest
gameplay
hurt you?
patterns, changes in experience, the new content need to partly in some way outclass the old content in order to push it out and encourage people to explore the new stuff and get a fresh
Yeah,
feel
Tech W
for
word.
the game. And the product
So the whole thing that he's explaining right now with Power Creep is that Power Creep isn't necessarily a bad thing in the context of if you have a game that needs updates, you need to give people a reason to swap off of the armor or like the swords or the equipment that they already have. And in the context of like an MMO, for example, that 100% makes sense. But I'm kind of waiting for him to turn this around to like, how is it in card games? Like, I don't disagree with this, but I'm wondering where he's going with this is what I'm saying.
of making new stuff that outclasses the old stuff is what power creep is. You are increasing the power of the stuff that you put in the game over time. In the context of Hearthstone, you release an expansion of new cards. These new strategies that you are building towards need to be at least as good, if not better, than the established archetypes that you have in the format, because that is necessary for people to play the new stuff and
for you to
experience
sell
a new
packs.
format. The reason why you do expansions and you inject cards is to prevent stagnation. And stagnation is the worst thing that can happen to a live service game. The outcome, the product.
Zachko is long-winded and lost. Bro, he's making a good point. What are you talking about? This is something that really bothers me about Hearthstone players, and honestly card gamers in general. You guys can't admit when someone you don't like makes a good point. He's absolutely making a fantastic point right now. Like, what are you even talking about?
The products of that is power creep. Now, I just explained to you why power creep is a necessity in live service games.
My God.
It's a necessity.
How did they do it?
You need it because you need people to play and be incentivized to try the new stuff and change the game and get it out of stagnation.
All right, hold on. He is saying words is taking 17 hours to do so. Do you realize why he has to literally spell this out to you like you're a child? Because people take these things out of context. You literally need to be able to explain this so that way a child can understand it, and that requires building it up a little bit, using examples, talking about other games that do other things. Dude, why are you trying so hard to make him look bad?
Stagnation.
Just move on. He's making a good point.
Power creep, what happens is over time, stuff becomes more powerful. And the issue that can emerge with power creep is that it makes new expansions, it needs new content to be more powerful than the previous content. So over time, that power creeps up. It increases over time. Things become more powerful because you keep introducing new content to the game that to be relevant,
say that
to
he's
be
maybe being a bit
competitive, to be part of the game's fabric,
he's
needs to be more powerful than the older stuff.
Right.
But there are ways to address power creep. One of the things that people do and the developers do in RPGs is just squish numbers, right? You get to a point where the numbers on damage become ridiculous, like 1 million damage or 2 million damage. They just power squish all the old gear or stuff like that.
They did that in WoW.
Yeah, they do that a lot in WoW. In Hearthstone, the way to address the gradual power creep is through rotation. Cards rotate out, synergies get broken, archetypes become weaker.
Okay.
There's a reset in power. And if something post-rotation stays too powerful because it has too many of the new cards, like for example in Butte Paladin, right? Basically all of its cards are Emerald Dream. If it stays too powerful, then you nerf it. The funny thing is that power creep in Hearthstone is actually a really easy thing to deal with. Because if there is power creep, if there is things that you think, there are strategies that you think you will struggle to outclass with new expansions, you just nerf them. You nerf them. You just nerf them. You're a live service game. You do patches, there are rotations, you could do big patches and rotations. You can deal with power creep. You can reset the power every year. And if you overshot in an expansion, you can recognize it and nerf it. There is no need to panic over it. Now, power creep, I just told you, it's a necessity of games. It's a necessity. It's needed. You know what power creep is like? If I give you a real life example,
Sure.
it's like inflation. If you ask economists, they will tell you
Gamer inflation.
that an ideal
Gamers will
economy
totally understand that.
has a low rate of inflation. Inflation is necessary for a good economy. Why? Because inflation devalues.
He is okay. All right, hold on. He is saying the most obvious things ever. I'm worried if people don't get it. That's exactly the reason why he's explaining it this way. Because Hearthstone players, and sometimes to a greater extent, card gamers are very biased. Do you have any idea how difficult it is in order to convince someone of something that they've already, like, if someone already believes that Murloc Paladin is a problem, it is so hard to tell them that no, it's not a problem. You literally have to explain this shit so that way they can hopefully come up to the conclusion without a shadow of a doubt that, you know, that they'll fucking get it now. Sometimes that doesn't even happen. Yeah, do you want me to explain it with stick figures? Sometimes you have to do that.
What does that do? That encourages people to spend money now and invest now in things that are not money, in assets. Investing causes economic growth. If you invest in stuff, if consumers buy stuff, it encourages economic growth. So small inflation is good. Big inflation is bad because when inflation is high, it outpaces wage growth. And it causes people to have less to spend on the same goods. So their spending power drops. Spending power leads to economic, not to economic growth, to people spending less. So companies and people who sell goods and consumer products lose money or lose the value of money because there's less spending, they make less money. But nobody tells you in economy that the solution, the thing is, inflation, nobody says, some people who don't understand economics will tell you inflation is evil. You know what we should do? We should do deflation. We should make goods and products cost less. We should devalue assets compared to money. And economists will tell you this is really bad. This is way worse than a low rate of inflation. Because what happens when there is deflation is that people don't spend money because they see the prices of goods come down. They're saying, I'm going to save my money for when the goods continue to drop. The assets, the house, this stuff, that stuff. I'm not going to buy it right now. So deflation causes an economic halt. It causes companies to stop being able to sell their goods. It causes them to cut cost. It causes layoffs. That reaches deflation, leads to high unemployment rates. That high unemployment leads to bad, to reduce spending power because the people who just lost their jobs, right? The people who just lost their jobs will spend less because we don't have a job. We need to spend money.
He's going on an economic rant.
Deflation causes recession, and recession is way worse than some low rate of inflation. So ideally, you want a low rate of inflation. In Hearthstone, ideally, you want a low rate of power creep. But in Hearthstone, unfortunately, there are a lot of people, a lot of players who don't understand card games and will tell you that power creep is evil. Power creep is the work of a devil. Power creep is a monster.
What are the odds most of it got lost about? He mentioned economics, probably pretty high.
We cannot stop power.
But he's using a real life example.
Means that I just told you.
I do think it's a bad comparison, though.
No, it's not that simple. They say.
Maybe it's not necessarily that it's a bad comparison, but it's a comparison to where like you're gonna draw it, and the people that are listening to this probably won't understand it 100%. Just because, like, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of got lost in his explanation, but I'm also playing Octazari Demon Hunter, so it's like I'm kind of splitting my attention. But yeah.
Because for them, everything is complicated. To address power creep, we have to fully focus on it. We have to defeat the beast. We have to deep creep the power.
Is it a really bad comparison? No, it's not. It's not necessarily a terrible comparison, but it is a bad comparison to use in the context of explaining it to a card gamer that can't understand card games. If they can't understand card games, how are they going to understand how the economy works? So like that I think that's the reason why it's probably a bad example, but like it's a good example in theory.
If the developer team
Arabian coming in with the 8 months, good to have you here, man.
What power creep is necessary.
Welcome back
because
to
power creep is necessary
as we play more Octazar.
For a live service game to keep rejuvenating the format and make new strategies. What if the developer team forgets that?
Here's the code.
And starts panicking over power creep. And starts buying into the cult of anti-power creepers theory that power creep is evil. And the decision becomes, we have to lower the power level
How would I fix Hearthstone? Here's how I would fix Hearthstone. Yo, Kalo Arg coming in with the 5 months. Good to have you here, man. Welcome to the Horde.
I don't
Number
play
one
eShop
thing.
anymore, but take my sub
Wait.
anyways. Laughing face.
Okay, I heard something, but unfortunately my text-to-speech is very, very low. 1 moment. Sorry about this. How do I not have my dashboard set up, or I'm a terrible streamer?
This ends now.
Definitely don't keep this. I don't play Hearthstone anymore, but take my subs anyway? Yo, dude. I mean, I feel like a lot of people are not playing Hearthstone right now, but they're watching Hearthstone because they still like the game, but they just don't want to have to go through, you know, the nonsense that is playing this game right now. But to answer the question from earlier, how would I save Hearthstone? The number one thing that I would do is make honest-to-God monetization changes, because the whole point is to get more people to buy the cosmetics, and if you're literally pricing people out of the cosmetic, that's a problem. Like, the issue is not the fact that there's a lot of cosmetics that are in this game. The issue is that the cosmetics that come out are absolutely pushed to an extreme where, like, okay, bro, $60, that might be a bit too much. I mean, maybe if we... It's one of those classic things where it's like, they are so focused on meeting, like, a quota, and the number of people that are buying Hearthstone cosmetics are going down, and I don't feel like it's because there's too many cosmetics. There kind of are too many cosmetics in my opinion, but that's not the reason why the numbers are going down. The numbers are going down because people are being priced gauged out of them, because there are way too many cosmetics that are coming out way too soon when people are not ready for it. Like the amount of cosmetics that have come out already. You have to buy a $50 bundle, an $80 bundle if you want to play the Tavern Brawl, and now as soon as this next update goes live, you have a $60 fucking skin that comes out, and now we have a fucking $160 pet. Like, dude, this is way too expensive for one physical person to ever justify this unless they have so much money it doesn't fucking matter. And it's like, as far as like the game actually goes, I would feel like Hearthstone needs gameplay to matter more than anything, because if the gameplay is good, then the expansion is good, and if the expansion is good, then people are buying the fucking cards. That, we've kind of lost our way, where it feels like Hearthstone is trying harder to sell you more on everything else that isn't the card game, and that's fucked up in my opinion. And that's also very stupid in my opinion. Because why the hell are we moving away from the literal model of online trading cards, which are way better, you know, margin-wise than regular trading cards? So you've already got a foot up against all these other trading card games that already fucking exist. But now, you're gonna literally only focus on monetizing everything else within the game as the actual game now becomes worse. It needs to be gameplay first, monetization second, and it feels like gameplay is like not even number 4 right now. So it's just like, it doesn't make any sense to me. The cards are too cheap to make a profit. Not even, dude, if you have someone that buys, 100, 200 packs, that's going to be profit down the line. But they're not thinking about profit down the line. They're just thinking about how can I squeeze out the most amount in the shortest amount of time. Because that's how you make a compelling game, is by making gameplay that people actually want to contribute their money to purchase. Whether that be, I want to look cool in the game as I'm playing my MOBAs or my hero shooters, whether that is getting golden cards in the game because they look pretty and I want to look good as I'm beating up people, or, whatever the fucking CSGO market is, Like, you have to give people a reason to care, and right now, there's no reason to care about the fucking game. That's the issue. People don't care about the gameplay. And if people don't care about the gameplay, why the fuck are you expecting them to buy cosmetics for it? It really is that simple. And I can't believe that a AAA gaming studio that is merged with 3 other gaming companies has made it very obvious that they don't care about gameplay at all. That's the problem that's plaguing not just Hearthstone, but the gaming industry as a whole. It's fucking ridiculous, dude. Just make a game if you want to make a game. If you want to go, make money off of people's vices, then just invest in a fucking gambling company at that point. Why are you investing in gaming when you could literally have more money coming your way by investing within a sportsbook app? If you want to fucking rip people off by, by giving them gambling, then just go to a gambling company. Why are you turning these fucking games into gambling? Like, seriously. All you're doing is just ruining a market. And you're probably not even going to get your money back in some instances. It is a way safer investment for these investors to get the fuck out of gaming and just go to sports betting. You would make infinitely more money that way. But you want to take the lazy way out because you want to take advantage of people's nostalgia. Don't think that we don't understand what you're doing.
I remember this place.
Like fuck, man. It really is that simple. Why do I have to spell this out to people that should understand this shit? They're literally the ones that are in the pockets of all these fucking companies, and yet they're still making the absolute worst decisions. It's utterly ridiculous, man. How can you be this incompetent to not understand the people that you are selling a product to? Because that's really what this comes down to at the end of the day. But yeah, man, like, rant over. Jesus fucking Christ, just invest in gambling if you want to make money off of fucking gambling. Jesus, who would have thought? Okay, hold on. I think I lost the link. Oh, here we go.
All costs. We're gonna nerf infinite cards, dozens of cards. We're gonna nerf everything. This is good, everything. This expansion releases, a new deck comes out, it's good. How dare this deck be good? Nerf it immediately. Rotation comes out, there's a deck survive, nerf it.
Nerf it.
Nerf. We've experienced
I am not gonna lie, Hearthstone players have definitely been the people to cry nerf more so than ever before. And it's like, sometimes I kind of feel that I contribute a little bit to this, but it's like, everyone in this game cries nerf, I feel like, very, very soon. Maybe a bit too soon. Like, I feel like Murloc Paladin is actually, like, a great example of this. Where it's like, yeah, it's good, but it's not unbeatable. You know what I mean? Also, what the hell is this hand, dude? I guess I have to do this because I just gotta throw cards out.
the heaviest churn of balance changes that I've ever seen in Hearthstone over the past year and a half. I've never seen anything like it. We were nerfing
People
things
don't realize
and
play
buffing
rate matters
things
more
and
than any win rate.
them again. Unbelievable churn.
That is true, but just because players haven't figured it out doesn't mean that the tools aren't there. Sometimes you gotta lose before you win, because you need to figure out what you're doing wrong. Now, in an instance where a deck is so broken that it's obvious that it'll never lose, that's a little bit of a different circumstance, but like Murloc Paladin is not one of those decks that just beats everybody for the, like, it's not one of those decks that automatically wins. Okay, hold on. No, that's not what I mean. It's not one of those decks to where, like, it's impossible to figure out how to beat it unless you play, like, a very specific counter. Murloc Paladin loses to a lot of things, but a lot of people don't want to figure that out simply due to the fact that their deck gets countered by it. And I don't necessarily fault people for thinking that way, but what I will fault people for is giving up too soon. Like, it's not the deck being too broken, it's about you not wanting to figure out how to counter it in some instances. Does that mean the deck needs to be nerfed? Not necessarily.
With the supposed goal of lowering the power level.
You can also blame the designers for making shitty design that are not helpful for the game from the get-go. I am not using this as an excuse to be like, oh, people are so dumb they can't figure it out. If the designers give you shit, you have shit for options. And we had shit for options this expansion, for sure. But generally speaking, over the last year, it's easy to use Murloc Paladin as an example because everyone complains about the fucking deck. But it's like, at the same time, we've seen this before. We have seen this several times. Also, based. Big Dino.
The boogeyman. But now, we have reached a culmination of bad design. And the culmination of bad design is when fear of power creep simmers into our design decisions. When we, when we're designing and balancing an expansion, we are so afraid of the new cards being good, of expansion cards being good, of expansion archetypes and new strategies being competitive and good. We are so fearful of that we don't even give them a chance. That we release them 10% power lower, 20% power lower, 30% power lower. That we release them so weak out of fear of the boogeyman called power creep that we forgot what the purpose of expansions are. Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of expansions are to change the fabric of standard, change the fabric of format, to introduce new strategies, to refreshen up the game. The purpose of expansions is not to address power creep. You address power creep with balance changes. If something is too good, if something is too powerful, you nerf it. We had a period in Hearthstone where we would release new expansions, and there was this several new decks, and one of them was like really busted. Oh my god, this is so busted. And then it got nerfed, and then things were balanced, and we played new strategies, and we moved on to the next expansion. We released more powerful stuff that pushed out the other stuff.
Oh, Killer posted this video?
And that was it. We just corrected, we pushed expansions to be powerful, to change the game, and then if they needed to be nerfed, we nerfed them. But the important part is that at the launch of the expansion, the game was different. We overshot, we made sure the strategies were competitive, and if we overshot to the top, we didn't panic. We just nerfed the really powerful stuff. And that's how we naturally address power creep. And there was rotation, and there is no power creep that lingers past 2 years. People have to remember this. You cannot tell me that we launched a Great Dark Beyond, and then the Great Dark Beyond is unimpactful.
I tried.
Because I feel like I'm being gaslit. The Great Dark Beyond is weak and unimpactful, and people say, "Oh, poor Great Dark Beyond."
Oh wait, I know where he's going with this.
Badlands, by Whizbang, by Perils. It just doesn't have a chance to compete against these suppressive archetypes. And we proceed.
I'm gonna call it now because I immediately see the bricks that he's laying down. He's gonna call out the fact that the same people that said that Great Dark Beyond was such a failure of an expansion are now the same people that are saying that the expansion is too powerful and it needs to be dealt with. AKA Arcanite Defense Crystal. He's gonna be calling out all the people that were like, Great Dark Beyond was so not impactful because they were only thinking about the expansion that was during that time, and now that we're in a brand new year, Great Dark Beyond, oh wow, turns out is really freaking good when you compare it to all these other crap that's come out with low power levels. So like,
need to nerf Whizbang more. We proceed to nerf Perils, whatever was left with it, more. We nerf whatever's left of the previous year. That previous year rotates. Emerald Dream comes out. The expansion is weak. And what do people say? Oh, poor Emerald Dream expansion cards. They're just too weak. They can't compare to the oppressive Great Dark Beyond set. Hello?
yep.
Are you looking at the sets that we have in this standard right now? Whizbang that experienced dozens of nerfs. Perils nerfed to the ground. Great Dark Beyond weak at suddenly is a problem. Emerald Dream sucked. And now Angora is weaker than a Whizbang deck, and you want to tell me that the issue is that the power level is too high, and we just need to nerf more to get to the level of the quest?
I'm sorry, this is actually kind of funny. But he's not wrong. Yeah, dude, I don't disagree with this. I disagree with this part. Power creep does linger over time. I think Hearthstone was in need of a bit of a squish, but it has done a really bad. But it was just done really bad through a series of bad releases. Okay, but that's the point that he's making, though. The point that he's trying to make is that powerful cards are infinitely cooler and more fun than weak cards that don't do anything, that just make you go back and play cards you've already played. Like you're literally, like, you're saying you're disagreeing with them, but then you're literally agreeing with them by saying, I think Hearthstone was in a bit of a squitch, but they've done a really bad job of the releases. And that's the point. These releases are so bad because the power level of these cards are absolutely not there. That's the whole point. Like, he's essentially saying that we can't be scared to make powerful cards at the beginning for like how the community will react to them. What we need to worry about is making a set that is so, I guess directionless is the best word to use here, that's literally so directionless that everyone is like, bro, what do we even begin to buff? What is even like the thing that we buff here? I don't even know. We're literally at a point where it's like, bro, this didn't have enough time to cook in the kitchen, and now you're figuring out how the hell do we get this presentable before we put out the turkey for Thanksgiving. It's like, bro, we already fucked it up. It's already Thanksgiving. We can't cook the turkey anymore, bro. Like, that's the situation that we've been in. We've never been in this kind of situation ever before in Hearthstone history. That's the problem. These decks were literally delivered uncooked. This shit is fucking raw. And I can't get a refund because I already spent $80 on the expansion. That's why people are pissed. They spent $80 to not have an operational expansion. Wouldn't you be mad?
What is going on?
What is going on?
What are we even talking about? And this is the major failure of Team 5. The major failure of Team 5 is that they listened to these people and they took in the feedback and they said, yeah, we need to fight the boogeyman. They forgot what their job is. Their job is to design expansions that create fun, new strategies. Focus on fun. Make fun new stuff. And instead, they are so terrified.
They're terrified of the balance.
That they would rather see expansions launch weak and then maybe buff the things that are truly pitiful. And people say, oh, this archetype is so bad, Blizzard, just buff it. Even the people who always complain about stuff. Now, the crazy thing is that this strategy doesn't make anyone happy. Even the people, the anti-power creepers, who complain about every deck that they face that beats them, who complain about everything that is directly in front of them, that you should never listen to these people. But even if you did, and you did everything that they told you, they would still quit the game. They would still be unhappy. Why? Because their mentality is to complain about the first thing that's in front of them. What is the point of listening to them if all they say is we want to nerf everything all the time? Everything needs to be nerfed all the time. What do you nerf? You look at the power rankings, you look at the win rate table. Everything from here to here needs to be nerfed. This is too good, Blizzard. A patch later, new format comes up.
There's a meme.
New decks line up to be nerfed again.
So I need help fighting this meme. This literally reminds me of like this meme where it's like someone who's giving a lot of feedback is like, oh man, this is how it should be. I can't believe they're so incompetent. It's like, okay, hey, they should change the thing so that way I'm happy. And then they're like, hey, we changed the thing. What do you think about this now? Oh, I didn't care for the beginning. I do kind of feel like that is kind of prevalent within Hearthstone, just a little bit. I definitely feel like there's at least some bad actors out there that literally just amplify the shitstorm, essentially. And they don't even care about the game anyway. And sometimes Team 5 will listen to those people's feedback. And I think that is not what you should do.
This and this and this is problem. This is fundamentally flawed and this, and they will tell you because
Zeddy's fault. They always complain. I wouldn't argue this is okay. I wouldn't argue this is 100% Zeddy's fault, but Zeddy is definitely a content creator that I feel like a lot of people reference when it comes to power creep. And I don't necessarily feel like that's because Zeddy is saying X. I feel like Zeddy is saying one thing and then people get some of it confused. And they don't understand exactly what he's saying. Now, could I be wrong? Sure, I could be wrong about this. But I would rather I just blame one person in particular. This is an issue that has been culminating over years. And now we're starting to see what happens when these ideas are baked into an expansion when it's being conceived. This is not an issue of one person saying one thing, therefore expansion bad. This is a culmination of a shit ton of mistakes that are finally catching up with Blizzard. That's the issue here. It's not a content creator's fault for what's going on right now. It is the designers listening to feedback that isn't exactly in line with what the game actually needs to be good. That's what's happening here.
Most of them don't even understand what it means, but they use this word because it just makes them sound smarter. It just makes them sound smarter. And they will tell you how the play pattern of this deck is bad and the thing of this is bad, but the truth is...
Okay, all right, Arabian, I want you to go a step beyond what you're saying right here. You're saying, no, the problem with the balance change is that the infinite whack-a-mole, whenever they nerf things, they let power outliers escape again and again. What if they were to make everything extremely powerful? They're not doing that. They're not making everything... Like, Druid is consistently good, Paladin is consistently good, and when Rogue is good, Rogue is fucking phenomenal. The issue is the same things do become a problem, but that it's not about the infinite whack-a-mole. It's the fact that some classes just don't get to thrive. They're making the same issues over and over again when it comes to like HP being like really, really good. You know, like getting an extra HP buff because that was what made Zergs really, really powerful, right? And it's like that being in like another class isn't necessarily the issue. The issue comes up when that one thing the class does is infinitely better than anything else that you can possibly do. And sometimes, you know, like Murloc's getting extra HP right now. Yeah, it's powerful, but there are ways to beat this. Zerg had an issue with having extra health on minions because you literally had a card called Bangling, or Bangling, whatever the card was called. Like, it was just really good at clearing a board. I would argue the issue with that deck necessarily wasn't the fact that the minions gained health. It was the fact that the minions gained health plus Bangling was a thing. So it's like, it's not always because A is happening, and now the deck now a different deck has A, and that's an issue. There's a lot of things that go into this, and just saying that one thing is the problem, I feel like, is not necessarily what's happening here. Yeah, I keep saying Baneling, but it's so easy to say Bangling, you know? It's Bangling, you know? He banged the board. Board died. Also, I am pretty dead here, unfortunately. Fucking Murloc Paladin. I did not draw my Bob. Can I draw my Bob, maybe? I did not draw the Bob. Sag. Alright, well, Murloc Paladin sucks.
People in every single game who will complain about things that prevent them from winning. Whether it's in World of Warcraft, or it's in League of Legends, or it's an RPG, or another MOBA, or another card game, or another sports game, or a fighter game, or anything at all. People will complain, will blame something else to their own flaws as players.
True.
And as developer team, you need to be aware of that noise and know how to establish conviction in your job.
Essentially what he's saying is that as a designer, you need to establish what you believe is powerful and what is fair. And if your definition of what changes is based off of feedback and through the community, the big question that gets asked is, are you really doing your job as a designers by essentially giving us, you know, something within a box and then being like, you know, you have everything within this box in order to have fun and to be successful with all these other things. Now, whether or not they're doing that is always up for question. But as a designer, if you don't even believe in the shit that you're putting into the box, that's a problem. You see what I'm saying? Like, if you come up with something, and then you're like, wow, I think this is a really cool idea. You know what? Like, I like Murloc Paladin. Murloc Paladin is fun. And then, you know, 60% of people say they hate Murloc Paladin. That's when it's your job to figure out whether or not the majority is wrong. You're the one that designed the fucking thing. You know what I mean? Like, you need to believe that this is what needs to be in the game. Otherwise, why would you put it in the game to begin with? If you don't believe in it, or if you believe players won't enjoy it. This is the problem with a lot of design nowadays, is that sometimes it feels like they hear something, they throw a dart on the dartboard, and they're like, all right, we'll go with this one for today. And I feel like that's been like, it doesn't work. That kind of strategy just doesn't work anymore. Because we're aware that you're throwing darts. You know, you gotta believe in the shit that you design. You know what I mean? Like Grunty. Grunty is actually a great example of this, man. Remember how we all made fun of Grunty, and now so many people are complaining about Grunty because he's kind of good now? Like, that's what I'm talking about, where it's like, sometimes in the moment, people are gonna be like, wow, this is a dumbass decision. Why the hell would you ever make an 8-mana 3/4 Murloc that doesn't do anything for Murloc decks? And then suddenly they come out with the quest, and it's like really good, man. So yeah, it's just like, I don't know, man.
We're gonna do this fun thing. We have conviction. We believe in it. We're gonna launch it. We're gonna do it. Right now, I'm not getting that. What I'm getting at, we're terrified that there will be a single deck that might be playable in you, and people will say, ah, nerf it! How dare you make a good deck? Nerf it immediately. It's just, I feel like we've completely lost track of what we're
Play another card for
supposed to
patches?
do.
No, you need patches. Patches discount ceaseless.
If you have,
Very
if
meaningfully.
you decide on a theme that you have no faith in, and you know it's a completely contradictory to your philosophy, you have no vision, and you have no conviction. Now, again, I am dooming a bit. I'm saying a lot of dooming, but the main thing I'm dooming about
Big
is that I'm
doomer
losing
right now,
confidence.
bro.
I'm losing confidence in the navigators, because the navigators are telling me that they're showing me that their hands are shaking, that they have no conviction, and they don't know where they're going. This is what they're showing me. They're showing me this. If you design an full expansion where the best card in the expansion is an accident,
And in this
the rest
case,
of the
he's saying
stuff
that
that you
low
build
being good was an accident.
has winners in the 20s, then what are we doing here? What are we even doing here?
Terrible hand, dude.
What are we even doing here? Please get power creep out of your head. This is something that has been existing in games since the start of games.
Why do they
This has
think that low
always
was an
been a thing.
accident? I don't think they necessarily thought. Okay, so from the description that I read online, by the way, what's going on, Jumbre? From what they said, they were like they believe that low druid being the best deck in the game was an accident, not because low wasn't going to be a good card, but the fact that low druid can beat aggro somewhat consistently. Like aggro doesn't even necessarily stop low druid a lot of the time, you know, because if they have the low and the ceaseless turn, it locks them out. You have giants, and then suddenly you just come back. So I feel like what he was saying that low being the best deck was an accident because they probably designed low druid to not be the best deck in the game, and now it's kind of one of the best decks in the game. I think that's where that's coming from. But we read the report on Reddit before listening to the rant because I wanted to make sure that I was contextualizing why he was feeling this way.
Don't let people who don't understand card games use this term and turn it into a boogeyman that you cannot control. It doesn't have a life of its own. It's a necessity in every game. Just manage it. If something is too
He's
powerful,
going
just
crazy
nerf it.
explaining
Why are
this,
you
dude.
panicking? Make expansions. Make archetypes. Make strategies. Make something. You can't release an expansion and everything's unplayable. People will not buy your bundles because what's the point? All your new cards are garbage. It's a third expansion where you buy people buy bundles. They queue up at launch and all their decks are bad. All the stuff they wanted to try is
A lot of
bad.
assumptions
This
there.
has
I
a
agree.
negative
I
impact.
agree.
I
I think
assure
he's
you,
wrong,
it is
personally.
better to have some power creep to push out the older strategy and give these people something new to try. And if after 2
days
weeks
till balance
they rage
patch. Look
about
on the
the
bright
same
side.
new strategies and these strategies are too powerful or overbearing, whatever, then you nerf them later. But at this point, the thing is, we release expansions that are so bad, and then what do we nerf? We nerf the older stuff. Because the old stuff is what's good. So we're trying to convince ourselves, oh, the problem is not the expansion is launch is bad. The problem is all the other stuff is more powerful. But as I told you 6 months ago, remember when I said, the excuses are over. Why are the excuses over? Whizbang has been nerfed a billion times. Badlands was rotating with tight ends. There are no more excuses. The expansions right now are all gutted, nerfed garbage. And one of the best cards in Hearthstone is Menagerie Jug. Are you telling me that right now we are like Emerald Dream was the slowest or the second slowest expansion in Hearthstone's history? That was not a powerful format. This is not a powerful format. A format that is dominated by Menagerie Jug is not a powerful format. And you're not gonna gaslight me and try to tell me right now that, oh, you know what? Maybe.
Bro, I agree with this. I 100% agree with this. Do you guys remember what my take was at the beginning, before the expansion even launched? I said that if Menagerie Priest or Menagerie decks in general were the best deck in the game, it's gonna fucking suck. Cause who wants to spend all day just playing Menagerie Jug at fucking turn 5? Who wants to do that? Not me.
Maybe Menagerie Jug is just OP. Maybe Menagerie Jug is just OP. You know, the problem is all these cards just OP. And you know what else?
All right, hold on. I see a highlighted thing. I completely disagree. Making busted release set does not. Wait. I completely disagree. Making busted release sets don't only create power creep on the expansion itself, but accelerates the curve of power creeps in the future. And remember the power of release Badlands? I mean, dude, okay. As much as I understand the point that you're making, you have to keep in mind that this entire conversation is centered around the difference between having strong cards on release and having weak cards on release. Would you rather have cards that are busted and doing something different that's at least a little bit new? Or would you rather have cards that completely miss the the mark and are completely unplayable on arrival? Like you have to pick one. Which one's more fun? I guarantee you 90% of people would rather have something new that does something strong and then you nerf it versus something that doesn't release well and just doesn't work out. Make balanced cards. Brother, this is not the argument we're having right now. The argument is if they can't make balanced cards, which one is the worst sin? Because obviously in a perfect world, we wouldn't be in this circumstance. Of course making balanced cards is the thing they should be fucking doing. But we're not getting that. That's why this rant is happening. We're not getting balanced cards. So if we're not going to get balanced cards, would you rather have cards that are too busted that we peg down in a balance patch, or would you rather have what we're having now? Because that's the philosophy you have to commit to. You have to go above and beyond to make sure these cards are going to be impactful, and you have to go above and beyond to make sure that they're not completely unplayable. Like, you have to choose a direction, and right now, they're trying to go into so many different directions that it feels like everything is lost, and when we have one, according to Zacho, if we have one new good card, it seems to be an accident. Not saying I agree with the accident part, but it's like, that's what's going on here. We're not getting balanced card. Why is that happening? Because, according to Zacho, his hypothesis here is because they are too scared to make good cards, and this expansion kinda can prove that theory a little bit. So let's stop thinking about a perfect world and we're thinking about what's actually in front of us right now. Because in a perfect world, yes, everything would be different. In a perfect world, the designers hopefully had enough time in order to cook this expansion long enough so that way it's not raw coming out of the oven.
My God.
But that's not what's happening. We got a raw expansion. Gordon Ramsay wouldn't eat this shit with a fucking plastic fork. That's the problem.
These play patterns of these decks, these old decks, are just not good. We need to deal with them.
Like Quasar Road, yeah, like Quasar Road.
Please stop. Please stop. I feel like I'm the only.
The designers have final say in what gets published. The designers usually have a final say in what gets published for sure. But it's like, I don't know how it works behind the scenes, but it's like if you are told, hey, I want you to spend this much time designing cards, and I want you to spend this much time making the pet gotcha system. And you have to develop more time into this pet gotcha system, suddenly resources aren't being made to balancing and making cards good. I feel like that's a very key part of what's going on right now.
What is the
They're not focusing on the right
expansions?
thing. They're focusing on everything else.
In the context of a single format, power creep doesn't matter. What matters is power relative to each other, right? And what also matters is whether the play patterns are pleasant, whether the decks are fun to play. That's what matters. You can have a deck with a low power that's not fun to play, and not fun to play, but you can have a deck with high power that doesn't evoke the same negative emotions. It has happened before. People enjoyed expansions that
Solution
were far
design
more
team needs
powerful
time to
than
refine a
this one,
set. I agree.
the previous one,
100% agree.
or anything we've seen in the last 2 years. It has no correlation with fun. Please start focusing on making fun expansions that actually make an impact, and worry about your inflation later when it's time to nerf things at the end of the expansion, maybe to nerf things at the end of rotation.
Yeah, this expansion needs more time to cook, dude. I agree.
The moment you let the power creep boogeyman determine your design for expansions before they're even out,
Road.
is the moment you are fully lost.
So I do have a question for you because
All
we
right,
do
all right,
have.
Aramium, I have a question for you. So you're saying no because high power creep plus relatively power equals extremely polarized. Again, example of Badlands. That only happens if every other class is not on the same power level. Power creep Like, a card that is better than a card that has come out in the past is not an issue, in my opinion, as long as everything else in every other class have the tools in order to be successful. That's not what's happening right now. There's the philosophy that I kind of believe in with gaming, where if everything is broken, then nothing is broken, because everybody at least has an option to play something that is broken. But if all we're going to do is continue to give good cards to Druid, good cards to Rogue, good cards to Paladin, Shaman, Hunter, and a bunch of other things end up becoming irrelevant because they don't get good cards. It's like everything needs something broken. Everything needs something broken. You essentially create rock, paper, scissors matchmaking. Dude, it's a fucking card game. It's checks and balances. It's rock, paper, scissors, Spock, you know, all this other stuff. It's not hopefully going to be just rock, paper, scissors, and you are doing a very, in my opinion, a very disingenuous job of representing this because, again, we have to think about if everything has something broken, nothing is broken, because then things cancel each other out, you know? The issue is the same stuff becomes broken because we don't want to believe in some of these other classes. Hunter never gets anything good, and the moment that it's good, it gets shit down to the ground because it is a deck that has a completely ridiculous win rate against everything else. And then when that deck gets nerfed, it has nothing because the only good thing was that one powerful thing. You need multiple things to be good at the same time. I feel like that's just the biggest problem right now, is that cards are either completely good or completely terrible, and we're not finding that perfect balance of Shaman being good at the same time as Paladin, or freaking Rogue and Warlock not being at the bottom of another expansion, dude. It always seems like the same three classes are on top of the meta while everything else is just sitting at the bottom. The problem is, the powerful cards exist, but not enough powerful cards exist in enough classes. That's not a power creep issue in my opinion at all. I don't believe that's a power creep issue at all. Okay, well, GG, I guess.
Of one exception, and you kind of talked about this, which is StarCraft, right? This is one that was extremely powerful and warped the format.
Did you buff and release more stronger
good
expansions?
thing,
I agree.
bad thing?
I feel like the ultimate take at the end of the day is that it is easier to nerf strong archetypes to become balanced than it is to buff unrefined archetypes to become good. Because like when it comes to buffing things, if you buff and then you miss the mark, then that's bad. It makes it look like you don't know what you're doing. Or if you buff and then it breaks, it's the same reaction. Why not just take the initial negative reactions that come with an expansion launch, tone it down, and then go from there, if that's going to be your strategy? I feel like that is just 100% better to go for. Like, you can't have decks that have 20% win rate. I'm sorry.
Starship.
You can't have that.
There was a combination of things. First of all, there was two major reasons. One, before Starfire came out, we nerfed everything else. Mm-hmm. Right? So that increased the power gap on StarCraft. The other thing that caused StarCraft to be more powerful is because of a marketing push. This was a
that is a big thing about StarCraft. I agree. It needed to be good.
And they made sure that the power level was good. And because the power level was good and everything else was crap, it was completely dumpstering everything else. So it had to be nerfed. I agreed with it. It had to be nerfed because the gap in power. What matters is not the power creep. What matters is the relative power. If you have sets with greatly contrasting powers, then it's not good.
If everything is strong, then it balances itself out. That's just another way of explaining it, you know? The power needs to be relative to everything else that's there. Power creep really only happens when Druid Ramp outvalues like an aggro deck. That's when power creep becomes an issue, is when Ramp is better than its weakness. That's when I feel like power creep is like at its worst.
So, ideally, you want expansions to be slightly more powerful than the previous one in a rotation year. First expansion weaker, the second expansion stronger, third expansion stronger. What happened in StarCraft is just completely...
If everything is strong, nothing else is. Exactly, the Marvel Rivals approach.
You try to lower the power level, one expansion, you release a weak Great Dark Beyond, and then 2 months later, you release a cracked mini set that is more powerful than all the expansions of the last 2 years. Mm-hmm. This further supports, and I'm not saying more power is correct. Less power is correct. What is correct is a consistent vision, which I do not see. Is a consistent... If you are stubborn, if you want extend game length and no win condition,
Dude,
don't
Wolverine
make
with
quests.
lifesteal, I'm seeing that in my nightmares.
And you refuse to do quest lines because of optics, and you're scared of that, do not make quests. And if you want to lower the power level, don't tell me, oh, we're trying to lower the power level. We want the power level of Hearthstone cards to be like the Great Dark Beyond. And then 2 months later,
you would
release
still complain,
StarCraft.
though. His point
What
is
are
that
you
people
doing?
who complain about power creep
What
would
are we
not be
doing
happy.
here?
I kind of agree with that take,
This is not
honestly.
serious. This is not serious.
Like, the biggest issue that I have is that a lot of people are very hindsight-oriented when it comes to Hearthstone. Where it's like, it's not necessarily an issue of, hey, I don't like this mechanic. It's an issue of, I don't like this mechanic because. You know? And sometimes what I feel like people's reasoning for disliking a mechanic is like, dude, that's entirely the point of why this deck exists. You know, like when when aggro players complain about like armor decks, for example, or complain about like a priest like out healing from their range, like, dude, that's exactly the point of like this kind of decks existing. You know, I kind of can't feel bad for you if the logic behind why you're upset is the fact that you got countered by something that is supposed to counter you. That's why it's put into the game. But if you are a deck that is like, if you are an aggro deck that is supposed to be good against like the druid, I keep using this example because it's just the easiest one that I can come up with. Like, if that's the case, then yeah, I can totally understand why you're upset there. But just because someone is upset doesn't mean the game is in a bad position.
There is no consistency, no vision, no conviction. That is my major concern, more than the failure of the expansion so far. And this expansion is,
It can be constricting when there's a lot of strong things. You are forced to play those things, or your decks suck. For someone like me, that leads to no creativity. Is that in response to we need decks that are usually more powerful? Like what is constricting?
The quest, definitely. But it's tough. Life service game, the cards are already out. You need to increase the power. You need to double the win rate on more than double the win rate on some decks. How are you gonna do? Are we the beta testers now? Do we need to be the beta testers for that experimentation? That doesn't sound fun. So yeah. So please, just get that term out of your head. Stop calling power creep the devil. It's a necessity.
Just add Zeddy already, bro.
People constantly use it as a term. They don't really understand card games. They just want to sound like they understand card games. Power creep is not a big deal. You have tools to address it. It's a simple thing to deal with. You just nerf things.
We have
You
the
just
beta
rotate
tester
things.
says it's even how to
It's
release.
simple. It should cause expansions to tank and flop this hard. This is silly. This is so silly and unnecessary. To botch expansions, entire expansions.
Misdiagnosed is the real problem. Then what's the real problem in your opinion?
But you know what? We did it, Patrick. We saved the city. Hearthstone may have tanked. We may have released an unplayable expansion. Hearthstone is burning. But we saved the city, Patrick. Please, get this out of your head and move on.
I think that was pretty powerful there. And I'm hoping I always like big buffs. Let's just buff the quest, overshoot it. And that's fine with me.
They're not gonna overshoot it. They're not gonna
I wish they would though.
It's so hard to overshoot it. What do you do? I guess what they need to do now is what they needed to do before the expansion, which is playtest the quest decks against Starship Death Knight, against Menagerie Priest, against Drunk Paladin, against Aggro Demon Hunter. Did we do that before the expansion launched? I kind of struggle to think they did. How is it possible that they did that? How is it possible that they did that and not get completely stomped 0-8, 0-10 in a run of test games and say, oh, maybe these quests are unplayable? It's so weird. How do you really slow
incompetent designers, not power creep. I mean, that's not the full story.
It's completely broken, and the play patterns are incredibly toxic.
Here's the thing, man. If it's incompetent designers, that means literally everybody in the process is bad at what they're doing. That means the people that create the card that are bad. That means the people that balance the card that are bad. That means the people that prevent like these kind of like. There's been so many changes that have been happening to these cards behind the scenes that we have literally seen what they were thinking, and then we saw the end game. Like, the biggest issue, I would argue, is not necessarily the incompetence of the designers. I feel like it's an incompetence of what the direction they want the game to go. There is a lot of people that have differing opinions on what they think should be good and what shouldn't be good. And it's incompetence on some level, but just saying it's incompetent designers is not telling the full story, and it's such an easy answer to come up with, dude. You can't just say, oh, the person making this is doing a bad job. Why are they doing a bad job? What's happening behind the scenes? What precedent has been set that is making this into a bad job? Holy fuck, why is there a repackage? That doesn't matter. I don't need Octazari to die. I keep forgetting about that. Never mind, play that card. I don't care. But yeah, dude, it's very easy to always be like, oh, the designers don't know what they're doing. It's like, well, can you say why the designers aren't doing a good job? What specifically is making you say these things? I feel like that's a way more important conversation to be having most of the time.
I remember this
Okay, hopefully I'm not gonna die here. I could die if he's got the nuts. Alright, well. More yours, more life.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Clark for
Man,
president?
what are we doing?
Release the list, the deck list.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they do have a balance window, so
Understaffed and underfunded.
we'll
Exactly.
get this podcast
And that's the
done.
whole point that what I keep trying to say, man. It's like, you can call the designers incompetent all you want, but if they're legitimately understaffed and underfunded, we're never going to see them have competence because they don't have enough people in order to catch these things before they're a problem. I really feel like Hearthstone is completely understaffed now. Also, god fucking damn it. I feel like that's a big issue of it. And it's not an issue of them not knowing what to do. It's an issue of them not having enough time in order to, organize the kinks, because the design process is you create good cards. Oh wow, he killed me exact. This motherfucker. There's no way he counted this, by the way. But it's just like they clearly need more time, and if people that are in charge of the designers are aware of this and they keep putting them on the timeline, essentially on a faster timeline than what is necessary to get this done, that is not an issue on the designers. That is the issue of the people that are managing the designers. If the designers are going to be set up for failure, they're going to fail every single fucking time. The issue, I don't know, man. What is my source on them being rushed? I'm mostly parroting the Zeddy video. And keep in mind, this is all speculative. All right, I don't know what's going on behind the scenes, but I'm just using my brain in order to kind of put together these pieces, being like, they put a lot of effort into this gotcha pet system in order to make sure that the math was very meticulous at getting people's fucking money and stuff like that. How long were they designing something like that? How long were they doing all of these revamps and all of this, math changing with fucking quests and all this kind of stuff? The past year of Hearthstone, it feels like the most amount of changes that are being made are not to the fucking cards themselves, but to quest rewards, but to gold numbers. They're taking everything about the game that isn't just the fucking cards. And yeah, if you spend a lot of time doing that kind of stuff, yeah, you're not gonna have time to focus on the cards. Like, maybe there are different teams that get this kind of stuff done. I don't know, but I'm just speculating. And this is something that I feel like is becoming a more and more common occurrence, is that the cards are literally not being finished. They don't feel complete. Why does that happen? Because it feels like the designers probably don't have enough time in order to get this done. And another reason why I feel like this point is poignant is because the last content cycle was the fastest we had ever seen in terms of like going from one update to the next update, from one expansion to the next expansion. It was the shortest time period we'd ever seen. So I'm just asking questions. Exactly, dude. I'm just asking questions, Stan. Is our school class president is a slut? Or is she? I'm just asking questions. But yeah, it's I don't know, man. I feel like it makes sense when you think about it, but obviously I can't prove this. But it's a suspicion that I have, putting the pieces together from what I've seen. Okay, infiltrating against the stack is probably good.
It's possible.
I need to get through this, dude. I need to watch the Kibler video.
You know, maybe get the voice heard. Because
I feel like the rant is done, though.
Maybe it's just a smattering of cards.
Am I crazy? Hey, am I crazy?
No,
Just a
I
little
mean, I
bit.
think you.
Am I crazy?
Just a little bit.
I think you bring up really good points, and we could see the results, right? We went through all the classes, and one of them, 7 of them are worse than Whizbang, which is a very low floor. So
Saying things like
you
that
know,
from your
just
position
looking
of
at the
insider knowledge
numbers,
and corrections make you
it's
assume you're
absurd.
just being dude,
And we can look at
I
other
will
games
go
that
ahead
are
and take
not
off the mask.
digital.
I do not have ND date information that could confirm the points that I'm saying. All right? This has nothing to do with me being in the creator program and seeing what happens behind the scenes, because that isn't matching what I'm saying right now. I have no way of knowing who is telling the designers what to do. Of course, I'm not going to have information to that. The information that I get is when patches come out, when cards are being discussed, and potentially what the designers might be thinking in terms of balance changes. That's about it. That's the information that we mostly get within the creator program, as well as like specifics on game modes and what they're thinking in the moment, you know, reasonings for decisions. But we don't get, you know, information about what's going on with people behind the scenes like that. Of course we don't. They're not going to give that to content creators, because content creators aren't business people. So I'm not trying to not say anything for sake of NDA. I've never been like that, dude. You should know me better by now. You're a VIP here, for Christ's sake. Oh, that's the wrong button.
Right? Like, we can look at card games where they print the
Yeah,
card,
exactly. Deep State
and
Blizzard.
the only balance
Guys,
that
I
they
don't
can
get
do is
paid
ban
enough
the
in order.
card.
I don't get paid enough in order to be the shield that you think I am. All right. I'll just go ahead and say it. I got a price, but Blizzard ain't paying it.
Competitive formats, you know, there's several of them out there, and they
Watching
play
Kibler now. We'll watch
test
Kibler
those
next.
hard, because banning a card is a very big deal, right? So, you know, maybe we should expect that same level from, you know,
I take the
was
pet
it
that I had to fill out a form
post-design?
for.
I feel
Yeah,
like
so I could literally make a video criticizing it. Are you telling me you really can't come to these decisions yourself? Do I really have to explain this? I took the pet so I can make a video being critical about it, so that way something hopefully gets changed. Isn't that literally what you want your creators to do? Okay, all right.
I'm not sure what the phrase is, right?
We did it before.
I'm not even using the pet right now,
Release
bro. How
expansions,
can you even say
and there
that?
were powerful things. And then if there were too powerful, we just nerfed them.
Right.
But we gave players a fresh format.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yes,
like,
keep doing that. Thank you. Thank
It's
you.
not worth it.
Stop getting rage
This
baited. No,
fight
dude, I
against
have
the
to say
boogeyman is
this
not
shit
worth
because
it.
there will be people that think
It's
this
tanking
shit.
the game. And the people who are are supporting you in your crusade to lower the power level are not even happy right now. They
Border
want to quit
Collie?
the game
Actually,
too.
no, she's an Australian
You're not
chicken.
making anyone happy. There is no reward for this appeasement process. These people will just
Rage
find
bait 'em.
another
Dude,
excuse
half
to
my
hate the
chat
game,
is
and
rage
eventually
baiters
they'll
now.
they'll quit.
And you guys
because
get what you
they'll-
want,
you're
but I
gonna
make
do
good
whatever they
points.
tell you to do, and when they see that it's not working, they'll just say, "Oh, you know, I'm tired of Hearthstone. Goodbye."
Yeah. I think we're also in a little bit of a, you know, the design team might be handicapping themselves with a lot of nostalgia.
Wow, this is really bad.
StarCraft, and then Angoro here, and then the next expansion is time travel, right?
It just swims, man.
Rage
you
makes me
cannot
feel
tell me
alive. You
that
should
they
talk to your
decided on
doctor
Gore
about
on
that and see
anything
what he
but a
has to say
win.
about it, because he would probably
Like,
say
there's
the
no
opposite.
way. How do you decide
Clark is
that?
my
and then
creator.
say,
Where have you
"We
been?
wanna
Papa
bring
Mama
back
misses
Quest,
you." Yo, what's
but
going
we
on,
also
Richard?
don't want late game lethality. It doesn't make sense.
I like it when you call me Big Papa.
For this podcast, at least, you know, I hate to use the phrase.
Clark
wait
is a
and see,
master rage baiter,
but
and something to do it
we
back
do
sometimes.
it is a digital game. It is.
See, like, whenever I see, like, my regulars rage baiting me, I'm like, wait a minute. Okay, do they actually feel this way? Or are they just trying to get me? Because I feel like a lot of people in this chat are always trying to be like, ah, gotcha, Clark. See, you took the pet cosmetic even though you didn't have to. Ah, see, why would you do that? Oh,
It's a dynamic game.
why would you do that,
and
Clark?
There are chances for adjustments. Honestly,
All right, I think that's everything we need out of this video, to be honest. I am very interested in the Kibler video. So let's see, Brian Kibler. Oh, there we go. Is it time? Oh no. Oh no, this is not a positive. This is not a positive, oh no. Is it time for a break from Hearthstone? Oh no. It might be time for a break. Are we getting rage baited by the Brian Kibler? Oh my lord. Also, what the hell, dude? No chance it was positive. I can guarantee you right now it's not going to be positive. Oh, jeez. Yeah, dude, I just kind of want to concede this game because this matchup is complete hell. I die on turn 10 if I don't kill him. And as of right now, this hand... Yeah, I'm just going to fucking concede. I'm fine with taking the L here. I don't know who these guys... I don't know who these guys are, but they feel very competitively Hearthstone driven. And I honestly don't know... honestly don't like how most of competitive Hearthstone players look at Hearthstone. They want to steer the game into a no-nonsense game with clear lines on powerful decks, and they can have a clear meta to practice against, but it simply isn't. It shouldn't be the reality for 99% of players. I mean, dude, that's just a mentality thing. I mean, there's always going to be that schism of people that are playing competitively because they have to, you know, to win, you know, whatever it is that they're trying to win. They have to look at the game like that. Just don't listen to people like that. Like, if you disagree with them, you're never, like, if you legitimately disagree with them, then why are you always feeling like you're at odds with them? Like, you're just never going to agree with that, and that's just how that is. Like, agree to disagree. Like, that's all I can really say about that. Like, of course competitive players want that, because they want to know what to practice. They want to know what to play. They want to know the good lines, so that way they can win the tournament. That's the whole point. Yo, Miko, coming in with that 7 or 8 months, man. Good to have you here. Great to have you here. Welcome back to the Horde. We're right now just reacting about Hearthstone because, oh boy, we got another Brian Kibler video. Maybe I make react content again. I don't know, dude. Maybe there's some good react content here. Let's see if I agree with them.
Kibler here, and hey everyone, Kibler here, and you know, we really gotta stop meeting like this. As I'm sure you are already very much aware, today I want to talk about
this man is not happy. Oh no, he's not happy, chat.
Kind of the current state of Hearthstone, specifically in the wake of the Lost City of Un'Goro expansion, which not just in my opinion, but kind of very broadly, seems to be one of the worst received expansions in Hearthstone's history.
It is actually the worst received expansion in Hearthstone's history. It's not one of the worst, it actually is the worst. I would argue that the day one of Un'Goro was a bigger failure than the release of Demon Hunter. And it's not because of cards being too powerful, it's because of the polar opposite. We had too many cards that were dead on arrival.
If you look at stuff like HSReplay data,
yeah, I would argue it's not even close.
Basically no quests that are seeing any kind of success outside of the Murloc quest, which is its own can of worms, and that basically the impact of the expansion has been incredibly minimal. There has been essentially 2 decks that have emerged from the expansion, and
did people even hate Demon Hunter launch? Yes. Bro, Rarin still hates Demon Hunter because of how it was day one. And I feel like a lot of people that hate Demon Hunter use that as like their basis. Yes. Lots of people hated the Demon Hunter launch. I can't believe John Bray, a creator in Hearthstone, is asking this, because yes. Do you not remember, dude?
Basically nothing else that really seems to be remotely compelling or competitive.
Yeah, some people refuse to play it because
really,
of it.
Kept playing after the first couple of days, if they've kept playing at all. I personally played maybe like 7-ish hours in the first day, 4, maybe 5 hours the second and third day, and notably, this is my job. I stream this game in part for a living, and I just kind of was over it pretty quickly. I wasn't really having very much fun. Very few of the new decks and cards felt like they had any meaningful chance to be successful.
So something funny that I find about Brian Kibler's content in particular is that on Twitch, his Hearthstone content does better, but on YouTube, his Magic the Gathering content does better than YouTube Hearthstone content. So it's like, I really do wonder which piece of the pie is bigger for Kibler. Because, like, yeah, he can make these videos, he'd get, like, 100K on them, and he'd get, like, the AdSense from it, but I don't think he's doing this for the AdSense. Like, he's just doing this in order to get his thought out there. But it's like, at the same time, I really don't even think even Brian Kibler makes that much money off of Hearthstone. So, yeah, like, how do you make a Hearthstone content do well? You turn it into a podcast. That's what Ronan did. Or, yeah, okay, you want to know the main issue with Hearthstone content? I'll go ahead and say it. People are lazy. Bro, it took me fucking 4 years to finally start, like, really editing my fucking intros. Everybody just goes in front of a camera and talks in an unorganized fashion, or they show you gameplay. That's, like, 90% of Hearthstone content. It's quickly made. It is supposed to be like, oh, hey, look at this cool new gameplay thing. And sometimes if people aren't interested in that, they're not going to watch the fucking video. So it's like... Yeah, half of the video is the intro. I mean, hey, what if it is, bro? So I put effort into it. People just got to put more effort into their Hearthstone video. I really do believe that. I would say that there are not even 5 Hearthstone creators that, honest to God, put effort in their editing. There, I said it. They need video editors, or they need to spend more time making content that you actually want to sit through. Most people don't like the idea of sitting through Hearthstone content.
And I just really fundamentally wasn't really enjoying the state of the game. And I want to talk
about... The intros are funny? Hell yeah, that's why I made them that way.
In light of that, I talked last year in my sort of, state of standard Hearthstone video about how I saw not just like individual decisions as being an issue, because obviously like there can be development and design mistakes. I
used to make videos that took a long time to make, but they just weren't worth the time and effort. They're never worth the time and effort at the beginning, Jean Bray. They're never worth the time and effort at the beginning. That's the whole point. You literally have to put through the effort so that way when people actually start caring, then it becomes worth it. My videos weren't successful at the beginning either. I had a lot of losses, but that's the pain of growing a YouTube channel. And I feel like with Twitch streamers in particular, it's very easy to look at a video on YouTube that only got 100 views as a failure, especially if you're racking in more than 100 views on a live stream. You have to put in the work before you start getting the rewards from it. And unfortunately, putting in the work on YouTube is something that you have to do every single day for multiple months. Or before that happens, you have to get lucky. It's never going to be a simple, oh, every single video is worth it. Bro, not even my channel is like worth it in terms of like monthly revenue. I am supplemented by everything else that I do with my sponsorships, with my Twitch, with my Twitch streams, and with a whole bunch of other stuff. It is never worth it until suddenly it is. That's the cold hard truth about doing YouTube content.
Have more importantly seen, and what I think this particular set and its kind of lack of success from a gameplay perspective,
mommy support. I mean, family supporting you can be a big part of it.
Kind of a lack.
That's why some people are able to make YouTube channels
for Hearthstone, like a lack of like a cohesive design direction for what's going on with the game. And we saw some of this last year when we had, for instance, a number of cards that were nerfed with respect to wanting to make big minions not feel so bad to play with like starships, and they nerfed Yogg and they nerfed Reska, and then immediately released Bob, which was equally as bad, a neutral card, yada yada yada. And now we're seeing kind of a different part of that. Like if we look at the 2 expansions this year, we have Emerald Dream, and
you don't like intros, you can just skip them though.
And
those are there for
central
new viewers.
mechanics in both of these sets, right? In the first set, in Emerald Dream, there was the imbue mechanic.
How does he still hate Bob? He's not talking about how much he hates Bob. He's talking about how the design of the game went from, hey, mind control was a thing, they got rid of mind control, and then they immediately released Bob, which was something that was able to just steal a minion from your opponent's field without even activating death rattles. This isn't about him hating Bob. This is about him pointing out, yo, what's going on with design? They feel like, it feels like we get rid of one thing just to kind of bring it back.
Oro,
which Arami has been talking about a lot.
And these two mechanics are some of the most dangerous design space in like all of Hearthstone. We've seen with cards like Genin Baku, you know, the danger of having decks that are defined by powerful, repeatable abilities like hero powers, or specifically exactly hero powers. The view is a bit different. It's like not a start of game thing, except for Druid, which is kind of its own can of worms. And then we have quests, which are another, like, you are guaranteed to have this. In the past, we have seen quests be either basically broken or just do nothing, right? And it's mostly been the experience with kind of both of these style of mechanics. So it's kind of baffling to me that the decision we made from a design perspective to have these two types of mechanics, which are so fundamentally problematic, when they are good, be the sort of things you are having as the flagship mechanics of back-to-back new sets. That just seems like it's just so clearly a dangerous decision, because if you aim too high, it's really bad. If you aim too low, it's really bad. And you're kind of just ensuring that you have to like thread the needle with this like perfect game balance of both of these categories of mechanics, which again have proven repeatedly to be dangerous design space to play in. Like I actually think that the kind of quests that they made this time are a much healthier kind of quest than, say, the quests from the original Ungoro, or in particular the quests from Stormwind, which, you know, in many cases were a complete quest, win game. And it was just, how difficult is it to complete my quest? And that is just not a particularly fun gameplay pattern. That is like a gameplay pattern which like is super linear and super repetitive, and, you know, doesn't provide very many axes for interaction. You know, historically speaking, there can be, maybe based on the specific designs of the quest. Regardless, you know, now here we are with these quests which don't just win the game, but instead they're by and large just bad. And the reason they're bad isn't necessarily because like the design.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of confused with the point he's trying to say. Like, yeah, the quests are like really bad, but like what's the comparison? Like if they're terrible, like wouldn't you rather them be good? I don't know. I'm getting a little lost.
Direction is bad. They exist in the context of the current state of Hearthstone, which has seen a lot of increases in power in order to keep up with
just talking about
what
the rewards.
have been.
I mean, he's pretty much saying how like the one thing he doesn't like about quests is that the rewards either feel too good or too bad. And now that I'm like really thinking about it, there's never been a quest that was just kind of okay. Like, I would argue that maybe like the closest thing we had to that was kind of like SI Rogue, but SI Rogue was a make it or break it deck that if you missed the threshold, you just couldn't come back. Amara, I mean, Amara had moments where it was pretty decent. I guess that was kind of like in the middle. But it's just like, SI Rogue was perfect aside. OG Agora Quest was just, I do agree with that, honestly. I feel like the biggest issue with quests is that there's just no reason to put them in your deck right now. If the reward is so bad, why am I building an entire deck centered around making it work? You know?
Number of very, very powerful cards.
I mean, let me go back to give this some context.
Which has seen a lot of increases in power in order to keep up with, you know, what have been a number of very, very powerful cards that have been released over the past like year and a half or so. I actually was having a conversation on my stream with my chat and asking people, because I myself was quite frustrated, when they last felt like Hearthstone was like really good, right? Like, what was the last?
Ooh, oh man, oh Jesus! How dare you throw a loaded question at me like that? When was the last time Hearthstone was actually fun? Oh, man, you want to know what? Okay, I'm not going to lie. I had a lot of fun during Titans. I actually really like Titans, not going to lie. But here's the thing. You want to know the Hearthstone I really want to go back to? The Hearthstone I want to go back to always has been Knights of the Frozen Throne. Like, Titans was fun because cards were busted, but it's like, since Titans... Ooh, I mean, Sunken City was kind of fun, but here's the thing about Sunken City. Sunken City had a lot of design issues during that. I really feel... Yeah, I think Knights of the Frozen Throne, Kobolds and Catacombs was, like, the best time to play the game. Playing cube decks, playing Raza Priest, playing Prince Kel'Thuzad if you like tempo decks. Festival of Legend mini set, I mean, it was kind of good, but it's like... something like Knights of the Frozen Throne, I just can't compare it. And it's like, after that, like, dude, I really feel like Hearthstone started going down since Doom, you know? Like, I really feel like since Doom happened, and this was like kind of before a pandemic. Do I really want that? Knights of the Frozen Throne? Yes. Dude, I loved playing Hydronox Druid. I actually loved playing that deck. One of my most favorite memories of playing during that time was when I met Eddie, the Grandmaster. Eddie, he went by Seohun, I think, at that time. And I remember going up against his taunt druid, and I was playing Shutterwalk Shaman, and it came down to like some kind of like random roll off the Shutterwalk that needed to happen for me to win, and then boom, it fucking happened. And then they like, you say what you want about taunt druid, but it's like that was legitimately better than what we have now. Like, decisions mattered a lot more. Archetypes are more interesting. Shutterwalk was like, oh my god, this card was busted. How do we make this work? And then when people figured it out, there was a fun combo deck that came from it. Like, that's really what I miss, is when, you know, you would have like the meta, and then you would have like a content creator you would follow. You would see like the deck they're playing. It's like, wait a minute, bro. Muzzy put fucking Carnivorous Cube in Warrior. Why did he do that? Oh, he did that because there was a card called, like, something Matriarch that would shuffle a dinosaur into the deck, and the whole reason why he did it was so that way he'd be favored against other warriors that would hit fatigue a lot faster because he played Cube and kept adding cards into his deck. Shit like that was really cool. Where, like, fucking Amnesiac brought Prince Kel'Uzeth Warrior to a tournament. Like, it was insane. Because Carnivorous Cube was insanely broken? Yeah, but Carnivorous Cube was only really used primarily in decks like Hydronox or decks like Warlock. People didn't really run Cube in that whatsoever. Rose-tinted glasses, Emerald Dream was fun. Dude, if you had fun during Emerald Dream, you would have had 10 times more fun versus Knights of the Frozen Throne. Don't gaslight me. So many people are agreeing with this. Like, Cube was such a fucking fun card, man. Hero cards were fun. But it's like nowadays, we get cards that are just bad on arrival because it sometimes feels like the designers are scared of making good cards that might get, you know, lobbied for nerfs. It feels like we're scared of the meta that's going to come out of this instead of just being confident that we want to make powerful cards.
Last expansion, where it was like, yeah, Hearthstone's in a great
Nobody
spot.
picked a weak expansion as their favorite?
I think that the general answer was something around, like, Journey
Say it
Under
louder
the
for those in the
Ocean,
back.
whatever the hell it was. The Sunken City thing. Voyage to the Sunken City, I think is what it was. But basically, it's been years, right?
Emerald Dream was good? No, it was not. Emerald Dream was very frustrating. There were some ways to have fun at the beginning, but overall, I think Emerald Dream was a bad expansion.
So the Sunken City thing. Voyage to the Sunken City, I think is what it was. But basically, it's been years, right?
So he hasn't had fun since Sunken City. I do love me some Naga
I think Titans was generally pretty cool. I didn't particularly like some of the gameplay of stuff like Sith Mage, but like I think Perils in Paradise like just was such an incredibly powerful set. And like look at the current top
I did have fun in
Standard,
Perils,
right? The
honestly.
current most
I did have fun in Perils because we made Pipsy Paladin, but that wasn't because of the meta. That's because we made a meta breaker, you know?
successful and powerful decks in Standard are a bunch of like aggressive menagerie style decks. And like Brain Masseuse, for instance. Brain Masseuse is the highest statted 1-drop that has ever existed in the game, with a drawback that unless you are in like kind of an aggressive matchup, will frequently not matter in any way. If you looked at like, you know, a lot of like previous 1-drops that were extremely high quality, like a 2/3, and would have a drawback that was relevant to, you know, hey, if your opponent killed it, this is like Overzealous Healer as well, another crazy statted 1-drop. That one at least theoretically has a drawback, but almost never does because you...
This is actually a fantastic point. Like, remember when the most powerful 1-drop was Zombie Chow? It was a 1-mana 2/3 that if you killed it would heal your opponent for 5. Nowadays, it feels like if cards have like a drawback, there's an easy way of negating that drawback. Like Overzealous Healer is a great example of this. If you play Overzealous Healer and you don't silence it, that is 100% a skill issue. So yeah, it's just like, I don't know, man.
You just, you know, play a spell the turn that you play it. It's usually free because it's something like Orbital Halo.
Ross,
yeah,
you need to increase your
incredibly
rage
high
baiting.
statted early game minions.
You're lacking, bro.
I've had people when I've argued this, say like, oh, there isn't really power creep. There's been like, if anything, a bunch of
Hunter
nerfs.
was actually fine.
But like, look at, for instance, Emerald Dream came out, and there was a huge wave of buffs shortly after Emerald Dream came out because Emerald Dream itself did not land and have particularly like high impact. And I talked about the impact of like StarCraft being so incredibly like heavily juiced and overpowered to ensure that that collab, that crossover, had a significant impact immediately upon hitting at the tail end of a very powerful format right before rotation. And then, like, basically every single card in that entire set was nerfed after that. And then there was another wave of nerfs to those. And frankly, I think there could still stand to be a number of nerfs to a number of those cards. Because so many things are pushing like what the sort of, power level of the game is at. And, like, what turns you can, like, plan to be alive, right? I think that's one of the biggest issues with a lot of the quests, right? It's not even necessarily, like, how hard is it to complete these quests, like, what is the immediate board impact of these quests?
Why are you
some of those
completing them?
That is a big deal, and like they're not even close, right? That's one of the things about like this expansion. It's not like we're seeing decks that are like kind of struggling. These decks are pretty universally just awful, like truly awful. And they want to live in a world that doesn't exist, right? The world in which a quest like the Rogue Quest, right? I think the Rogue Quest is actually super cool, and I'd love to live in a world where you could play a deck like that in current day Hearthstone, and it would be a reasonably competitive deck. You can do all sorts of cool, like,
I feel kind of bad, but I don't like the Rogue Quest on design. Like, the biggest issue that I have with it is that the 3/3s would still, like, this deck does so much nothing that it's really hard to see what's interesting about it. Because, like, yeah, you could draw cards that are shuffled into your deck, but the biggest issue that I have with the deck, with Quest Rogue in general, is that if I'm shuffling a whole bunch of stuff into my deck and I have a hero pile that's drawing those cards that are being shuffled, a lot of the times I'm not even really getting the card that I want. Like, if I play Academic, or if I play Agency Espionage, for example, and then I have these turtles that are in my deck, and I really want to make a deck that's all about, Shuffle Rogue, but I want to run Agency, suddenly it's like, I have to worry about the 3/3s getting in the way. There's just so much inconsistency with this deck from the very beginning of when you play it. Like, I have to play the quest on turn 1, so therefore I don't have tempo on turn 2. I now need these very specific cards in order to shuffle into my deck, which is also not doing anything immediately. It's like, this is a deck that is all set up with no payoff. The synergy, the deck has no synergy, and it's like shuffling into your deck is one of the worst things that you can do unless you're shuffling in a card that you really can get value out of. Like, cards that are 1 mana, for example. Like, if you draw a whole bunch of them, you can maybe find the right card to get to bail you out of a circumstance. The asteroids and the eruptions, they deal something immediately to the board, so that way you're not suffering by shuffling stuff into your deck. The biggest issue with the Rogue Quest is you are literally doing nothing for 8 turns. You literally do nothing until your opponent decides to hit the end game button. And it's like, it's supposed to be this expansion's version of Thief Rogue, but it can't survive. It's a thief that keeps getting caught robbing somebody in broad daylight. It's never gonna work. Like, it's a fun idea, but here's the thing about fun ideas, though, man. Fun ideas sometimes, like, it starts as a fun idea, but then when you give it like a try, you suddenly aren't interested in it anymore. Now the archetype has just completely failed, and you need to do everything in your power in order to somehow convince people, when you decide to buff this, that it's actually kind of fun and maybe still kind of good. Like, maybe it's kind of good. I don't know if Hearthstone's going to be able to do that. How are you going to be able to buff this card and convince people, oh, hey, it's good now? It's no longer 20% win rate. Even if you make this card shuffle 3 times into your deck, I still don't feel like this card is going to be that good. Like, this is such a tall order in order to make some of these cards playable. 3 times, give them Rush. Here's the issue with giving the ninjas Rush. If you give the ninjas Rush, there is a very real game plan on just drawing those ninjas over and over and over again, and then you will always have a clear. And then suddenly, that you might argue that might be a little bit too good. And that's probably what happened when they first made this card, is that they were like, oh, hey, let's give them rush. Wait a minute, it's too good. And it's like, I feel like one thing that you could do with this is that they get a random keyword. They get stealth and a random keyword. They can get rush, they can get taunt. Or, okay, getting taunt was kind of bad. You can get life steal, you can get, like, divine shield or something. I feel like bonus words could maybe work, because if it was just rush, I feel like there's something there. But, like, again, that is kind of the entire point, is that if you're gonna build your entire deck around this, you need to be doing something powerful. So who knows? Maybe you do have to give these fuckers chart, or you have to give these guys rush. Because how else are you gonna make this good? So it's like, I don't know, dude. Rush would not break this card. What are you talking about? Brother, if you could proc this with 3 shuffle cards, you could literally just play Psycho Rogue, and then as you're drawing through the deck and trading onto the board and drawing more cards, you're gonna draw these ninjas back. If you can't see that, I can't help you. Because this with Rush would be very good in some matchups, especially if you end up buffing this card and how many times you actually shuffle the card. It's like, there is a potential of Rush being too good with this, but again, this deck needs something that it does well, because the only thing it does well is hit the concede button.
World where you could play a deck like that in current day Hearthstone.
So it needs to do something good.
And it would be a reasonably competitive deck. You can do all sorts of cool, like, you know, hey, I shuffle in academic espionage or agency espionage, whatever it is. All sorts of things that, like, lead to interesting gameplay that takes a while and is very, like, you know, controlly mid-rangey. But, like,
all right, go Ross. You successfully rage baited me. You're not better at Hearthstone than me, buddy. Quit acting like you are. Like, seriously, dude. Half of your takes have been, like, completely fucking wrong, bro. Like, you're rage baiting me, but at the same time, you're wrong about everything. So if that's what you're doing, then sure. But at the same time, you've been wrong with, like, 80% of your takes, bro.
You are pinched from multiple sides, right? Your, like,
your power
kind of
cost
value
too?
grind of a hero power that's effectively drawing cards
helped.
and putting minions into play is not nearly fast enough against the aggressive decks, isn't powerful enough against,
hate
like,
Quest Rogue if it was good? I don't think that's true, because Brian Kibler likes decks that are like Thief and getting, you know, random cards and making them good. This is entirely an archetype that Brian Kibler would enjoy. I think that's kind of unfair to be like, you know, oh, Brian Kibler hates Rogue, therefore if this deck was good, he would hate it. It's like, no, dude, this is fucking Thief Rogue. This is exactly the type of deck he would play.
Controlly mid-rangey, but, like, you are pinched from multiple sides, right? Your, like, you know, kind of value grind of a hero power that's effectively drawing cards and putting minions into play is not nearly fast enough against the aggressive decks, isn't powerful enough against, like, Hydration Station, Ziliax control decks.
The entire idea of the card is lame, but Rush would definitely be too strong.
Decks. I talked about this.
I think I kind of agree with that, to be honest.
You know, like, I didn't think that there was an easy, like, hey, nerf these 5 cards, 10 cards, 20 cards.
And this is kind of an issue that we have right now, is that there is not a clear solution to this. This expansion needed more time in the oven, and, like, there is no amount of feedback that is going to be able to be given that is actually going to give us an idea of what to do. That's the big problem right now, is that there are so many things that need to be changed. We need, like, an entire overhaul of this expansion for half of these cards to be good.
And, you know, you'll be in a good spot. Because I think that we've seen just this kind of, like, power creep of Hearthstone over the past several years, you know, probably, like, past, like, 5 years even. We're seeing cards that were, like, good back in the day, and not even necessarily back way in the day, like classic, right? When people talk about power creep, they're usually talking about, like, stuff like, oh, you used to innervate out a Yeti, and that was so good. And that's not the kind of power creep I'm talking about.
Yeah, nowadays we're innervating out Amadrisil on turn 2. Not much has really changed.
I'm talking about the kind of power creep like Fiery Warax in the classic set, and I've never seen it played. That was a card that was like Fiery Winax. That was like such an incredibly powerful card.
That's actually kind of an amazing point. Remember when we brought back Fiery Warax, and then it literally didn't see play the entirety of its standard release? Just really think about why Fiery Winax is no longer Fiery Winax, dude.
In the early days,
he said Rush would break it and then called out backpedal. Dude, I didn't backpedal. I said that if you make rushes in the deck, it makes the deck potentially really good, and you have to ask yourself the question on release, would you rather have it be really good or really bad? And some people would argue, with how easy you could draw through the deck, that yeah, you could have infinite rushers, bro. Like, if you can't see that, that's not on me. You literally just admitted that I'm better than you, so maybe you should listen to yourself. Maybe you should think, oh hey, maybe this guy knows something. Oh man, maybe I'm not thinking about the whole picture. All right, I'm legitimately gonna stop I'm gonna stop reading your comments because like everything you're saying is being willingly negative, calling out other people in my chat for being wrong, and willingly misinterpreting what I am saying. Because I've said the reason why they probably didn't do that is because it was too powerful. But at the same time, what else do you want the thing to do? It needs to do something good. So you have to say you have to do one thing or another. You have to make it so good that you have to nerf it, or you gotta give it a direction. And right now it has neither. It has no direction.
Of Hearthstone for like aggressive.
They call you out, yeah, because you're wrong.
And
that's
control decks, and now it's not remotely good enough.
Ramping
for
Turtles, yes,
it
Ramping
can't
Turtles.
kill a 1-drop, right? Brain Masseuse shrugs it off, and it's a 2-cost weapon. Similarly, it's like, you know, you're just playing like an aggressive deck, and it's like you just have such incredibly powerful.
Yeah, no direction. 80% of their shuffle cards are bad. There's just nothing the deck does well. Like at this point, just give them Rush and let's see if it's actually busted.
Incredibly sticky minions with, again, things like Brain Masseuse, things like Battle Fiend, you know, got nerfed back in the release of Ashes of Outland because Demon Hunter was so insanely good.
And then they made it a 1/3.
And it came back with a buff. So, like, yeah, we're talking about these things just being so powerful. And the
20% is undefendable, I agree.
These kind of, like, fidgety style quests is just basically none. Only the Murloc quest, only the Paladin quest has like had any success among any of the quests.
That is not 100% true. The only other quest that has had a decent win rate was the Warrior quest, but it's not because the game is being ended with the Warrior quest. The Warrior quest is just kind of piggybacking off of the fact that Control Warrior is good, and there are some matchups to where getting random quest rewards does kind of do pretty well. Like against Starship DK, I've heard there's ways of outvaluing that deck with the quest rewards that you happen to get. So it's like, it definitely sucks though to see 9 out of 11 quests be completely unplayable. The quests were an inside job, man.
And that's basically because it's just an aggressive deck that, you know, continues to linearly scale, and even that is not competitive, you know, against like the best aggressive decks that existed prior to the set's release. And like saying, you know, oh, just
and it does say do nothing. That's a big part of it too, man. That's why it's impossible for it to be bad, because you literally don't have to support it.
Buff the quests is not really going to solve your problem. No matter how fast you like start shuffling cards, you know, shuffling ninjas into your deck with the Rogue quest, you're still just going to get OTK'd by Protoss Mage or the new Wilting Shadow deck. Which, by the way, it's like, okay, here's like one of the only new decks that's come out of the format is, look, another OTK deck. And
Kibler, I get that you hate combos, but come on, that combo is kind of at least a little bit interesting. I would not go so far to say that Wilted Priest is just another OTK deck, because there are so many ways that people have missed playing with it. Like, again, I get what he's saying here, because he's pretty mad that the new deck is just another combo. I could kind of understand that, but at the same time, it's a unique combo, you know? I'm biased. We're both biased in this perspective, you know? He hates combos, I like combo, you know? That's just kind of how that goes.
That compresses the metagame, because you're like, okay, well, what can I do to beat this?
Fun.
And it's like,
fun.
well, for many decks, nothing.
Good.
Like, good luck. You know, you can basically just continue to play like stack armor decks and you know, maybe try and play like a transform effect or something, which exists in like what, 1-2 classes right now. So yeah, it's really, it's not just a matter of, hey, the balance is a bit off. It's a matter of, what are we even doing here? Like, what is the plan? And that's my biggest concern.
That's a concern that I have as well. What the fuck is the plan here, man? Like, are some of these quests going to be really good that the mini set will break them? I don't even know if that's going to be the case. It's like, dude, a 20% win rate deck is damn near next to impossible to buff without some sort of other ramifications. Like, I'm not gonna lie, man, I'm kind of scared at, like, what's gonna happen, because it's either gonna be too little or it's going to be too much, but I would rather they do too much right now. Like, we need some honest-to-God meta shakeup. We need something different.
With Hearthstone, for the past several years, is that there doesn't really seem to be a coherent plan. Like, what is your goal with the design of these sets? Was it just like, hey, we think people liked Ngoro, we're gonna go back to Ngoro. Ngoro means quests, so we're doing quests without the, you know,
even more impossible to nerf down to this level. I agree.
That like isn't a great idea right after doing Imbue. Maybe you should at least split those up so it's not just like back-to-back sets. Probably shouldn't be in the same year. These are the style of mechanics that are so troubled. And it's like, similarly, you know, look, there was a big...
I mean, that's actually kind of a good point. So, hero power-based decks were essentially Hall of Famed early, and then they made hero power-based decks that were very consistent, and they didn't really... I mean, if anything, they buffed the hell out of them. I mean, Imbue Priest is now in an aggro deck, which is insane to think about. And then now, you have quests coming out at the same time, something that's, like, extremely less consistent. It does seem kind of... It does kind of feel like a weird design choice a bit. Well, I do agree that the quests are underpowered. I think power imbalance is much more noticeable significantly against many power hours in Murloc Paladin and aggro jug decks and low Druid. I'd argue the power is I'd argue the problem is not low power level. It's the fact that they're incapable of producing a meta without high power imbalances. So what you're saying is just have the sets right now, but not have like low and stuff like that. I don't know, brother. That like. You have to come out with interesting, fun, powerful cards, and I don't think the answer is, oh yes, let's just get rid of the Jug and the Jack and the Jug decks. Let's get rid of the Low and the Druid. Like, we need stuff to be as powerful as this, or even better, have something that counters this kind of stuff. Because it really feels like we have one of two ways of countering things in Hearthstone, and it's either race them or outlast them. There's never the middle ground of, let me play their game plan, but better than them. You know, remember when mid-range decks had to fight for the board and stick a bigger threat, and hopefully those minions would synergize together so that way you would actually, you know, put yourself ahead while putting your opponent behind? The biggest issue right now is that decks get countered. And that's the only way to beat them. You can't, like with Menagerie decks, for example, the moment that Jug comes down, the game is over. There's no comeback from that. It's like... We have so many of these win more cards that are obviously going to be like really good win conditions, but if I had something that could like do something that would counteract the Jug while building up my own board as like a mid-range deck, then maybe it'd be a little bit better. There's lots of different examples that we can give here. Maybe the example I gave wasn't the greatest, but the overall point that I'm trying to make is that it really feels like decks have one way of being countered and that's it. There's no multiple ways of countering the deck. It's either play aggro against it or outlast it one way or another, and sometimes you can't even outlast it. Yeah, dude, remember playing Midrange Hunter with the Azure Drake and High Main? Where Azure Drake, a 5-mana 4/4, was like the best thing you can do on turn 5? Like, the biggest issue that we have, I feel like, is we have to counter things. We can't just play a deck that is slightly unoptimized anymore. Or not slightly unoptimized, that is slightly unfavored. There's no such thing as being slightly unfavored anymore. It's just you're good against the deck or you're trash against the deck. So I feel like that's one way to like kind of explain one reason why I get frustrated with Hearthstone metas, because it's like, bro, I don't want to have to play Menagerie decks in order to beat Druid. There's got to be another way to beat Druid, you know?
Wave of so troubled, and it's like, similarly, you know, look, there was a big wave of like, you know, buffs and nerfs or whatever toward the end of last year into the beginning of this year, but I don't think it hit nearly enough, right? Like, and I talked about this, that I feel like there's just so many things that, like, the power level of current Hearthstone is so high, and again, I'm not comparing this to like classic Hearthstone. I think a lot of people feel like Hearthstone is at its best when most games involve like a good amount of like back and forth between both players.
Yes.
A variety of things have the possibility of happening, and it ends like sometime, whatever. Depends, of course, on the styles of deck you're playing. And maybe there is a push that games are faster because people didn't want to play like, you know, ridiculous like grindy dead man's hand control warrior mirrors.
What does this counter say about Hearthstone's power level?
But I still think that like having more games that like end super fast because one player is playing an insanely aggressive deck, or end in a single turn because one player is playing an OTK deck, and having more space for the sort of mid-range and like controlling styles of decks to have an opportunity to play the game, that's the place where these kind of quests feel like they can shine. If you're playing a bit of a slower game, a quest like the Shaman quest, right, where it's like, okay, every minion you play gets these bonuses. Right now it's like, well, maybe you get a chance to play one more minion and then you're dead.
So it's like, You wanna know the only way I've seen to utilize this quest? Poisonous. You get poisonous, so that way if you play the mech, the starship piece that deals AoE, it kills everything. This really feels like one of the only strong synergies that this kind of deck has at the moment. And it's like, this is one issue that I have with a lot of quests, is that it's a direction, but there's no destination. Like, I have a journey, but I don't get anything for completing it. Whether or not I complete the journey or not, I'm still dead. Like, I don't know.
A quest like the Shaman quest, right? Where it's like, okay, every minion you play gets these bonuses. Right now it's like, well, maybe you get a chance to play one more minion and then you're dead. And like, how did that quest get released in the same set as the Paladin quest? Paladin quest is play a bunch of linear.
Who wants to point out the flaw in this quest? Here, I'll show you guys. What's the flaw with this quest? What's the flaw? That one of these things is not like the other. One of these things just doesn't belong. Can you tell me which thing is not like the other as I'm literally shoving it down your throat? Like, it is absolutely insane to me that the only good quest, quote unquote, literally doesn't have a quest reward. Like, I just don't understand the logic that goes behind this. Like, again, kind of like what Kibler said. How did this come out in the same expansion as 9 to 10 other quests that actively do nothing and have a quest reward? The very first time in Hearthstone history that you ever gave repeatable to a quest. I just... And also the reward isn't even a minion, it's a fucking aura buff. Like, why? Why was this decision made? It boggles my mind. I just don't get it. I don't get it, bro.
Near, like, kindred minions, and they just constantly get more powerful. And the Shaman one is, you know,
could have made it a legendary aura. Exactly, dude. You could have made the reward like a 5-mana 8/8 Murloc that gives you an aura that every time you play X Murloc, you get a buff on it, bro. Like, but I guarantee you, the reason why they didn't do that is because it would have also sucked. It also would have been bad. So it's like, the reason they did that is because they needed to make it good. And it's barely good. Barely.
Minion types that aren't necessarily meaningfully synergistic, play them, and then spend 5 mana on a 5/5 that has no immediate board impact, and then maybe you get like +3/+3.
Too many hoops to jump through, man.
The Paladin quest is like, oh, you just keep doing your thing, dude. It'll just keep getting better. And by the way, the Shaman quest is only things that you play, and the Paladin quest is everything you summon. So if you're reborn.
Okay, so the reason why this matters, also, I'm really sorry, Kibler, to pause like that. The reason why that matters is because if you had 1/1s that were being summoned from the Adept, and then they came back and they also had like poisonous or something like that, that could be, that's probably the main reason why it's not summoned. But I do also find it frustrating that, like, I hero power totem, and I don't even get the taunt off the totem. I don't get taunt divine shield of the totem. Like, it's just like, it just sucks. It really does suck, because it makes sense when you break it down, but at the same time, it still doesn't make sense that this deck came out in the way that it did, because it's got a 40% win rate.
Summon. So if your
not even a 40%.
Reborns and Death Rattles or whatever all get buffed for the Paladin quest, not the Shaman quest though, which requires so much more investment. They're doing the same fundamental thing, and one of them costs 1 million mana, one of them costs 1 mana.
Yo, Vasily coming in with 2 months.
DK deck legit saved my expansion release.
Oh, dude, let's go, man. I'm glad that you're having fun with that. I'm not gonna lie, the DK video actually was one of our, actually might be our most successful video this expansion. Let me double check. It's Damn, dude, it's actually only 100 views away from toppling my Doomer post about the worst day one expansion, worst day one patch in Hearthstone. That's actually crazy. This is like on its way to becoming my best video so far of this expansion. So seriously, guys, thank you for supporting the new YouTube content. I like actually got almost 100 plus subscribers from that video alone yesterday. We're definitely making more content like that for sure. But thank you for enjoying the deck, man. You might maybe want to put Bob in place of Troubled Mechanic. But other than that, I still think the deck is like really good. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
It is a thing, and one of them costs 1 million mana, one of them costs 1 mana, and is just has a higher ceiling, and it's mind blowing that like, how do we get here? I don't get it. I don't get like the thought process that gets us here, and it's not just design too, right? Like, it feels like everything is so disjointed at a number of levels within decision making, you know, with the Hearthstone like team. Like the fact that that Hat's contract did not get renewed when he's, you know, been the absolute best person in that particular role in the past 10
Bring
years.
back
that I have
Hat.
worked with Blizzard
Bring back
you know,
Hat.
a variety of capacities.
Bring him back.
Then like you have social media posts going out when like the entire community is like up in arms about like how, you know, frustrating the Murloc quest is, and they're like, check out the Murloc quest, isn't it cool? It's like, what are we doing here? Like, is anyone paying attention to anything that's happening?
Hold on, wait a minute. No, we gotta hear that again. We gotta hear that again, dude. Wait a minute.
Media posts going out when a particular role in the past 10 years that I have worked with Blizzard in that Hat's contract did not get renewed when he's, you know, been the absolute best person in that particular role in the past 10 years that I have worked with Blizzard in, you know, a variety of capacities. And then like you have social media posts going out when like the entire community is like up in arms about like how, you know, frustrating the Murloc quest is, and they're like, check out the Murloc quest, isn't it cool? It's like, what are we doing here? Like,
sometimes I really question who the fuck is in charge of the Hearthstone Twitter, dude. Like we've been talking about rage baiting this entire time, and apparently the Play Hearthstone account has been a master of rage baiting recently. Oh yes, Life and King Crush literally, they literally just posted this! Oh wait. Jesus Christ, bro. Like, for fuck's sake, bro. Like, seriously. Fucking seriously. Dude. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Enough about this already, bro. Like, for fuck's sake, dude. Let's ratio these bitches, bro. Like, for fuck's sake, man. Stop gaslighting me about the fucking pet. Like seriously. This account never posted this much when there's new content, but now that we got a $160 cosmetic, we're seeing so much fucking advertisement for it. Remember when you literally never wanted to invest in fucking esports? Like, come on, dude. Stop fucking rubbing it in our faces at this point. We get it. There's a new fucking pet, but you want to make fucking feedback about, oh, thank you for the oh, yes, we hear your take about how the new meta is going. There's one new post about this new shit, and everything else. Okay, all right, hold on a minute. I didn't see this. Oh, would you look at that? Yeah, if you want to go 0% win rate, power balances power. It's time to reach equilibrium. The Lost City of Ungoro cast 5 spells. Oh my god, dude. And it's like, you want to know the worst part about this? Hold on. You want to know the worst part about this? Hold on. Open in. Okay, here we go. Oh, okay, so they changed the background. They changed the background. They changed the shade. It's the same. It's the cards of this. The cards aren't even the same size, by the way. They're slightly different. And all they did was just change this. Do you have any idea how easy this kind of content is to make? How come it has only been 2 decks in how long? And over like barely 2 weeks? And you've only given 2 of these kind of posts? Yet, let's see, 1, 2, 3, a whole fucking cinematic for it. 3, 4. Yeah, there's been 4 social media posts about it. But yet, when it comes to the new stuff, we're barely talking about it. Like, it's just like, come on, man. Like, enough of this already, dude. They hardly advertise the game itself anymore. It's all about the money. Dude, even Dreadeye. How do you tweet rage bait every day and just keep... Bro, this is insane. Dude, we're easily ratioing Hearthstone with this. I mean, I don't want to ratio them, but dude, for fuck's sake, dude, this is ridiculous. They didn't even make a thumbnail for the Rarin Rumble video they post. Oh, dude, that is... Okay, yeah, you want to know something else that's absolutely ridiculous? Hold on. And you want to know what's gonna be? You want what's gonna be crazy about this? All right, chat. All right, hold on. Let's look at Rarin's Hearthstone. Okay, Rarin Hearthstone. Look at that. 277,000 subscribers. He knows YouTube. Let's see. So how did his video do? His video did 152K, which is the most successful Hearthstone video that he's come out with in a couple of months. It looks like since this one. All right. 152K, 30-minute video, right? This is all the highlights of everything that happened. How does Play Hearthstone take the golden nugget of content that was made for the casual gamer? How do they advertise this on YouTube? One, 2, 3 videos about it with no custom thumbnail. No way of knowing that it's Rarin attached to it. And these, like, dude, I get higher video count than this. 2.5K? Not to mention, this was posted 2 days ago. Why the fuck would anyone want to watch this now? First of all, these cards aren't even the same cards that we get to play with. Like, how do you make this decision and do it this terribly? You were given a golden opportunity to collab with literally the most successful Hearthstone content creator right now. He gave you a great idea on how to advertise the expansion, and then you go and fuck it up. You go and fuck it up, bro. Like, it baffles me. This content is dead on arrival because there's no reason except for liking Rarin that anybody should watch this. And it's not like you should just watch a video because your favorite creator put it out. You should watch the video because it's actually entertaining. Like, bro, yeah, guy. All right. I'm getting tired of this. You're getting timed out, bro. You are making it so obvious, and people are unfortunately taking the bait. I see the bait, and I realize what you are doing. So you go sit in timeout. Oh wait, only for 6. Okay, hold on. Dark Bounty, are you here? Can we time him out for 600 seconds for 10 minutes? Like, bro, I don't even care what you're saying, but what you're saying is deriving negative reactions from my community. So peace. Get out of here. Think about what you've done. It's literally taken that much to get a reaction out of me because I've been ignoring you for so long. If you fuck up one more time, you're out of here, and I'm not even gonna think twice about it. But yeah, the point that I'm trying to make is that they were literally given a fucking golden nugget of content that easily could have broken 150K, but then they advertise like this. and at the same time, you have the gall to make these fucking posts that you know won't do well. You know they won't do well. That's the problem. You know these posts are not going to be received very well. Why even go through the trouble when literally the effort that could be, the effort you could be exerting could be focused on things that'll actually yield something? And you wanna know the worst part about all of this? The worst part about all of this is that if a higher up sees, oh wow, we made a video with Rar and the most successful content creator, and we put it on our YouTube, and it only got 1.2K views. Now there's going to be a very easy, metric to point at to say we should never do this again because it wasn't worth our time. No, it's not the fact that it's not worth your time. You didn't put the fucking effort into it. So it's like, I don't understand how you come to these decisions and then you follow through on them. This recording happened, I think, 2 months ago. How did you not get, I was given, okay, all right, hold on, background knowledge. When I did my thing with Great Dark Beyond, guys, they sent me the footage. I got that shit out and posted before the expansion released. And the worst thing about it is that was a lot of stuff they sent me. There was a lot of files I didn't understand. There was a lot of sifting through and double checking to make sure that everything was working the way that it was. I had to re-download a couple of times. I even had to go out and get an extra terabyte of footage because it was professional grade recording and I didn't have the space on my computer because I have games and I have all this other stuff. So like I literally had to go out and get something for it in order to make this fucking video. And even I, with all of those roadblocks and obstacles in my way, still got the video posted before the expansion came out. Because that's the time that you post that stuff. How does a company that literally has ways of getting this shit out not get this kind of content out in time? And the worst part about it, if you end up watching this video, it's probably just got it's probably got this little intro that talks about, the players. And then it's just gonna go into gameplay, right? It's just gonna go into back and forth gameplay. This shit is not hard to edit. I have literally edited something like this. This is not difficult at all. So why in the ever-living fuck does it take literally a week within the expansion for you to finally post something about it? No wonder these videos are gonna be received poorly. It's crazy. Like, just look at everything else, dude. Announcement videos, 61K, but then they make stuff like this, 6.2. No, like, it just feels like they're just investing in everything in just the wrong direction, man. It's crazy. It's legitimately mind-boggling in some instances. So yeah, dude, it's like, we literally were going to talk about how the social media is out of touch, and now I'm giving you several examples of how they're just out of touch because they just don't do things properly. Those videos were fine if you posted them before the expansion released.
Is anyone paying attention to anything that's happening in the community? Win here. Like, is anyone paying attention to anything that's happening in the community?
Where did Positive Clark go? He died with that Twitter post.
On a little bit of a tangent.
All right, so what did Rard say about this?
I'm gonna go on a little bit of a tangent here. Okay, I'm actually about the malt here, to be honest with you. Dude, I've been waiting for Hearthstone to post their videos that we recorded for the Rand's Rumble thing. Dude, can we just go through this real fast? Look at the fucking way they titled and thumbnailed these videos, bro. Look at this shit. I was mauling yesterday. And the thing is, I don't even know who to message about this. Bro,
they could have asked him, oh, hey, you're a YouTuber. What kind of thumbnails and titles would you recommend? Guarantee you they didn't fucking think of that.
Like, dude, titling horrible. What the fuck is this titling? Dude, where's the thumbnail? Wait, where's the fuck? Why did we post every video back to back to back? Like, did we not even think this through? Like, this is ridiculous. Oh, but of course, the animation for the new pet thumbnails, very important. Why, like, to me, it doesn't matter because I'm probably getting no fucking kickback from the Hearthstone main channel anyways, because who watches that channel anymore? But, bro, like, you guys paid for this. You paid for an advertisement of people and creators for your game. You can't.
And the worst part about it is that you're not even gonna get any return of investment off of that, dude.
Take the time. Like, oh my god, what the fuck?
I mean, he's 100% correct, is the worst part about it, man. Yeah, very justified crash out. How, like, dude, if you would have asked the man, he would have contacted his thumbnail editor and been like, yo, can you make something real quick? Yeah, sure, no problem. But there was no communication. Continue. He has more to say.
Am I, like, insane? Obviously, it doesn't matter to the guy molding. I don't know, bro. I mean, like, just from a business decision, it's crazy to me. Like, I was looking at it and I went, are you guys serious? The worst part is, bro, is Hat doesn't even work for the company anymore, so I don't even know who to message about it. Like, Blizzard.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, from a business perspective, it is really stupid. You literally spent all this money to advertise your game, and then you don't even advertise it. But he talked about asking him about the thumbnails. How long do I need to watch this just so I have everything?
It's actually insane. It's for tax evasion. Bro, even if it was for tax evasion, you think they would have the fucking... You think you'd have the possibilities of, like, just putting a little effort in? Bro, they could have just asked me. I would have done it. Like, I'm not upset. I'm not upset.
No, be upset. Be mad. Be fucking furious. I would be too. Like, the worst part about this is that literally Raren's already burnt out on this game, and now he's been essentially burned by part of the part of the team that was responsible for this. And I'll tell you right now, dude, Hat was the one that organized everything with the Great Dark Beyond creator release. Everything went according to plan. Everything came out on time. Videos were posted. I was told about when they were posted, so that way I could also advertise them. I don't know what was going on behind the scenes for this, but again, bro, this shit was easily recorded at least 2 months ago. There is absolutely no way that you can convince me that you did not have enough time in order to post shit. Because I literally went through the exact same thing, and I got 2 videos edited before the expansion came out, in between my trips. Or after the trip had happened. Like, in between doing the recording and the expansion being released. So you cannot tell me that a multi-billion-dollar company can't do the same thing that we can. Like, it just... Okay, alright. We still have 10 minutes of this fucking killer video, dude.
Right? Like, how is...
Also, let's hear it again.
Isn't it cool? It's like...
Let's hear it again.
What are we doing here?
What are we doing?
Like, is anyone paying attention to
Who's paying attention?
That's happening in the community? Right? Like, how is any of this going on? And, yeah, similarly, like, the pet, right? Like, I think the pet,
here we go.
Crush, the pet is really cool. It's insane that the first pet that you introduce into the game is gated behind this horrible gacha mechanic that costs like $160 to actually be guaranteed to get it. If I were making this pet mechanic in this game, if I were in charge of these things, like, make a basic pet that people can just kind of have that doesn't necessarily have all the cool bells and whistles. So people are like, cool, the pet mechanic's here. Yay, we get pets now. And then introduce the expensive, harder to get things. Like, now you have FOMO. You have this little one, but you want the cooler one, right? Don't just make it like, hey, here's this cool new thing. You can only get it for hundreds of dollars. Like, it's mind-blowing that, like, you have...
And then the worst part about it is that you expect the content creators in order to mindlessly push this as well. Suddenly, you're botching our reputations in order to push something like this. And this is the main reason why I have been pushing against it from the very beginning, is because I do not want to be put into this kind of circumstance where suddenly I'm anti-Hearthstone because I don't want to push something like the pet. It's just everything that is happening is anti-everybody except for whoever is making these decisions. It's anti-creative or anti-creator, it's anti-designer, it's anti-community base, and it's most certainly anti-consumer.
this monetization mechanic being put into this game, and like you're like, yay, King Crush is awesome. It's like everyone's just mad that they can't get their King Crush because you gated it in this incredibly bizarre and predatory gotcha thing. Like, I don't have solutions.
Yu-Gi-Oh has them for a couple of bucks, monster pets on the side of the board. Amazing, right? And you're gonna have a lot more people buy it because it's accessible. It's amazing what happens when you don't price gouge people out of a cosmetic that you don't even need to begin with. And now, suddenly, it's like, oh, why isn't anyone buying the pet? Why is no one buying the pet? I don't Hearthstone players are so silly.
To the metagame issues, right? Like I said last year, it's the same thing. It's so systemic. It's so, like, deeply rooted. Like, I feel like you'd have to do such an enormous pass on, like, bringing the power level of a lot of things down before, like, anything like these quests could reasonably be good. And a lot of people are just like, just buff things, you know, don't nerf everything, just buff things. And there's a few problems with that. One, when you buff things in a game where you have a static life total, if you, like, keep buffing minions, then you just get people dying faster when they're trying to do anything that isn't directly interacting with the board at all times, like a lot of what these quests are asking you to do, right? And two, that's how you get the Imbue Priest. The buff to Imbue Priest ruined the Imbue Priest mechanic, in my opinion. I thought Imbue Priest was cool.
Alright, I gotta wait for chat to calm down. Sorry, I wasn't expecting to be a comedian today. But yeah. I'm aware. I'm backing it up. He's pretty much saying that when you overbuff things like they did with Imbue Priest, you could essentially ruin the mechanic. Because now, the issue with Imbue Priest is that it's only an aggro deck. You can't play the slow win condition, the slow control version of this deck because it's literally never going to be good.
When you buff things in a game where you have a static life total, if you, like, keep buffing minions, then you just get people dying faster when they're trying to do anything that isn't directly interacting with the board at all times, like a lot of what these quests are asking you to do, right? And two, that's how you get the Imbue Priest.
I agree with it, by the way.
To Imbue Priest ruined the Imbue Priest mechanic, in my opinion.
This is why, in my opinion, it is better to have cards that are bonkers on release and then you just peg them down. It is easier to nerf cards than it is to buff cards because when it comes to buffing cards, you don't know the Pandora's box that you are opening. If you are buffing cards, it needs to be very selective and there needs to be a vision in mind. There needs to be a vision in mind. Because the thing that really sucks about Imbue Priest now, if you're someone that enjoys this archetype, is that there is absolutely no way to play a control version of this deck, but now you have the aggro deck. So now everyone's just gonna play aggro whenever it comes to this kind of thing. Lots of pegging in Clark's live channel. Yeah, exactly. Let me just say that I like me a Dami Mommy. But regardless, what I don't like is Hearthstone riding my ass the way that it has been. that was a bad joke. But regardless, it's just like it really feels like every single decision that gets to change a card, it feels like it's the wrong decision nowadays, you know? Because they just keep buffing things to obviously being good, but now, after the fact, it's just, there's only one way of playing it, and you're not even really playing the Imbue Priest for the Imbue mechanic. You're playing Imbue cards, a couple of them, in regular aggro Priest in order to give you a hero power that gives you resources. It's insane how it's no longer a control tool, and it never was a control tool, but now it's definitely an aggro tool.
The buff to Imbue Priest ruined the Imbue Priest mechanic, in my opinion. I thought Imbue Priest was a cool, like, way to build, like, a mid-range controlling style of deck that, like, you know, had this ability to generate resource advantage over turns by, like, using this hero power after building up to, like, getting these discounts and everything. And obviously, by making the card that you get from the hero power something you're always able to cast, yes, that makes the mechanic better. It makes it more powerful. But it also just makes it a card you put into an aggressive Priest deck, right? Like, you transformed what I think was a cool and fun incremental advantage mechanic for a deck that invested in it and turned it into, well, I play these 2-drops that give me the Imbue mechanic in my aggro deck, and now I never run out of resources. And that sucks. That's just, like, turning it into something completely different and in my opinion, way less fun, because you've removed any need to actually build your deck toward this at all. You just play a 3-2 for 2 and a 2-3 for 2, and boom, great, you can just get endless acupunctures or whatever.
So I saw a comment. This segment here is kind of Disneyland Kibler takes. That is not what you should be focusing on. What he is saying is that what happens when you buff an archetype that is really bad? It's no longer the archetype that was originally designed. Imbue Priest, the whole point of buffing Imbue Priest was so that way Control Imbue Priest could be a thing. Control Imbue Priest is not a thing. In that aspect, the buffs were a failure because it didn't make that deck better. All it did was just make Aggro Priest the nuts. And now we have a different problem that's plaguing the expansion right now because we overcorrected an aggro deck that really didn't even need to exist in the first place. That's kind of the issue here, isn't it? Like, it's not about, you know, oh, hey, I want these Christmas Land decks to be good. It's not what this is about. It's about, hey, you made these buffs in order to buff this deck, and it wasn't successful. And now we have a new demon that's been emerged, you know? Now we have to respect the Menagerie Jug as a card. And yeah, also buffing Murloc Paladin before the expansion. It's like, why were these decisions made?
That's the problem, right? Like when you just look at everything and say like, well, we need to bring these things up to the power level of the other things. You just run into that like issue.
Yeah, my brother in Christ, you literally made the cards. Like, how can you not know that buffing them in this instant is like? What the fuck is a Christmas deck? A Christmas deck is like a deck that needs everything to go well, and the reason you call it Christmas is because the only time that you get to pop it off is when, you know, you're with your family at Christmas, you know? It's called a Christmas Land deck because you really have to believe in Santa Claus for it to work, that kind of thing. It's just a funny way of saying a very specific deck that can only win in like one way, and it's like never going to work in an actual event. Yeah, it's a Christmas miracle. It's a Christmas miracle that your deck actually worked the way that you planned it, you know? Omega high roll deck. It's not even the fact it's a high roll deck, it's an Omega high roll.
Now you're just making things and turning them into something else, and you are just compressing, you know, like if you're just making, again, like the minions better, and you have to make the right things better, too. Even if you are making things better, it's not just like, hey, make something like the Imbue Priest, right? I think that was the wrong way to go about it. I would have rather attacked it by making it such that a deck like Imbue Priest in its previous form could reasonably hope to be competitive. The biggest issue, and I say this is one of perhaps the most seasoned Imbue Priest players on the planet, the problem was you just kept getting OTK'd. It wasn't that you couldn't compete with the aggressive decks, it wasn't that you couldn't compete, you know, with like the control decks or whatever, it was that you just would die in one turn. And now it's like, okay, well,
and you have no way of playing around
meaningfully changed, like, you know, we got rid of, like, it's been so long since I've seen it, since the Time Walk Priest. Whatever was that? I don't remember. Like I said, it's been a while.
Wait, Time Walk Priest?
It's been so long since I've seen it. X or whatever. It was that you just would die in one turn. And now it's like, okay, well, we haven't.
Yo, Creo, what do you want me to add you on?
Like, you know, we got rid of, like, it's been so long since I've seen it, since the Time Walk Priest. Whatever was that? I don't remember. Like I said, it's been a while.
Time Walk? What Time Walk? Oh, is he talking about Zarimi? Time Walk? What the hell is Time Walk? You're making me think of Portal, and I guess that kind of makes sense with Zarima, but it's like, dude, that just what?
And like, I literally didn't play Hearthstone for the month of June because after, you know, the various changes, obviously I was super busy in June anyway with like MagicCon and travel and a variety of other things. But I was about to say, it sounds like Magic standard Hearthstone in June because it was just the same like boring metagame. And now it's still that same boring metagame.
It's Magic
like I said,
okay, you guys are right.
I'm blanking on the name of it still. I still don't remember. Zarimi, that's what it is. Zarimi Priest. Zarimi Priest is gone, but Protoss Mage is still around. And like,
bro, he forgot the name of Zarimi. How much do you have to hate a card in order to literally forget its name, dude?
Similarly, like if you nerf, like let's say you're like, okay, Menagerie Priest and Death Knight and you know, whatever, all these aggressive decks, they're too good, we're going to nerf them. And now the quest decks can be competitive. It's like, okay, well now they just lose to Protoss Mage. Now they just lose to Wilting Shadow, whatever. You just keep moving the goalposts. It's just that fundamentally...
Bruh. 2 mana, take an extra turn? Wait, $2,000? This is definitely an older card for sure. You can definitely tell, but holy hell, brother. Only 2 mana. Power 9? What, 9 out of 10? Or is that the expansion? I don't know anything about Magic, at least not like this, but holy fucking hell, man. Dude, trading cards are just so expensive nowadays. It's absolutely insanity.
A style of deck that is looking to do what most of the quests do, which again, I
$2,000
wish was what was
damage?
good in Hearthstone,
Whoa.
is simply not competitive in the current environment that Hearthstone exists in now. And I think you need to do such a like systemic shift in terms of what the cards that are currently around do, and the cards that you're making, right? Like making cards like the Lilting Shadow, whatever the hell that card is, and then also making like Resuscitate to go with Careless Crafter, like that gives you more bandages. So, like now it's actually very easy to kill someone in one turn on like turn 7 or 8 with that deck. Like, what are we doing here?
Okay, all right. All things considered, isn't it kind of difficult to OTK with that deck on turn 7? If anything, the most consistent way that I've seen that you OTK is on turn 10, which is exactly how you want your OTK decks to be. I feel like I get what he's saying by talking about that priest deck, by talking about the Wilted Shadow deck. But at the same time, yeah, the deck is not easy to OTK with. Like, you literally just stole the words right out of my mouth. Like, it's like actually what a combo deck should be. But I feel like the thing to keep in mind here is not Kibler ranting about a combo deck. It's about, oh, one of the only new decks that's come up is a combo deck. And that's kind of where this frustration comes from. I think the deck is fine to be in existence in this meta, but it's understandable for someone like Kibler to be disappointed, where it's like, well, a new combo deck is good. Well, I mean, I guess I'm gonna take a break from the game because the things I want to play are not good. Like, it's understandable to know where he's coming from. But I definitely do have to say that I don't think the priest deck is that much of a problem. It feels like what a combo deck should be.
No, we're just making more things that make the kind of decks that you're making, like with your major set mechanic, basically unplayable. So figure it out. Like, have a plan. You just need to actually have some sort of directive of what should the game of Hearthstone look like, and it just seems like there isn't one. And that is my biggest concern. It's not like,
so this is actually kind of important to point out. Zacho literally had the exact same note, where it feels like, what's the direction with the game right now? Because even as people that dedicate their entire life, well, maybe not their entire lives, but dedicate a large part of their lives to this game, even we can't figure out the direction. That's concerning. That's very, very fucking concerning.
The quests weren't good when they released them. The Imbue wasn't good. This card is
back
too good.
Alex Dawson.
No,
I would
there does not seem to be a coherent and consistent vision for what the game of Hearthstone ought to look like, and it just kind of is this moving target playing whack-a-mole with whatever deck is like doing well now and whatever deck people are complaining about, right? I've seen people say like, oh, you don't need to nerf Murloc Paladin because these other decks beat it. And it's like, well, just because like these decks which are pretty clearly too good beat this deck which I think is also pretty clearly too good doesn't mean that the second deck is not too good. Like, you are crowding out so much of the possible decks in the game if you kind of go in with, well, this deck is okay because the most powerful decks beat it.
He's essentially describing, you'd rather have a fun game than a balanced game. Also, I don't know what it is with me and pausing at the worst moments, but yeah, this is the funniest Kibler face we've made so far.
So much more fun if you have more options of the kind of styles of decks that you can play and don't just feel like...
Make the damn game balanced. Bro, no, here, again, bro, I would rather the game be fun and hectic than it be balanced and boring. If we literally have to choose one, I would rather go with the first option. Balance is great only if the game is fun. If the game ain't fun, who gives a fuck how balanced it is? That really is the only correct take. If the game ain't fun, who gives a shit if it's balanced?
You're embarrassed.
Make fun archetypes.
Because you wanted to play something that wasn't just like hyper-linear and focused. So, anyway, that's where I'm at. Which is like, what are we doing here? So, I don't know. I have very seriously been considering taking an extended break from Hearthstone because I don't see, and I talked about this last year, right? Like, there was no clear light at the end of the tunnel, right? It's not like if they just do this, it'll be better.
Okay, alright, this is the last thing I'll say about this. If the game is balanced, it'll be inherently fun for someone like me. Brother, if the game is balanced, you won't think... If the game is fun, you sometimes won't think about balance. Have you ever just had... Like, dude, I feel like you should understand this better than anybody. Have you ever just had a deck that was just fun to play, even though it was complete dog? But you still play it anyway? We need more stuff like that. We need more decks that even if you lose with it, you don't automatically give up on it. But the reason why people give up on decks is because, number one, they keep losing with it, but more importantly, number two, the deck just straight up isn't fun. Like, balance comes second after you're having fun. Like, it's just, you can't be so hell-bent on making a balanced game that you forget what makes people enjoy it to begin with. And Kibler's point about, oh, hey, this deck beats the best deck, it's like, who cares? I'm not having fun playing either one of them. You gotta make a fun game first, and then you balance around what players aren't having fun with. I really feel like that's just the number one take about gaming. Because no one cares about a balanced game that they're gonna uninstall because it's not fun. You know? It's incredibly hard to make a balanced game that appeals to everyone playing the game, and that's why you have to prioritize what's fun to the majority. And that's also why you have to create mechanics that actually stay with people. The problem is that the mechanics that they keep making, like, people get bored with them in the first week. Why is that? Because they're weak. The decks are weak. The decks aren't fun. They're not doing anything meaningfully. We just keep going back to, like, well, I mean, I gotta play this now. What if you didn't have to do that?
And, yeah, I kind of took a break almost unintentionally in June. I was like, okay, we'll try the new expansion. And the new expansion sucks. So maybe it's time. Maybe it's time that I take
have not had a fun deck in a fucking long time. Not true. In this expansion, we literally have Octazari Demon Hunter. I'm having a blast playing that. Like, dude, when I'm actually just playing the game, I'm actually having fun. But everything else surrounding Hearthstone is like literal shit, and it really sucks to see it. I can make 10 decks that farm Control DK and Warrior. They just lose to aggro. Exactly, man.
Of an extended break from Hearthstone, and
wait, is he actually taking a break?
And the new expansion sucks. So maybe it's time. Maybe it's time that I take a bit of an extended break from Hearthstone and maybe, you know, explore some other stuff, both on stream and maybe here on YouTube. You know, maybe we'll do some Magic stuff. Maybe we'll do something else. I don't know. But what
Bro, if Kibler's taking a break, we're fucked. Like, the trickle down of Kibler not playing this game anymore, or not playing the game right now, is actually probably going to influence several other people to do the same thing. If Kibler's not enjoying it, I wouldn't enjoy it, you know? If Zeddy takes a break, we're absolutely cooked. I don't feel like Zeddy's gonna take a break. Call it a hunch. I don't think we've gotten to that point yet.
I do know is that they really need to do some major changes, not just, again, in terms of, like, a few cards, but in terms of, like, actually having a vision for
means I get more viewers on my stream. Tic Tac, you think it works that way, but it doesn't. Like, it's always great to be like, oh man, if Brian Kibler's not playing Hearthstone, then maybe those viewers will trickle down. They're not gonna trickle down, dude. Like you're getting viewers from like people that like insane that aren't streaming. You know what I mean? Like people that watch Brian Kibler watch him because he's Brian Kibler, not because he's playing Hearthstone. And there's gonna be those same people that still tune into the stream. But there are some people that are like, if Brian Kibler doesn't play Hearthstone, then I don't want to play Hearthstone. So they won't even go into any other person stream because they're like, why? If he's not enjoying it, I'm not going to care what anyone else is doing. I feel like there might be some people that do that, but it's like most people that watch Brian Kibler, they're not going to go to another Hearthstone creator because that's their guy, you know? If he doesn't enjoy Hearthstone, I'm not going to enjoy Hearthstone.
Because that, I think, is very clearly missing from so many of the design and development decisions that have been made with regards to Hearthstone in the past several years. Anyway, that was mostly a rant, I think. But I think Hearthstone.
Other games and his viewership have. Yeah, his viewership have, because there are some people that won't watch Kibler because he's playing Hearthstone. But what I'm saying is that those people that only watch Brian Kibler play Hearthstone, if he doesn't play Hearthstone, they're not going to watch Hearthstone at all. That's the point that I'm making. Like, yeah, his viewership gets halved, but the people that aren't watching Kibler anymore aren't going to go to another Hearthstone streamer. They'll just do something else.
There's a rant right now. The Hearthstone in the past several years. Anyway, that was mostly a rant, I think. But I think Hearthstone deserves a rant right now.
That's the sad thing. It always deserves a rant.
I hope this is at least interesting, entertaining, enlightening for you. Let me know what you think. You know, what do you think needs to be changed?
I paused this too many times, then literally tab out of the stream and watch the video. Am I crazy for suggesting that? Tab out and watch the video then.
Hearthstone to be, you know, in a place where it can kind of relive its glory days again. Because we're not there. We're so far from there. But who knows? Maybe we'll be back. But maybe I won't be.
Now, casual, calm down, dude. No need to calm down.
Thanks for watching. I'll see you. Bye.
So yeah, I mean, the ultimate thing at the end is that, like, just there's not direction at the moment. Hearthstone is very aimless and very directionless right now. And it really feels like what's going on is that we're throwing a dartboard, or we're throwing a dart on the dartboard. We're hoping that it lands. We're hoping to hit a bullseye, and then we hit a 2. We throw another dart, we hit a 4. We hit another dart, oh, we got an 18. We throw another dart, we get another 2. It's like, for every 4 darts that we throw, we get 1 dart that actually got a high story. You know, save story over and over again. Exactly, dude. And you want to know how best to show how upset people are? Let's see how badly we ratioed Hearthstone so far. Oh, what do you know? 48 to 66. Could it be more attached to the current reality of things going on? Go this route, Blizzard, and 2 years at max, you won't have Hearthstone even around. It's getting quieter by the day. At this level, you are just trolling and doing 20 posts per day that make any level of Hearthstone player, streamer, even angry. Man, stop it. The suits who are in charge with post ideas like this are very dumb. Fire them. They should fire whoever is in charge of this account, dude. Remember they made an entire Disney-esque cinematic for an exchange for no new boards, no cinematic songs. Yeah, it's just like, again, everyone is just mad. Everyone is just so upset because it's the tone deafness. It's, hey, you're gonna... Oh, wow, of course I'm getting ratio by Zeddy. Whoever is running this account, please read your replies and get in touch with your community. This constant post about your $158 pet are almost as disgusting as the predatory gambling that you've implemented into the game. Read the room! Yeah, dude, like, seriously. Like, this would literally not be a problem if you actually understood what the community wanted, but maybe if you were to read some of the fucking takes under these tweets, you could contextualize things a little bit. Wow. It's almost like reading the card explains the card. If you read the reaction, you'll understand the reaction. Brother, stop being tone deaf, Hearthstone. Like, for fuck's sake, you fire Hat and everything goes to shit. Or you didn't renew Hat. Sorry, you didn't resign Hat. And now everything is just going to shit because you guys are being so tone deaf about everything. It's like they don't care about the Western market. Yeah, dude, the only thing they do care about is American wallets and Chinese wallets, it feels like. Because they literally price gouged everyone else out of it. Oh boy, I was not expecting to be this heated for this long, man. I got to the dog outside. Dude, we've only played like 3 games of Hearthstone, and we've been streaming for like fucking 3 hours, man. That just really says everything you need to know about the game right now and how people are perceiving it. Because again, I'm having fun when I play the game. I'm having fun like being at this rank and playing the decks that I'm playing. But it really does suck that the decks that I have to play are not exactly what I wanted to start playing. But it also more so sucks that everything surrounding this game is just absolute negativity, and it's justified negativity. It's justified crash outs. Like, creators aren't happy, consumers aren't happy, social medias aren't happy, and they keep throwing cosmetics at us. You can't be any more tone deaf than that. So yeah, when we come back, we'll actually play some Hearthstone. If you were expecting some DK gameplay today, I'm sorry it took this long. But it's important to call this stuff out, man. It really is. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous how they expect to take a shit in our mouth and have us ask for seconds. How about you stop shitting in my mouth, dude, and get in touch with the community that you are trying to sell to? We would buy more shit from you if you would stop being disrespectful to us. It really is that simple. Alright, chat, while I'm gone, can you do me a favor? Can we spam hashtag #BringBackHat? Can we just spam this while I'm gone? Number one for chat engagement, but number two, well, I mean, number one because it's important, but number two for chat engagement. Like, we I don't know, man. I just don't know what else to do. How much negativity or how much shit can you say before they finally start to hear you? It really sucks. It really doesn't feel like they hear us at all. Yeah, hashtag where are the thumbnails? Oh, bro, what the hell? I still gotta grab water. They got him. Clark is now banned. Oh, man. They drew shuffled ninjas. So you're telling me the quest rogue is so bad that it literally gets you disconnected if you play it well? Wow. Amazing. Literally everything disconnects me now. I had a game yesterday where I DC'd 4 times before turn 8. Jesus Christ, man. New pet icon on the home screen. They added in the game. Lags the game out on launch for a couple seconds. When it appears, it's fine. Yeah, sounds about right, dude. Sounds about right. But yeah, bring back hat. Maybe if we just have, you know, Twitch streams spamming that, then maybe they'll listen. I don't know. Because, like, here's the other thing that Hearthstone really needs to realize, the people that are making these decisions. Like, you have so many easy Ws that are just literally in front of your face that you just always say no to. Like, how many free wins can we possibly give you? Like the creators are just doing so many, like just doing so well at trying to keep the hope alive by making content, by talking about the game, and by streaming it. And we give you ideas on like everything that happened with Rawr's Rumble, for example. Like, how are you not going to listen to the person that is literally keeping the fucking ship alive? Yeah, dude, it's just literally maddening. Okay, let me fix the settings real quick. Okay, wow, the remedy, perfect. Let's see. Do we play Dorian? I want to play some Dorian, actually. I want to learn a newer deck today. At this point, I'd quit specifically let the game die. It's what they deserve, honestly. Rawr's Rumble was trash, and I'm not really sorry to say that it wasn't entertaining, even if 150k people watched it. See, I would somewhat agree with you. I don't think it was entertaining for a majority of Hearthstone players that are, like, very, very, in tune with the game. But that doesn't mean that you can't try to advertise the game to a more casual audience. So that was the whole point. The whole point was to advertise it. Okay, hold on. I might need to recapture Hearthstone. Alright, come on. Come on, audio. Come on, audio. Why aren't you coming through? You were coming through earlier. Alright, come on. Don't make me have to restart my game. I am going to have to restart my game. Okay. 1 second. This is an OBS issue, by the way, not a Hearthstone issue. Just so we don't stack up for no reason, you know? Stack up all the hate. Western publicity is so worthless to Hearthstone as a game. It's insane. I mean, yeah, dude, it's just... there's more of a grip of Hearthstone in EU than there is in America. Too much hating on Blizzard. They cut my audio off. Nah, dude, this is OBS. This is OBS's problem. Spent so much time not... we spent so much time not playing the game that it just... There we go. See? Now it's back. Voting is real. Yeah, the only voting that matters is voting with your wallets. There might have been an argument to tap instead of gaining mana here. Or gaining mana last turn. Alright, do this for lifesteal maybe. Oh no. OBS got bored of you talking about Hearthstone. No, OBS immediately got bored as soon as we stopped talking about Hearthstone. Song audio too low? I always love to hear that. It's like actually one of my favorite songs, man. It's crazy how talented Perfect Circle is. Hilarious, I think that my favorite part of this expansion was Dinos versus Tortolan event. Yeah, I mean, dude, they at least had a W there. Make it loud, give us ear damage. I mean, you're the only one that can do that. I mean, I can't turn your speakers to 100. And even then, there's like apps nowadays that can push audio even further. So, that just sounds like a skill issue to me. Hit Dorian. I'm not gonna lie, dude. Whenever I play this deck, I draw horribly. Okay, hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Dorian me, dude. It gave me Dorian. Okay, hold on a minute. All I had to do was just gaslight the game, and it's doing what I want it to. Huh? Okay, hold on. Bro, don't call me a noob yet. I'm about to do the thing. Do this into this, and then maybe, like, do a leash shit? Wait a minute, dude. Hold on. Yeah, Dorian, I'm come to bargain. Fucking damn it. No! Wait, was that good? That actually guarantees the game, but at the same time, I could have guaranteed the fucking... Oh my why. Oh my why, indeed. Oh my why. I could go Elise instead of going Gam first. But it just feels like I'm always supposed to pick Gam here. Especially considering that I could do this. Wait a minute. Wait, is this just lethal? I can't kill him this turn. Wait, I missed lethal? Oh, wait, Fire Act. Well, well, you wanna know what I can do instead? I can throw the game even harder. I can throw the game even harder, he says. Alright, well, that's one way to clear a board. I'll just Fire Act next turn, dude. It's way easier for Fire Act to get 1 damage, right? There's no way that 1 damage doesn't work. Ah, fuck me, he has Helios. Well, okay, Fire Act, do your thing, I guess. Oh, jeez. Bro, I spent so much time ranting that I absolutely destroyed my win rate. Spent too much time ranting about the game instead of playing it. All right, fire strike, flame strike, fire them all. Come on, please, please, Fire Act. The anime music is playing. I believe in you. Son of a bitch. Oh, come on! What the fuck did you do? We didn't kill the fucking things! Bro! Wait, hold on. Please tell me button works. But there's no fire spell that deals 1, right? Oh my god. Fucking deck at times, man. Well, I lose the game now because I just didn't YOLO Fire Act. I mean, that is on me. I literally had lethal, probably. I mean, actually, at the same time, would that Fire Act have even killed my opponent? That was a very questionable Fire Act order. I think I got like 2 damage cards. Oh yeah, I do this deck. Let's give it another shot, shall we? It presented a line, and I voluntarily said no. Clearing it at least for copy. Alright, hold on. Dude owns Octazari and misses this. I mean, dude, I'm not gonna lie. This deck is weird. It's very easy to just turbo tunnel vision. Always doing an interesting challenge. Quest decks versus Whizbang decks. Oh my, dude, that's actually a great content idea. Holy shit, I need to record that before they make any changes. Yo, Cake Lord coming up with a 23. Good to see you, dude. Hope you're doing all right. Welcome back to the Horde, my friend. Oh yeah, what a day. Yeah, wowza, bowbowza. as they would say in BoJack Horseman. Okay, good draw. We'll just tap. Sucks we can't really stop this, but... Tomorrow there must be changes at the same time and we'll get any teasers today. I mean, I don't think there's a patch going out tomorrow because as much as it'd be nice if there was a patch, bro, I want them to spend the next couple days really just thinking about what needs to be changed. Because this next balance patch needs to hit. It needs to hit. Like, dude, we need a W. Hearthstone players need a freaking W right now. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot that needs fixing, dude. Expansion's only been out for a week, so yeah, there's no way a patch is coming tomorrow. Did you get some rewards for going past the 2-year mark, like a feet pick or something? I mean, dude, what do you think Lanessa was? What do you think Sonya was? They literally gave you the feet picks already. Really expect him to give out more for free? Okay, so it's another combo priest. This deck is really starting to get popular, dude.
I remember this place well.
Cover spell and 1/1 copy. Okay. Board space is really gonna matter. I mean, the subs in your channel. Yeah, and you guys got feet picks through Lanessa and Sonya. I did my job. You're welcome. Got him. Blizzard tomorrow. Good news, everyone. We're launching a new expansion. We're launching new boards in the shop. Want to give us money. I swear to God, dude, if they choose to monetize this game in one other way, I might lose my mind. You want yours? No, you don't want my feet. My feet are grody. I've been walking 2 miles every day, chat, for like the past 2 weeks, man. I've been walking a lot, man. I've been enjoying it too, like actually enjoying it. I'm not gonna lie, dude. Waking up and going on a walk has like actually been the best part of my day for the past couple of days. It sounds kind of sad when I put it that way, but it's the honest to God truth. We want yours! Ah, I see what you did there.
I remember this place well.
Okay, Mortal Coil. Doesn't quite do it. Unless I push button. I guess I could push button. Sure. Ah, never mind. I don't need to push button here. Zeddy posted what can get nerfed. They will release a balance patch next week. 100%. The history will repeat itself. I mean, dude, you already knew that in 2 weeks there was gonna be a patch. That's just how things go. Like, this has nothing to do. Oh man, Zeddy made a video about it, which means clearly they're gonna make nerfs. Like, nah, dude, it's written in the stars. Nah, it's not fucking playing from the beginning. Clark just walking the dog more to catch his crush one day. I mean, sure, you could argue that, but I'm gonna be honest, dude. I've kind of given up on it. Like, I fucked up. I missed my shot. I mean, there's no other way to put it. Like, at this point, I'm doing it because I really want the exercise, and that's the mentality you need to have. You know? Remember what I said last stream, chat? First self-care, then the bitches. Very easy mentality to get with, I feel like. Okay, so we can draw 2 from the deck. They're double consumes. I think I just take over board here, man. Missed your shot just like I missed the Fire Act lethal? Okay, now you're being hurtful. Damn, bro. Chad ain't got no mercy today. Okay, hit the button. Got an 8-8. What's good? You're just dead to tempo now, and that's great. I love it when my opponent dies because I make good decisions. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna skip a couple of these songs. I like some of these songs, but it's not the vibe I'm looking for right now. Alright, here we go.
So they call you the where you from? Me, where I
my bitch brings me that self-care. Whoa. I mean, but hold on. I see what you're trying to say, but at the same time, how can someone bring you self-care? Like, you do it for yourself. You gotta do it for yourself. You gotta, like, actually do it. No sleepy orc? Nah, I don't think it's necessary in this deck. The last thing that you want are minions that could potentially get in the way of discovering what you really want. Like, this deck really needs the right balance of minions and spells, so that way you can use Catacombs and Zavis in order to discover what you need. So adding the Sleepy Orc, it's not a bad idea, but I think it's definitely unoptimal. I think having scheduled changes takes the pressure off the hitting the power level currently, which is bad. We need things to be as good as possible on release. I can kind of understand that take. I can actually 100% agree with that take, because it's like, if you really need this shit to hit, but at the same time, if like, there's got to be a time where you are going to make these changes, because if it's not going to happen, then you don't make the plan to actually make it happen. So sometimes the schedule can probably be a little bit better, you know. This is annoying. How the hell am I supposed to win right now, dude? Is it just literally... This deck is literally just draw Dorian. I have this, but it's like... Now that I draw the Gam, what the fuck do I do? I need to watch Janos play this deck more. I don't understand how it works, really. Jesus, bro. Like, what do I even do? I have no idea, dude. What's the combo? Play Dorian into Gam and to cheat a bunch of mana, deal damage, and hope that Fire Rat kills the opponent. This deck is basically a Patches Barnes deck. I mean, it really is. Like, the only way that you can deal with the Gam being in your hand is if you do the Saladrassil combo, right? Like, if you Gam into Saladrassil and then you have the 0 mana card that shovels it back into the deck, you can maybe set up something with Dorian then. But at the same time, dude, like, that's such a fucking setup. Like, I don't want to have to... Like, I don't want there to be a fail-safe to the combo, you know what I mean? Or like something you're supposed to do if it fails, you know? Yeah, exactly. It's so bad. Like, why would you even do that? Yeah. It's not ideal. I think I'm just gonna go back to Octazari Demon Hunter, to be honest, because it's a deck I kind of enjoy more than this. There's so many more decisions that can be made with Octazari, but with this deck, you're just completely at the mercy of your draw.
My God, how does he do it?
Yo, not Shiroots. What's going on, man? It was nice to meet you. Hope you had a nice weekend. I had a great weekend, dude, except for all the Hearthstone news. I'm glad that the event went off without a hitch. It looked like everybody had fun. Not gonna lie, made me think about, you know, playing more Yu-Gi-Oh! And maybe playing less Hearthstone. You know? Alright, fuck it. Let's see what happens. Well, I got my Dorian, but I have all the cards in my hand. Yeah, I think I'm done with this deck, dude. I like Octazari more than this. Play Edison, not Modern? Yeah, I'm definitely not playing Modern. I kind of had, like, a taste of that with the, oh god, what's it called? The Warlords format or whatever. And I kind of enjoyed that little taste of it, but diving my feet into, like, pendulums and stuff like that, absolutely not. I've been bouncing between Hearthstone Shadowverse and Satisfactory. What is that?
My God.
Oh, wait. Okay, so chat, you want to see something insane? I saw Emic apparently has been, like, what Emic likes to do is he likes to point attention to, like, very specific details. And apparently, there's a lot of games on Instagram that literally steal Hearthstone assets to try and, like, sell their own, like, their own shit. And I just want you guys to see how blatant this is. Keep in mind, this is not Hearthstone. This is Fist Out. Guys, this is a Fist Out pack. Look at it's a card pack. It's a Fist Out packs, bro. Like, look at that. Huh. I wonder what that looks like. What else do they got? Oh wow, hold on a minute. What is that a legendary? But wait a minute, why does it only have a blue gem? What dude? Look, my God. First of all, this card art is trash, man. This card art is like actually the biggest trash I've ever seen in a fucking card game. What is this like claptrap, like Oracle, bastard child that you have made here? Like this is on a whole new level of disrespectful. You know what I mean? And like, look at how like the words are barely on like the background. It so clearly looks stolen. All they're doing is barely covering the Hearthstone logo with a fist. Like, this is, I believe, Ungoro pack. This is League of Explorers. This is like a specific card back at Hearthstone. Like, literally all the Hearthstones are just fists. Absolutely, just blatantly copyright. I'm just blatantly stealing homework, man. Is this an April 1st joke? No, dude, this is an actual game that's being sold on the marketplace. It's like an actual game that's being sold, or like, you know, people are trying to advertise on like Instagram or something. It's just another way of trying to scam people out of their monies. Yeah, I don't see it. Clearly a new card game, dude. I mean Fiststone. Think about it. You beat him with your fists instead of your cards. It's a man's card game. You know, fist bump. You know, you can get PewDiePie attached to it. It's really smart marketing if you think about it. Just don't think too hard about it. Yeah, I like me a good fisting. Exactly, dude. Now you're getting into it. Also, do I just automatically lose to this shit? Lordy, lordy, lord. Yeah, I'm definitely done with this deck after this. Instead of destroying the hero, you make a fist bump. There's gotta be like Pratara earrings, right? Like, what if you go from fisting to fingering, you know? And hold on, hear me out, you know? So that way, you can do the fusion dance, you know? And then you have 2 fists that become 4. See, guys? Like, this is just good game design. Just really think about it, man. It's fantastic game design. Yeah, what did I just hear? Oh, god damn it. I high roll the Dorian copy in the game or I'm just gonna die next turn. Yeah, clip it out of context. What do you think it says instead of defeated? Face fisted. Let's see. Yeah, I could be a designer. I 100% can be a designer. I wouldn't be a good one. Oh wait, no, I'm 1 turn away from making the magic happen because fuck this deck. Okay, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this means this is 3 mana. All right. I can keep myself alive and maybe the dream happens. All right, here we go, dude. Come on. Let me live. I can maybe do the thing if I'm lucky. With the music in the background, I definitely believe. Because if I draw Ysera and Gam, it's like actually just over. Changing my name to Hearthstone Jesus and becoming super religious. You know, being Hearthstone Jesus would be kind of funny. Let's see if I am Hearthstone Jesus. Only Hearthstone Jesus would be able to win this game right now. Remember, it makes a copy of himself, so let's go. Come on. Oh my god. Someone's dead. And it's him. Maybe I am Hearthstone Jesus. No. Dude, the song in the background, absolutely perfect. Let's go, man. Yeah, Clark, what does the deck do? It's supposed to do that. Hopefully more times than not. Hearthstone Jesus turned my hero power into legend. Oh, he turned my HP into legend. Oh, okay, wait a minute, yes. Yes, Hearthstone Jesus, he turns your throws into W's. Oh my god. I mean, hey, that's how you win with this deck. I guess we'll keep trying it. Jesus was the first JoJo or something, right? Actually, yeah. Why do you think they crucified him? It was the only way to kill him. Yes, great JoJo me. Oh god, dude, oh my lord. Oh, what happened? We were riding the high life for so long and everything just came crashing down immediately. Well, does anybody have any bright ideas on how to win this game? I am already out of ideas and it's turn 1. Every Joestar dies run. Jesus died when he was 33 years old. I see the connection. Well, hold on. Not to be the actually guy here, but actually wasn't 33 like pretty old back in the day because the life expectancy wasn't that high? That's not a young man. That's a wilted. That's a grizzled veteran. At that point. Drop their health to 0. Oh, it's amazing advice. I didn't think about that. PPI used to live to be in their hundreds. People used to live to be in their hundreds. I mean, not Americans. Wait, hold on a minute. What about like dying of dysentery? That was like actually a thing that was common back in the day. Sorry to be nasty, but like that's fucking how it was. Wait, hold on a minute. The life expectancy for people back in the day was shit. It was really bad. What are you talking about? That's just factually not true according to history. Dude, back in the day, if you got shot the wrong way, they chopped off your arm. What do you mean? Like... Yeah, you literally died from everything back in the day. People died in childbirth commonly. Because of yeah, like I don't think I can agree with that. Like if we're talking like back in the day, like, you know, like in even like the 1800s, not even in the 1800s, man, like barely the 1900s people were living to be 100. It's a very more recent phenomenon. Yeah, got a splinter? Well, I had a good life. Yeah, smallpox. Like, there's so many examples that we could pull from in history. People used to drink beer constantly because they did not have access to clean drinking water. Wait, hold on. That's the reason why people started drinking beer? Is that actually a fact? They drank beer because it was the only thing that would refresh them because they didn't have water? That's actually a fact. Give me your sources. I don't believe you, but I want to believe you. I need this to be true so that way I have a cool bar story the next time that I see someone. Next time I hang out with a friend, that'll be my bar story. That's why sailors drank it? Oh my god, that actually does make a lot of sense. Wait a minute, if you're sailing, you're not going to have access to water unless you bring a lot of water, and if you're trapped out at sea, oh god. Holy shit, wait a minute, you guys might be cooking. I'd rather not make a copy. Life expectancy was terrible in the Middle Ages, but not at year 0. Three score years and 10 in the Bible. Jesus wasn't dying in childbirth. Ah, yes. B. I think I can 100% agree with B, with no shadow of a doubt. The alcohol percentage was really low, though. That is true. Distilled drinks are cleaner than water itself, so wine was your drink of choice. Damn, the expected life of the 21st century is only 73? Really? I feel like this would be so much higher. But I guess it is a global average. I wonder what the American average is, though. American average, I feel like, has to be like at least 75, you know? I was expecting like 75, almost 80. But yeah, during... Okay, hold on. So yeah, 33 was pretty old in Jesus' time, so Jesus was an old man. Instead of Jesus being this strapping young man, I'm just gonna start thinking of old man Jesus. I'll go ahead and tap. Japan has 80 through 105? Whoa. America has 78 or 60 76 and 78 for male and female. Okay. Yeah, I mean, women definitely live longer than men in this country for sure. The oldest human ever recorded was 122. Where did he live? Nestle loves to decrease the life expectancy, so I am not that surprised. Why aren't you playing Zavis to look for Dorian? Because if I top deck Dorian, then I could potentially use Zavis to play with Dorian. Actually, no, that's not the reason why. The reason why is because, wait, hold on. Oh, I could just guarantee get it. Well, okay, never mind. I don't have a good answer for it. It's still good to do what I just did there because now I have more mana to hopefully, like, play Catacombs and then also play Solarium. But at the same time, if you look at my freaking hand, it's just like, I mean, the only good card I can get from it now is pretty much Ysera. Okay, it has charge. It's kind of funny. Don't have to worry about this being explosive. I do. Oh my god, this game is just not going in our favor, like, at all. Well, GG, I guess.
My god, how did he do it? Mark HELLSCREAM.
I need to eat more pizza and fish. I don't think... I can understand fish, but pizza... Pizza? Isn't pizza not healthy for you? I mean, at the same time, I guess it depends on what kind of pizza. How much sauce, how much bread, how much cheese, you know, how much of it you're eating. My great-grandma died at 104 back in 2018, but she also did not get registered right away after being born. Glad she didn't see COVID. What the fuck? What? What happened? Why is it not telling me what happened? Okay, hold on. We don't know what secret this is. We have to play around the secret. Cause like we could clear this board. Cause he's got. Wait a minute, acid. Oh, it's an enemy. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Personality. Okay, I guess that works. Goodbye shitters and goodbye shitters. Well.
My god, how did he do it? Mark HELLSCREAM, the best Hearthstone player that ever lived.
Quest plus Nebula, but the reward hasn't been used. So it came from the Yogg in the box, right? Am I a CM Punk fan? I don't know what CM means in this context, so I can't say I am. I mean, I probably would be. I like punk music. I mean, we still have this into this. Then again, is this... Wait a minute. Boom and boom. Put it in the deck. And then we draw it from the Dorian. Oh my lord, brother. Dude, what is this golden RNG that I'm seeing? This is crazy how good this is for my opponent. Like, oh my lord, brother. Like, can we chill at least just a little bit? Can I find the other layover, please? He's a wrestler. My opponent definitely has a bigger schlong than I do. Like, that's guaranteed. Like, bro must be sucking off Yogg or something. Like, this RNG is unbelievable. Literally Yogg's chosen right now. And, dude, hold on a minute. You can find shit that can hit your board. What are you doing? Just end your turn. You're winning the game. Oh, he's just gonna keep on high rolling. He's just gonna keep on high rolling. Didn't get anything to hit the board, huh? Okay, brother, you're wasting your weapon now. John Witz, calm it down. You're too crazy, bro. You're losing value. I'll win your turn if you know what I mean. Hey, yo. Let him have his Christmas, bro. Absolutely not. I am the person that'll tell a child right to their face that Santa Claus isn't real. I'm not very fun at parties. Alright, I could go Gambit to Fyrak, honestly, but at the same time, I put us at 40. I kind of just... Okay, I want to waste the secret. I want to find Layover. Layover could just mean that maybe we can set up the thing. Well, I want to cry. Okay. Pray. Okay. Alright, let's go. Not dead. Can work with this. Oh wait, that's right, these things have Divine Shield. Hey! And now it doesn't come back, now it's gonna be It's fine. Totally fine, dude, totally fine, because now we can do this thing. I could do this into this. We're not dead immediately, and then maybe we can hit him with a whole bunch of damage. This into this to deal 8. We add the Gambit to the deck. We do this into this, get the other Gam. We can make a copy of this, so we have 2 Gams. We actually have a win condition here. This deck is not it if it loses to Quest Mage. Okay, all things considered, my opponent is getting super freaking lucky right now. All right, let's not forget that. Let's please not forget that. The random secrets also being a thing every single turn, like, it's making me crazy. Oh my god, man. Doing this combo just sucks now. Yeah, insta-board fill, because why not? Like, the worst part about this is that I have to waste the Catacomb. And now I'm just gonna have to hope that I can tap into the Gam. You know what I mean? Like, if this is freaking Counterspell, and I feel like it is. I guess we could play this first. Just... We're gonna lose if it's Counterspell anyway. We might as well just play into it. Well... Ain't it fun? Just go Fyrak. I mean, at that point, Fyrak would have overdrawn me. That was the line to take, and we got punished for playing correctly, quote unquote. I'm just gonna run with that because I like that a lot more. All right. Well, I had one funny game with this deck. That's just kind of how it goes. Like one funny game and it works. What was that interaction? Also, I did notice that. Well, could I actually have like played the fire act there? I maybe conceded a bit too fast. My hand was still like that, but I wonder if it was like that because of how I conceded. I kind of wish I could retest that, but now I kind of can't. Hit up against a Murloc Druid. The infection is spreading. I'm assuming they're a token deck, right? I imagine it means that they're playing a token deck. It would have been able to counterspell trap priority. I can see the counter not counting as a card played. And then the next card not being consumed. Yeah, I could see that being a thing, but I don't know if that's intended for sure. I mean, because like it spent the mana, right? I feel like if it spends the mana, that should be it. Like even if it gets countered, like you dealt the damage. The damage didn't even get countered. That's the weird thing about it. I kind of want to like test the interaction now. Lord, dude. I have to say the decks that we've been seeing today, not very based. Not very base decks that we are encountering, sadly. Murloc's no quest, so there's such. Why? But why though? Why would you play Murloc Druid? It's like kind of troll energy, but at the same time, you can kind of make sense of it. It's like, why? But why though? Why would you do this? It's just, come on, man. We're better than this. We're better than freaking Murloc Druid, right? Apparently not. Like, apparently we're not better than that. May I ask for louder music? What if we just listen to this song again, but at a higher volume? I'm perfectly okay with that. I turned down the volume a little bit, and I thought it's because, like, the music used to be, like, a kind of loud, but a lot of people have been like, yo, turn it up, and I'm like, well, I'll give the people what they want. Gonna be hell to pay. So we're just gonna listen to the same song, but louder. It's a whole new song. You'll figure out something new about it. I promise. Ooh. That almost is good. Actually crazy how almost good that is. We could just go card draw, but discount. Discount goes kind of hard here. Nah, it's not just card draw. Eye beam. Gonna be hell to pay. If you complain about metal being played in this chat, you are in the wrong chat. I mean, it's more so just Clark. I love the music, but I can't hear you. It's that kind of thing. Make it look like I top decked it. Look at him. He's gonna see, guys. See that he's already mentally not here. He's already mentally in the clouds. All right, let's make this work to our advantage. We gotta mind game our opponent. Oh, look at that Finja that you won't get value from. I absolutely do not allow it. Wait, people on YouTube are saying there's too much metal? Who? Ain't no way people in my YouTube chat are saying that they don't like metal, bro. I feel I have more faith in my YouTube in my YouTube fans. I definitely believe that's not true. It can't be true. No, it's not true. It's impossible. Alright, there's a clear here. Got metal in my veins, man. What can I say? This actually could be a mob turn. Next turn we have infiltrate on this, and then we could set up like a ball hog. I don't know, dude. Bob making a lot of sense here. I have to mill a card though, unless I'm using my red card. I don't know. I feel like this makes sense. Infiltrate the poisonous doesn't work the way you think it does. The spell is dealing the damage, not the minion. If the minion was dealing the damage, then it would work. Like, there was a clear of infiltrate and a double emo, but like, that's way too much. Love Otherworld from Final Fantasy X. Final Fantasy X has a very, very good music, I will admit. Where's the hip hop? I mean, I can go to the next rap song. Ooh. All right, hold on. You want rap? Okay, this is actually the next song, the next rap song on the playlist. I promise that I did not cue this up. But here you go. Get some villain in here, dude. Too many Murlocs. I gotta set up for the Zilliax next turn. +2, +2. Oh, this is actually perfect. Wait a minute, dude. Look at this. Yeah, it's Doom, man. Look at that. I killed the Finja. Where are my 2 Murlocs on the deck? Where are my 2 Murlocs, bro? I earned them. I killed the Finja. I saw a reel today that Lil Wayne is in a metal song. Yeah, dude. I mean, dude, there's been plenty of metal versions of like rap songs and pop songs forever. I mean, there's literally it's not exactly metal, but there's pop goes punk, right? Like, the mixing of genres has been a thing since music covers have existed. Okay. Cilia. Just take the trade here, trade here. 1-1 to face. This can't get a clean trade as well. This is just too good, yeah. Like, we're always doing this anyway. But it's always nice to see if there's a full clear. We just need to get this minion out so that way Spirit Peddler can hit not something important. We've also just got this into this. Wayne made a whole rock album. I think he collabed with it, but he himself did not make it. But yes, he collabed with rock artists for sure. Check out Van Canto. They're an acapella band. I already know Van Canto. I already know them because my guitarist also does acapella, and I've seen the oh god, what's it called? The Fear of the Dark cover. It's actually on this playlist.
Burn the midnight oil, shit a different way. Disaster, time is a component. Setting fire to rappers in a monumental moment. And the game's potent. It's like a never-ending quotient. A minute ago, it was smiles and hugs. Now where the fuck the door went? So bent, it's like he set the shit straight again. Dropping me, across the same way. Nothing ever stolen. What's given is a blessing. Think the universe owe him. Got faith in the vessel, but no one to keep rowing. Yeah, and get about your own way.
I like the 1 hour video, Sound of Rain beats Quest Rogue. Quest Rogue ASMR. Oh, fuck me, dude, what? Oh, come on, dude. Why? Oh, Jesus Christ. I mean, dude, for a tier 4 deck, this deck has a lot of fucking power. Like, holy hell. I might be able to Ceaseless. Maybe. No, there's no way I'm gonna be able to Ceaseless. Fuck, dude. One random grunty to rule them all, man. This is why I fucking hate this deck. Man, I don't think there's an out here.
I remember this place well.
I'm still dead, aren't I? Oh, god damn, man. I miss when Grunty was a joke. I mean, it's not even the fact about, like, I miss Grunty being a bad card, but it's just like, this shit's just not interesting. Yeah, okay, well. Maybe the turn that I played Bob was just wrong. Maybe playing Bob was wrong because, like, I needed to save from, like, that. Okay, hold on. If playing Bob was wrong there, then what is the correct move there? I have been losing a lot with this deck recently. It's kind of pissing me off. If this deck's not good, then I really don't care about the meta. Where do we play Bob? Play Bob and then already connect that turn, right? So the turn that we could have made here to just clear everything would have been Infiltrate into double Immolation. That would have killed everything. And that would have probably been a somewhat better turn, because then it would have set up the Paraglide. So actually, yeah, I guess this was just the play. I mean, it's hindsight, but yeah. Use the AoE while we can, use the Bob when it's more impactful. So playing Bob here is actually 100% incorrect. How do we get Teltalon for a full year before we got Discover Quest Mage? Fantastic question, man. So many people playing this deck is because of how cheap it is. I mean, that usually happens with decks like these. But like another issue why is because it's new. It's one of the only new decks that you can actually have a good win rate with, and it's not like that challenging. So like that's the big issue that I see, is when decks this easy are this good, people are naturally gonna gravitate to them. That's why balance is important. So that we gravitate towards what's fun instead of just, well, I guess I'll play Merlons. Against the Rogue? What do you think about if they made the Priest Hunter quest repeatable? Now that would be interesting. In all honesty, that would be really fucking cool. Like, imagine every single time that you complete the Hunter quest, you get another shock and then you get more beasts. I think it'd be bad still, but like that makes it better. That's cool. I hate Hunter, and here I am saying that Hunter idea is actually kind of tight. Yeah, dude, you might be cooking on that. What if you turn some of the quests that are bad into repeatable quests? Kill that. Oh, okay. You know what? I'm a gambling man. All right, that's actually pretty good. You had a song request? Rammstein versus Lady Gaga, Du Hast versus Telephone. I'm pretty sure that I've heard this before. My band really likes mashups, and for like an easy year and a half, any single time that we were like on the road, it would always be mashups. I probably unironically have like actually heard this before. Playing this just doesn't really do anything. I need to set up, honest to God, good cards next turn. Big Frosty K, don't think it's any good. I actually lost to it earlier. I don't think it's good by any means, but it's at least refreshing to see someone try to make that work. Oh, game almost crashed by literally discovering the card. Watch. Riot has a new challenger. Wait, what? No, I don't want to watch this. No, dude, I don't want to watch this. Oh, God. I already see where this is going. How long is this show? Oh my God, no. Oh my God, it's the whole rest of the video. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. Chat doesn't even know what I'm looking at right now. They're probably like, Clark, what have you been exposed to? You don't want to know, brother. Oh no. Playlist is fire. Do I have a link? I do. There's like over 70 hours of songs on this shit. So have fun with it. And banned. That's a ban. Just gonna start saying that now. I'm just gonna start saying that. That's a ban. Clark casually dropping the deep lore on. I mean, dude, music is something that's always been influential to me, ever since I was younger. Like, I've always wanted to try and listen to like every single good music artist that I can, because there's always something new to learn from every artist that you listen to. Okay, yo, that's kind of cool, I guess. But everything must die. That's all good things do. I mean, if I play this, I would have to play Pig. Honestly, I could do this into Hero Power. I got the healing back later. What matters is just getting rid of everything on the field. Next turn I can play Yor, or I can play Ball Hog. Who got banned? Someone trying to rage bait. Like, I don't mind someone like trying to elicit like a rage bait reaction from me all the time, or like every now and again, but doing it all the time is just exhausting. Like, it doesn't even become fun anymore. The whole point of rage bait being interesting is you finally said something that makes the streamer like react a certain way. Now you're like, haha, I finally got him. Now he's ranting about X, and it's like, if all you're going to do is elicit that reaction, that's not the type of person I want in this stream. I want someone who's gonna have fun, but isn't gonna be a pain in the ass while having fun, you know? Like, I'm not here to be a joke at my own expense. I'm here to have fun, and if you're trying to elicit a negative reaction all the time, I just don't want that energy here. Some streamers kind of vibe off that, but it's like, I want to have fun, and sometimes I fuck around with chat, you know? Sometimes chat fucks around with me. That's like the whole point of streaming. You engage with each other to make the content that you want to put out there. And if all you're going to do is just, you know, try to be negative all the time, it's like, okay, buddy, listen. Exactly, it's to troll, it's to have fun, you know? Every now and again, I gotta have fun at my own expense, but if we're only having fun at my expense, then what the fuck, man? I could drop J-pop songs. You wanna know something, Ocean Man? I'm actually really big into J-rock. J-rock goes hard, man. Japanese rock. Big fan of it. I troll even when it's not funny. But you wanna know the difference, man? You're respectful about it. Sometimes if people are joking around, it's like, okay, but are you really joking now? Like you're framing this as a joke, but I feel like this is what you actually believe. Like stuff like that. Exactly. Respect goes a long way, and respect is also a two-way road. You know? I feel like I shouldn't say this, but I am. I've been in an abusive relationship with someone who doesn't, who didn't respect me. I can see all the signs now, man. Like, trust me, I know what that shit looks like before it's even started. At this point, I didn't originally, but yeah. Grizzled veteran. Can I get some burger with some peanut butter? Okay, this song, I don't know why exactly it's in my playlist, but just work with it, okay? Could I make a great warrior deck? Better players than me have already tried to make warrior good, and unfortunately, not even their strategies are good enough. So, unfortunately, I don't know if I can make warrior. I remember one streamer that responded to rage bait, especially with your mother, and it usually worked. Ooh, wait a minute, that's a good idea. Sometimes the simple reaction is the bet. Random. Dude, what if he does my combo better than me? He like actually has all the pieces in the deck in order to make this shit work. Dude, wait a minute, no! No, man! He's literally gonna do the combo, but better!
How did he do it? HELLSCREAM, the best Hearthstone player that ever lived.
Oh no, I might be the highlight now. I mean, I gotta play this out. I also gotta survive. I don't even have a fucking AoE here, man. Oh, I wish I could have played these. I should have played these yours sooner. Paraglide. Oh no. Oh no. Tomorrow we'll make it off of guns. Baby, I just love the taste of the chicken wings. By the way, Americans listen to this every single morning when we wake up. Pretty good turn, honestly. For what could have happened, this was pretty decent, I guess. We know! That's the great thing about being American, everybody knows. Everyone understands how free we really are. But for some reason, we're not free enough to oh god, there's the Octazari. What I was about to say is apparently we're not free enough to release the files. You know which files. we can't release that list for some reason. We're free, but we're not free enough to release the list. Oh, man. How free are we really? I don't know anymore. Alright. Prage. Prage that this punishes him. Were you ever really free? And that's the worst part about it, man. That really is the worst part about it. It's the illusion of freedom that we've been sold on. Remember, guys, crime is legal right now. I mean, I'm not dead yet, dude, but at the same time, I'm feeling pretty dead here. Is it barrier? Okay, it's barrier. I thought the American song was "I am an asshole." Come on, dude. Like, all right. I'm not going to be mean while saying this, but I'm gonna tell you a fun fact. All right, I'm gonna tell you a fun fact. Did you know that stand-up comedy was made in America? Clearly, I can see that you're not American. The American song was I'm an asshole. Come on, man. There are so many different directions you could have gone with that. Crime is legal, BRB, exactly. My streamer said that crime is legal, therefore. Oh my god, dude. No! The worst thing about this, bro, he probably had so much more damage. I can't even be mad. I want to be mad. I want to be furious, but I can't. I just actually can't. This means that he understands how the combo works, and that's all I can ask. My opponent legitimately played the Uno reverse card. Yes, that's like actually what he just did there. Apparently, the student the student becomes the teacher now. The student is now the master. Joji playlist? Of course I've got Joji on my playlist. I got Pink Guy and I have actual Joji on this playlist. Dorian deck list? You can go to HS Guru and you can find that. It's like literally right here. Dorian Warlock. Overplanner, what the hell? Overplanner actually might be necessary for a deck like this. How did Lava Rush do with this deck? 7-3? Wow. Maybe I give that one a try. Maybe it's better.
I know I'm morbid at times. That's how I like to be. They call my dick a mammoth. You salty, you got a micro D. Classic penis joke inserted with appropriate timing. Cause if I ain't got a penis line,
My God, how did he do it? Lord HELLSCREAM, the best Hearthstone player.
It's like my budget. No, fuck. Damn it! Ah! I fucked it up. I had it for a second. I've listened to this plenty of times. Hello? Hello, sir. Hello, base department. There's a phone call for you. Did I see the summer Loki? I have only seen some of the symbiote skins and whatever skins are on the front page. But someone got bored already. What do you mean bored? This deck is great. This deck is fun. Bored? Why, Ayana? Now we're truly in the gutter. I mean, we never left. I'm still in 10-star matchups for sure, dude. I'm not gonna lie, man. Like, I watched a little bit of competitive Hearthstone earlier today, and I got bored within watching 15 minutes of it because it was just druid high rolling. It's just like standard is in such a bad spot right now. It's like not even funny. Like I really wish I could have the patience to playing competitive Hearthstone anymore, but I'm just so done with it. I've watched competitive Hearthstone since the Firebat days. See, I'll watch the next tournament because I want it to succeed, but it's like being a part of it at this point, dude. Like I'm just gonna maybe do open cups for content, and if I qualify, I'll play it out. But it's like I'm not putting in the effort to qualify for anything anymore. It's just not worth the headache. It just really isn't worth the headache. Have Clark all to ourselves. Yep, now I can actually focus on what I'm supposed to focus on. Instead of gaslighting myself into thinking that I have a shot of being competitive with this game. Oh baby, we did it! Oh mama, look at that! Woo-wee! Would you look at that? We hit a 1 out of 10. And we didn't have to rage bait in order to get it. There's a light at the end of this content journey tunnel, chat. Maybe I don't have to rage bait. Maybe I don't have to rage bait as often. What if I just made good content? I know, shocking revelation, but what if we just made good content? What's a 1 out of 10? So the way to describe this is that this video, after a day and 2 hours of being posted, has gotten more views than any other video around this time when it was posted. So like my Priest video after a day and 2 hours was sitting at 9.9K. This video after a day and 2 hours is sitting at 15.1. It's essentially comparing your most successful videos with each other, and it gives you a lot of useful data in order to be like, why are these videos performing better than the other ones? Is it because of how they were edited? Is it because of the thumbnail? You can kind of like, you know, do a process of elimination to figure out what exactly led to that outcome, you know? And I've changed my thumbnails to be a lot more basic. It's literally just a white background that's like a little crinkly with the card and red eyes glowing. That's literally the thumbnail. And like a little black outline. That's pretty much it. Very basic, right? But it works, man. Like, these videos are still getting like almost 10% click-through rate, which is really an important metric. Here's an opinion. For the rest of the game, effects fucking suck and shouldn't be in the game. I feel like there is a way to do it, but you really gotta be careful with it. You know what I mean? Like Jailer, for example, I feel like is kind of a fair way of doing that if it's played on turn 10. But if it's not being played on turn 10, which is usually what happens with these types of cards, then they become very problematic. And that's kind of a bigger issue most of the time, I would argue. I don't mind them, but they are definitely cards that very easily warp the meta around them. And that is definitely very frustrating. Jailer was nerfed. Exactly my point, because he got cheated out by Druid. It wasn't because playing a Jailer on turn 10 was too good, but it was because you weren't playing on turn 10. You were doing everything else with them on turn. Oh wait, shit! I shouldn't have discovered a spell. I won't click button then. Yeah. Rest of the game effects gotta be real careful. They become very oppressive very quickly. Yo, what? Horseman? He hasn't even spent a corpse yet, dude. Gotta spend 18 of them, buddy. I think of this song whenever I face a paladin. Oh, you're gonna love the lyrics if you've never heard of this before then. You dumb shit. You don't even run shit. Yeah, these lyrics, if you've ever wanted to say them to a paladin, just sing this song. Immune is kind of a broken mechanic. I mean, aside from Fyrak having immune, like, what else even has immune? Thoughts on my nerf list? They don't have context.
That was a little dark. I'm sorry. That was a little dark.
No. Okay, okay. I don't want this to happen. Okay, no, no. Definitely not.
One bad shot in a kitchen bullet. Go.
I would rather we not nerf Doob, because then Rogue is really a shitty class. Definitely not, definitely not, definitely not.
I'm cooking all the dumplings. I'm cooking all the dumplings.
I would rather we not nerf these guys. I hate Imbue, so let it go to the... I hate Priest Imbue, but like, yeah. Vol'jin is fine. Yeah, like, a lot of these cards are powerful, but it's like, I definitely feel like some of them should not be destroyed. Yeah, don't you dare touch my Yor. If anyone wants Yor to get Yor to get nerfed, I respectfully disagree. Don't you dare touch my Yor. It's my favorite card right now. Son of a bitch! Why, brother? Brother, man, that's a 25. Why is there a rat? What the fuck? No, 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 no. What? No, please. Please, no. The soft timing, yeah, honestly, though. Maybe he fatigues harder than I do. Maybe he fatigues harder than I do. No! Why is there a dirty rat? This guy hasn't even spent a corpse yet. The only card that he's played that would spend corpses is Foam Render. I mean, bro, is there something I can discover out of this? Is there a 3-mana card that could somehow give me a legendary? You know what? Stranglevine to death. Why not? There's a will, there's a way, bro. Oh no, not this song, man. I think we maybe just found our out. As much as I hate to admit it.
You can't keep getting away with it!
Alright. Of course I get rid of my Ceaseless, because why wouldn't I? Oh no, he's gonna start doing the thing now. Wouldn't it be great if you had a hero power that would synergize with this, but you overrid it, bro? I really wish I had a Ceaseless right now. Okay, hold on. I could very easily win this game still. Come on! Work with me here! Okay, okay. I can still win. It's fine. It's explosive. We're not gonna proc it. Dude, that's ridiculous. Like, come on. I literally played Ziliax because I wanted more minions to hopefully get hit by the death rattle. That's so frustrating. And now I lose the death rattles. Great. Dude, that's like actually so stupid. Like, come on. I literally set it up for you so perfectly. Oh, you little bastard, man. Okay, hold on. What was I looking for? It wasn't that I was looking for a specific outcome. I wanted the death rattles to proc onto the Ziliaxes, so that way they were double stacking keywords, and it could have maybe still been a thing right now as I trade these guys away, and then I keep like stacking the death rattles onto each other. But like now the possibility is gone. But I do have this, and he just played Bob, which actually might be the reason that he loses. So maybe at the end of the day, it's still Lamau he misplayed. Okay, that's actually kind of terrifying. I'm not getting discounts from this, which kind of sucks. This. Oh my lord. Why? Oh my god, why? Dude, why is this game trying its hardest to fuck me? This is insane. Yeah, we're getting fist stoned over here, dude. You are just too hot, Clark. That's obviously why. I think I like that. Oh my god, it's a fucking mech! Bro, that is so dumb. Brother, why? Why is it this complicated? Bro, what? He didn't even complete the... What? The only reason I lost this game was because of the dirty rat, to be honest. That's the worst part about it. The moment that we lost, we lost to the one single copy of Dirty Rat hitting a 25%. And then everything else afterwards just was like the worst outcome. I had like a 70% with this deck, but I'm almost down to a 50%. This is not okay, bro. Oh my, dude, that, oh, what even was that game? I want to be mad, and I am allowed to be mad because of Dirty Rat. But just like, yeah, the quest was a distraction. At this point, yeah. Oh yeah. Alright, well. Unfortunately, this meta is just like completely you have to counter it. I'm doing everything I can to try and not like counter like aggressive or like tempo decks right now because I just want to play my combo deck. But this has been ridiculous, dude. Oh, that's a pretty good card. Might be able to set up something with this. Return policy, lifesteal Omen. We couldn't give Omen lifesteal. Well, I guess we could have with the keyword, but at the same time, I guess it was kind of worth seeing if it was possible. I miss Fireside Gatherings. Yeah, dude, me too. I miss being able to like actually go out into the world and find other people that like this game. But now the only way to find people that like this game is online. They just killed they killed the grassroots part of it, man. That's the worst part about everything they've done with like competitive Hearthstone. It was never about esports mattering, it was about gathering the community. That's always what it's been about. And they just continuously keep saying that, oh, sorry, it doesn't matter. It's like, no, it does matter, though. It doesn't matter to you, but it matters to everyone else that wants this game to stay relevant. Yeah, I miss liking this game, dude. Same here, man. I'm tired of the conversation always being negative. If creators had things positive to say about this game, they would say it. And they have. Okay, let's go. He's trading. Well... yeah, we don't hate Hearthstone, we hate the direction that it's going exactly. Like we know where this song and dance gets us. You know what I mean? Like we just know we know the. Hold on. We know the warning signs. Fresh from telling laid-off employees to console themselves the AI, Microsoft doubles down by advertising Xbox jobs with pathetic AI image. So tone-deaf, I hope it is satire. Like, you have to pay attention to these things because it's directly responsible for the direction of the games that you play. You're kind of doing yourself a disservice by not keeping up with it. Don't get bothered by it, I'm just giving you an idea. Last time that I played Bob against this, it was kind of a throw, but then again, he's got no minions. I also could just do this, let him pull out the stuff. That's probably not a good idea either. Like, what the hell's the play here? Bob frees up the other side of my hand. I just think it's this. Spending too much time thinking about it. Alright. There's no good guys, only greedy guys. Pretty much, dude. Again, if you want to make money, then why are you in gaming? You should just go to into a gambling industry, sports betting. Like, there's way more money in that. Why you gotta ruin gaming? That's crazy. I thought Bill Gates was the good guy. Whoa. Okay, why? Why? Okay. And it hits ceases. Dude, everything bad that can happen is happening today. Jesus Christ, dude, that's ridiculous. Lockout is bored, dude. I mean.
My message to you. As a matter of fact, I don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, so can you. Everybody's saying that the scat man can.
All right, I might make it to my ceaseless turn. The great thing is that when they reawaken, they're gonna be frozen.
Where's the scat man? I'm the scat man. Why should we be pleasing any politician using your country?
All right.
The state of the condition insults my intuition and it only makes
YouTube stream is fire because you can rewind, but sometimes I forget I rewind it. Oh, dude, I feel that. I wish there was a rewind feature in Twitch. My son asked me to open his drink and started singing and dancing to this song. Does he not know about Scatman John? You gotta teach your son about Scatman John. My dad taught me about Scatman John. Like, not even kidding. I'm not even making a joke here. Like, my dad literally showed me this song when I was younger, and I'm better for knowing it. What is Murloc's at? Plus what? Plus 3. So can you. If the Scatman can do it, so can you, Chad. Isn't that inspirational? I'm a Scatman. You are still frozen. Alright, we're getting closer to ceaseless. Freezing dormant kind of fire? Yeah, I know, right? This minion just will never be unfrozen. Is there a video? He said there's a video of it with dancing cats. I would not be surprised. Scatman John is kind of using a lot of parodies. I remember when I was a kid. I think it was like a Naruto parody or something, and they used this song in the background. There was a lot of like stupid, like, you know, Naruto animated, you know, parodies and shit that was just made by like literal 12-year-olds, but it was, you know, Wild West of the end of the internet, man. It was really, really different back then. My kids are savage. We went to Walmart and I asked what kind of music is, playing. I said music of the 90s and said, wow, that was so long ago. Yeah, the 90s were, oh my god, dude, I don't want to do the math. It's 35 years ago. They started 35 years ago. Both you and Zeddy have successfully ratioed. Yeah, I saw. I'm not proud of it. I don't want to be this guy. I don't want to. It sucks that this is the position where we're at, where it's like, well, here we go, ratioing Twitter again. Also, are you freaking kidding me, dude? Why? Why is this happening? Wait. Wait. Is there actually enough to make this happen? Oh my god, I can play Ceaseless. Yarl is savage as my kids. I mean, dude, I was a pretty savage kid when I was younger. Not in the good way though. It was kind of mean. I was a little yeah. You know what I'm about to say. As a 2001 boy here in the 90s, always sounded like, damn, 5 years before I was born, so close. Yep. And it's like, I mean, I was born in 96, man. Like, I can't really say that I remember what it was like in the 90s, but I remember what it was like in the early 2000s. And oh my god, it was like a completely different time. I feel like what really changed society is when people had to upgrade their cable boxes to HD. That was when society started going for the worst. Yo, Tavo coming in with the 4 months. Good to have you here, man. Welcome back to the Horde. Hope you're doing all right, man. Are you finding a way to enjoy Hearthstone? I might be losing it a little bit. The streams are still cool. That's great to hear, man. May not be playing a lot of Hearthstone, but that's why I'm here, to suffer for content, as I have literally no other freaking win condition left, dude. This is... I'm tired of hearing that this deck is bad, and then every single time I have like slightly bad game, I end up losing. Like, I'm losing this game right now because of the brain gill. It's there's like actually no way to come back. I don't have the cards to make it happen. It's so fucking frustrating. I'm not going up against enough DK in order for me to play this deck and actually be successful with it. I'm really mad that I started like literally literally 17 and like 4, and now we're to an 18 and 16, dude. What, was I too critical of Hearthstone? Is that why my win rate is trash right now? Was I too critical, apparently? I don't know, dude. There's just not a lot of options to play right now. Unless I want to win, and I don't want to win. I want to have fun. And, well, there's not really a lot of ways to have fun right now. Play Quest Druid? Yeah, I could, but this deck is just not good. Way to build it, though. Having fun in 2025 Hearthstone, that's your first mistake. Yeah, what's going on, Sayaka? I wish I could just turn off the brain and play Druid like everybody else, but I've done it for too long. Like, being high ranked doesn't even make me happy anymore. Having fun with the game does. And it's like, I really wish I could just turn off the brain and just like play the game, but then that's not captivating content. Like, they were just flipping coins for the sake of flipping coins. I'll play Dorian again, I guess. Let me try the other Dorian list. Maybe it's better. I kind of like the idea of the Overthinker, just because there's so many bad outcomes in this deck. We could go back to Walta Warrior. Walta Warrior is always fun. Like, if you're not going for competitive ranks, then playing to win is just so... It's so crushing right now. It really is. Yeah, Walta. This is my Walta Warrior. I've been meaning to make a video about it. I have the clips for it, but I have too many clips right now. It's, the whole reason why this is called Walta Warrior is just because... Why did I call this Walta Warrior? I don't even know why. I feel like it's just because, yeah, this deck is just Breaking Bad. Like, I don't know. I think it was just a weird name. Like, look at Gigasaur. He's bald, just like Walta. There we go. Why did I call this Walta Warrior? There's like nothing in here. Yeah. Oh wait, right. Because I was cooking. Wait, no, that actually is the reason why we called it this. Wait, thank you, Sayaka. Like, I don't know if that was a joke or not, but like that's actually why we called it this, because we were cooking this deck. We cooked with a comma. That's why. Yes. Yes, it's Walta Warrior because we cooked. It was originally called Cook Warrior. Oh god, thank you for bringing that back to me. I've been raging at Hearthstone too much. Why is there a Kerrigan in this deck? What? Are we that desperate for a secondary win condition? I guess Kerrigan is deal 11 if you think about it with the GAM. Wait, that's actually kind of a big deal. If you 1-mana GAM into 10-mana GAM into 11 damage, that's way better than playing Fire Rack in some instances. And if I get a triple 1/1, then that actually is an OTK. Wait a minute, bro. Wait. Kerrigan actually is making a lot of sense. So Elise, get 1-mana copy, play Dorian, get 2 copies of the GAM, 1-mana GAM into 10-mana GAM, into play Kerrigan, into 1-mana GAM, play Fire Act, that's guaranteed 30. The only issue is that this doesn't kill armor. This doesn't kill armor decks. That's kind of a big deal. It's kind of a big deal, not gonna lie. We'll still give it a shot, though. We'll still give it a shot. No Ysera? Wait a minute, what? Really now? No Ysera. I mean, it takes one more minion, I guess. One more minion away. More likely to high roll the minions from the discover cards. I opened a Paladin quest just now and played a game just because I could. I have never felt this much self-hate in my life before. That's another problem with like these decks like Murloc Paladin, man. It's like, people hate themselves for playing it sometimes. Kind of crazy. Jesus, dude, what a ratio, man. 82 to 316? I really hope they listen to the community, man. Really hope they listen to the community. Because if they don't, then it's amazing how competition isn't what's gonna kill Hearthstone. It's gonna be corporate greed. Alright, so we have Coin Overplanner into Nidus. Into Elise. Elise for a 5. That looks like the line we're taking right now. Really slow start. Love to see it. Drawing this immediately, always nice, but Table Flip is way better. Curse Catacomb. Get this out of the deck, so that way more likely to discover the right minion. Oh, really? Really? Come on. You're just gonna... Okay, I guess he's an aggro deck that just has bad draw, but I was in a blissful state that this wasn't aggro. I would give anything to go back to that blissful state. No, not yet. Sadly, today's been a very anti-fun Hearthstone day. I'm not gonna lie, man. I might have more fun editing tonight than I will playing right now. That really says a lot. Hearthstone was the Hearthstone killer after all this time. Where's the Mill Warlock? Honestly, maybe we should go back to the Mill Warlock saga. Mill Warlock saga was pretty fun. That's so Elise. Boop. Armor. Got the copy. Alright. Wait, hold on. Why is my pet equipped? Dude, why does this happen? Dude, every single time that I build a new deck, it automatically equips the pet. I always fucking forget about this. God damn it, man. Hold on. I haven't had to use this literally since we talked about the pets. I am actually unprepared for this. Yeah, don't forget, guys. The worst part is that I can't squelch myself. It's actually kind of funny. He's in like permanent sad face right now. Yeah, only $15.80, bro. I wish it was that cheap. Maybe then I could promote it. Okay, so I can play the Zavis, get the Dorian. It's such a slow deck. What's happening here? Is this just Hog? It is just Hog. Why is my health so low? Oh, hello. That's kind of a turn, actually. Dorian? Dude, come on. Was that like actually the only way? That was the only way to miss. Oh, Lord. I didn't even read the other cards, by the way. If that was Death Rattle twice or Battle Cry twice, it still is bad. My Lord, man. Charge on Fire Act. Maybe could have gone with that. At the same time, I don't actually think that would have been okay because how am I gonna get to turn 9? Might actually have to play Bob. And now Kerrigan is immediately worse because if I kill these things, I'm giving them lifesteal. Oh man. Reno Jackson. Dorian. Okay. Lethal if I don't die. Don't look like I'm dead. All right, GG. I was thinking about board space for a second, but I don't have to worry about board space. This actually, you know what? This could kind of make sense. I don't know, man. Like dealing that guarantee matters. The one thing I kind of don't like about it though is that they can be discounted. They can be discounted by the Zerg. By the Nidus Worm. All right, let's get rid of this pet, shall we? No. Get rid of it. No. Get rid of it. No. There we go. Take the crush out bag. Nah, he's just staying inside. He's not an outdoor boy anymore. camera perspective. Play faction power on 2, coin out the Nidus Worm. Or is it always just coin out the fraction power? If I coin out fraction power, I have 4 mana. Essentially the same as like wasting the coin, not doing anything. So I'd rather hold on to coin. Tap, coin tap could be a thing. But no, coin tap's never a thing. Now we have this into this. Is Murmur Ceaseless good? I mean, it's one of the reasons why Murmur Shaman can be successful. Coin tap is correct in this matchup. I don't think it is with this hand. Because I really want to do this. Ultralisk. Nah, take the Solarium. More mana. Minion, so that way I don't have to discover a bad one. Next turn we get mana, so I can do this at a tap. Can I post a deck? Yeah, you can post a deck list, man. That's never a problem. If you want to communicate with someone and give them a deck code, you never have to ask for that. Yeah, damn. Yo, Acarinas! Yo, thank you so much for that Prime, man. Good to have you here. Thank you for the support. Welcome to the Horde. Thank you for enjoying Hearthstone, even if no one else does. we will get through this, chat. Like, there's no way that they don't. I really hope not jinxing this while saying this, man. But there's no way that they don't listen to all this feedback, right? After begging for our feedback for as long as they have been. Oh, whoa. I really don't want this thing smacking me in the face, because if he plays Carrier, I'm dead. Fraction Power is such a weird card. It really is, but I like it. I hate the fact that aggro decks nowadays kill you by turn 5. Yep, I'm with you there, brother. I don't like it either. Well, Layover's my only out now. I'm not a psychic, but I can predict the Druid's next turn. I was expecting Carrier to come out, but not come back to Hearthstone until Paladin is sorted out. Dude, if I wanted to spend all day farming Murloc Paladin, I totally could, man, but it's just like, I don't want to have to do that. Like, I don't think that Murloc Paladin is really that big of a problem, but then it becomes a problem, you know? It's like, when I kept playing Murloc Paladin with fucking, you know, Octazari today, it was just a completely miserable experience. And it sucks to know that the card, that the deck is bad, but to still lose to it anyway. That's really the part that grinds my gears the wrong way. Wait. But bro, I don't have like a Fire Rack or anything.
I need a vacation from my...
My lord, man. Alright, I've been meaning to watch this video for the past hour. Okay, so who even is this guy? This guy's name, Nekrit. Looks like he's a League of Legends creator. What's going on here? Lore guy, on League? What do you mean by lore guy? I don't know what that means. Remember, guys, I know nothing about League of Legends because I actually love myself. I will never play League of Legends. But then again, a League of Legends player might be calling out Hearthstone.
Especially new Guardian, for free, the game didn't really get the funds to be able to work on new cosmetics. As in, making new art, and especially new Guardians, which are the pets in this game, almost always came back without profits. And so, these little guys went on a break and they never came back. Hang on a second. Garrosh is canon in Runeterra's universe? So, this is not Legends of Runeterra. This is Hearthstone, where Hearthstone is currently trying to do what Legends of Runeterra did, with quite a few turns in the positive direction, as well as a hilarious twist towards Diablo Immortal. Now, I have to say, I am really curious to see how Blizzard pulls this off, because who knows, if this is a success, maybe Legends of Runeterra will tackle it too. I'm pretty sure.
Wait, so is he saying that, like, the Legends of Runeterra did this too, but at the same time, it didn't cost an arm and a leg to get the pet.
And here's why. You see, it's been a while since I've played Hearthstone. The last time I've played was before Battlegrounds came out. Since then, the game got a new audience around the Battle Royale game mode. But besides that, overall, surprisingly, when it comes to its popularity, Hearthstone stayed pretty equal to Legends of Runeterra. The only reason that it's still doing better is because its monetization is a bit more predatory, which means it is able to make more money to keep the ball spinning faster. But only 2 weeks ago, they tried something new. A new kind of monetization that is tied to a whole new cosmetic, which are pets. Now, pets are absolutely identical to the Guardians from Legends of Runeterra.
Are they
which
really?
Means the inspiration is obvious. However, the Hearthstone version
okay, hold on. Having a little pet on the side, like, I don't really feel like that can't be like the same. I mean, Artifact did the exact same thing. The only different, I mean, could you even interact with it? If it's like the same mechanics, then like maybe, but like, I don't know, man. Like, pets have been a thing in card games for a while.
Because of how interactive the pets actually are. Well, I say pets, but currently there is a single pet that you can get. And that pet is none other than King Crush. At least its cute version compared to the menace of the hardcore servers. Anyway, here, these pets are active everywhere in every game mode, which also includes Battlegrounds. And similar to Legends of Runeterra, they react to everything. Taking damage, attacking, stuff like that.
Did Guardians also do that in Legends of Runeterra? Maybe they did take a lot of influence from it.
Revolutionary. However, unlike Legends of Runeterra, where people communicated with stickers, Hearthstone only has those preset emotes, which means the pets can have a special animation for every one of those emotes. And I'll be honest, those animations are good, but again, it is just simple animation, so nothing too crazy. The part where it all turns, however, is where Blizzard combined this with their interactive boards.
Here we go.
In this regard, Hearthstone was always slightly ahead of Legends of Runeterra. I simply prefer their interactions more, but with the new pet, not only can you pet them, just like you can in Legends of Runeterra, but you can also feed them, and you can play with them. But those are not just set animations. It is all reacting to your cursor holding the toy. And even though it sounds dumb, it is all of these details that make gameplay fun in any game, and so this small thing actually makes a big difference. But even after you're done playing, if you win, there is a new special winning animation, meaning that future pets will likely get something new as well. But that is still not all. There is one more thing where Blizzard is ahead of Riot, and that is unlocking skins. You see, it turns out in Hearthstone, as you play with the pets, you unlock special variants of them. In a way, you are leveling them up. And so even after you acquire the
$20, $20, $20, $20. That's what this should have been. For the people that wanted all four, they could have bought all four for $80. Isn't it amazing how, like, how simple the solution is? How, like, if you just sold every single one of these for $20, yeah, bundle it all for a discount. Fuck, you don't even have to bundle it all for a discount. Fuck, just sell them 20 for each, man. And people would still get it. Some people would buy all four because they want, you know, like, thematic pets to match their decks and stuff like that. But no, we can't do that. It's, like, actually insane now that I'm thinking about it out loud, because I don't think anybody's, like, actually said this, but imagine, you just make every single one of these $20. And you could potentially make $80 off of everybody, but you don't price gouge people out of it, and now people can enjoy it. But no, all four of them are connected to one $160 purchase. Make it make sense. Make it make sense.
Ahead of Riot, and that is unlocking skins. You see, it turns out in Hearthstone, as you play with the pets, you unlock special variants of them. In a way, you are leveling them up. And so even after you acquire the pet and you play with it a little bit, the game keeps it fresh. So if you take a step back and you have a look at all of this in a single picture, it seems like Blizzard is ahead of Legends of Runeterra.
I want to plushie on my bottom of my Warcraft game that's 10 years old. Well, people still enjoy it though.
Because you see, all of this is only going to be successful.
I understand the comment of, like, I don't want the toy on the board, I don't want this animation on the board, but why don't you want it on the board? Like, is it because you think it's annoying? Or are you tired of being reminded of this thing? I really feel like it's the latter because, again, if this wasn't such a big deal, I really don't believe it would elicit such a negative reaction. It's not even the fact that the animation is annoying. It's the fact that you have to see it against your will. You know what I mean? Like, I can understand some people not liking it, but I feel like a vast majority of people just really do not like this thing because they have no choice on whether or not they can see it. You know? I don't know. It's just...
Successful,
this entire situation just sucks.
In. Because you see, all of this is only going to be successful if people buy it. And in modern gaming, there are two ways to pull this off. Either you release a product that is good quality for good price.
You serious? Wait, he's serious? Oh no. Oh, I got some bad news for you. That doesn't exist anymore.
Though this only works if your game is really good and people feel justified with their purchase.
Or want to support it. Sometimes people actually want to support the game that they're playing. Only if you make it good. Yo, P. Jeter coming in with a 14. Good to have you here, man. Thank you for the support. Welcome back to the Horde as we continue this trade of positivity. I have won like 2 games of Hearthstone today.
And unfortunately, this is not something that may work for something like Legends of Runeterra or even Hearthstone. Their popularity is fine, but it is not so big it is gonna carry the entire monetization. So instead, modern games tend to go towards...
Guys, it's... You know what this is? It's guaranteed revenue. It's the literal infinite money glitch, bro. The infinite money hack.
That's right, they are targeting whales in gacha systems. Now, over the last few years, one could say that Riot became good at implementing gacha into their games. And by good, I mean that they are able to make profits with it. Pretty sure most players still don't appreciate it though. And so it's funny to see that after Blizzard took Riot's cosmetic, they put it into its own gacha machine, and somehow they managed to make it even more predatory. I mean, look, gacha systems are getting more and more popular. From actual gacha games to League to TFT to horses. I haven't touched that thing yet. I just keep...
What? Chat, I'm making a prediction right now. You wanna know how AI is gonna take over? It's gonna look like a cute anime girl. Because whatever she says, people will do it. Just think about how unsuccessful this game would probably be if it wasn't covered in anime girls. It's not going to be a Terminator robot that rules the world. It's going to be an AI Hatsumiku. Alright? It's just going to happen.
Seeing these horses everywhere. Anyway, one could say that these games at least set up an expectation in the
Moving towards Gooter-based economy? Brother, we're already there. OnlyFans has been popular for how many years now? We're already deep in the trenches of the Gooner society. There is no coming back.
To what they can expect from gacha. But nope, Hearthstone managed to
I'm not looking at an Elon tweet right now.
So
I literally can't handle it.
in order to get a pet, which currently is the only way to get a pet, you have to engage in their gacha. The way this gacha works is that there are 10 drops, and that's it. There are no filler drops, which no one cares about, which is actually good. There are also no duplicates, no disenchants, nothing like that. Which means after 10 drops, you are guaranteed to get everything. What's the catch then?
It's always 10. That's the catch. It's always 10. It's always going to be the 10th roll. That's the catch.
Trick question. There are 2 catches. First of all, you get your pulls with special currency. Of course. The first pull is free, but then you have to spend 200 runestones for a pull, which is about $2.
Grok releasing a waifu character that you can interact with? Wait, what? Dude, Grok just went through a thing where it was literally Mecha Hitler for a second. So now we're gonna have, you know, blonde Hatsumiku tell me far-right AI-generated results, like...
Was zapping to this lively zoo at sunrise. Golden light hitting the enclosures. Parrots chattering like they're gossiping. And a lazy tiger stretching in the morning glow. I'm rocking...
What? What is this bitch yapping about?
My black dress. Ponytails bouncing as I pull you toward the elephant pen.
I don't want to live on this planet anymore. I, actually don't want to live on this planet anymore. This is the direction that we're going?
Gonna call the biggest one Thunder Monarch. Bae, you ready to turn up the heat? Was zapping to this pulsing club. Neon lights flashing. Bass thumping. Was zapping to this lively...
Guys, the Gooners are gonna destroy us all. There's no coming back. Like dude, am I the only one at the end of the day that wants less technology? I'm sorry, but who the fuck is glued to these apps? Like, brother, you need to, I am not saying this to be mean, but you legitimately need to go outside. I'm sorry, but if you're looking at Grok anime girls, dude, it is time to put down the phone. It's time to call a friend and go get a beer. Like, it's time I don't know, pick up a ball or something, dude. Stop picking up your own balls and pick up a ball or something. Like, for the love of God. Like, I'm not even trying to say this has been like, you know, like, oh my God, touch grass, haha, gamer. It's like, no, dude, you legitimately just need to step away from the computer. You need to step away from a screen. How is it that people are putting their time to this? I do not understand it. I am a streamer, and I completely understand what it's like to be trapped in front of a screen all day. But this is not what I'm putting myself in front of. Like, it's one thing to watch a VTuber, because that's an actual person. I could understand being a being really into VTubers. This is not the same thing. VTubers are creative, and they have like a way of making use of the resources that they're given, because some people need a VTube because they literally can't put themselves in front of a camera. This is not that. This is just, the only way I can think about it is manipulative AI. Like this part right here, bro. Like, somebody fucking jacked off to that. Guarantee it. 100%. Fucking could guarantee that. Somebody beat their meat to this thing already. Oh, man. We really are fucked.
In order to get your 9 remaining pulls, that would be about 1,800 runestones, or 18 bucks, right? Well, here comes the first catch. You see, the first pull is 200, the second pull is 400, the third pull is 600.
They didn't double it there.
And first, every new pull is gonna be 200.
Jeez, Clark, I mean, dude, I'm sorry to speak the truth, but it's like, this is what happens. Like, this kind of stuff is so obvious, and people want to, like, look the other way, being like, oh, man, that hasn't already happened. I have some bad news for you. I'm sorry, but we as a species are literally devolving in real time, and Gooner Brain is, I feel like, a big part of it.
More expensive than the last pull. But later, these price jumps go up to 500, with the last
like,
pull
dude, I can't, like, what's even the point of talking about this pen anymore? Like, this has been so derailed by this. This is why I literally didn't want to fucking look at this thing. GG birth rates? Oh my God! What the fuck? There's no way he believes this. There's no way you believe this. Oh my God. Do you guys see why I have Elon Musk fucking muted? Do you see why I have this dumb motherfucker muted? I have him muted for all of the right reasons. I'm just so sick of seeing his dumb fucking ass takes, man. Yes, an AI companion is going to solve the birth rating problem. Because the birth rating problem is the fact that we're giving birth to humans, apparently. We gotta put an end to that. We gotta put an end to that, and we gotta only listen to AI, you know, cute anime girls. Because then there will be no more humans. And that's exactly what we need right now. We need no more humans on this fucking planet anymore, dude. I just, what the actual hell? Fell in love with an AI. Oh, yep. Can't wait for Grok to tell me about what. Oh my God. Dude. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? What did I tell you? What did I literally say 2 minutes ago? I don't want to be right about this. You guys have to realize this. I don't want to be correct all the time. But I'm smart enough to see through the fucking lines. Or in this case, the lack thereof. Bro, I'm like actually losing my mind over this. I'm actually losing my mind. Like this is the beginning of the end. Like we had a good run. We have so many things that are fucking wrong right now. But this is gonna accelerate. This is gonna accelerate, dude. It really is. Like, oh my god, this is ridiculous. No! 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 Come outside, brother, please! Holy fuck! Clark, someone just stopped the stream to goon with you in the corner. Be careful of what you do on the interwebs. Please, for the love of God, if you are someone that's beating their meat to this thing at this very moment, I urge you to call your mother and just get lunch with your mom, please. Or talk, like, just talk to a real human and figure out what, like, where the disconnect is happening. Because there's, like, all right, guys, I'm gonna speak from the heart for real. You know what this is? This is a void filler, okay? This product is literally only made in order to fill some kind of void that people feel. Whether that is socially, whether that is romantically, or whether it is some people just have a problem, you know? And it's just like, it's working, is the sad thing. It really is working, and this is just one of those things where it's like a drug, okay? Some people can handle a drug, you know, a little dose of it. Other people abuse that drug. And that's what's happening here. People are overdosing on fucking anime girls, on AI implications, and it's just ridiculous how far gone some people really are down this shit, dude. Because this is too much. It's just too much. Yo, Choge coming in with the sub. Good to have you here, man. We're dooming and gooning right now, man. Clark, stop being so judgmental. You're turning into a boomer. Get hit, bro. Yeah, dude, you want to know what I really see here? What I see is going on with these kind of apps is that they just want you glued to your phone. Think about why I said glued to your phone for a second. But that's literally what's happening here. They want you to spend every single waking moment on your fucking phone. That's why these apps exist. And it's just like, it's really sad to see this be a thing. Like streamers, I mean, to a degree, but at least you can walk away from the screen and you know, you can still support the streamer by not even being at the screen, you know? Like, this is just literal literal insanity, dude. It's just a step too far. It's just a step too fucking far, man. Does Elon Musk give Roostos to Twitter subscribers to roll AI waifu on the first try? Oh my god. And you want to know the other thing I'll say to like the streamers quip? At least with streamers, like I can tell you when someone's going too far. That AI thing is going to spit out whatever the fuck you want it to. It is going to tell you whatever devious fucking shit that you put into its prompt. It's not going to be a real person that's like, whoa, man, maybe you probably stepped over a line there, bro. Chill out a little bit. You're going a little too hard in chat right there, brother. It's like, nah, man, this thing is gonna say whatever the hell you want it to. And that is the problem. It's literally enabling people. That's actually a great way of putting it. This is only going to enable people's bad habits. And that's why I have a problem with it. I don't give a fuck about it being AI. I don't give a fuck about it being an anime girl. I give a fuck that people are going to spend way too much time on this thing, and it's going to essentially fill a void that should be filled in with actual human communication. And we're stepping away from human communication at an alarming rate, and I don't feel like that's okay.
1,000 more expensive than the previous one. Meaning that in order to get your 10
yeah, now we're back to the pet, by the way.
That is actually $160 instead of the $18 that you would expect. But that's not all.
But that's not
There is
all.
still the second catch, which makes everything so much worse. You see, not everything here has an
AI is evil. It is. I agree with you.
Of course.
I do agree with you. But here's the thing. It doesn't have to be. AI is being utilized in literally the most manipulative ways possible because It's being used to replace people instead of to replace, or to make things more automated. Like AI in the medical field. I would love to hear more about that. But all I'm hearing about is how gaming companies and entertainment companies are using it to cut jobs and to save more money and make more layoffs. It's crazy how we could do good with AI, but all we're doing is fucking over people for a profit.
Having anything between 30 to 10%, with the pet, which is the item that everyone wants, having only 0.1% chance to drop. What's even worse is that these items are weighted. Meaning that if you pull one of the items with the higher drop chance, the remaining chance does not get spread across the pool equally. It will go towards the low value items
AI
first,
is magic
so
among
that
the times.
you
I mean, it is, but people are using they're using it for the dark arts.
The entire system is designed in such a way that you always pull the pet last.
Yep.
And of course, we all know that the jump to the very last purchase is the most brutal. In fact, on Reddit, people did calculations and simulations, and they figured out that there is 91.5% chance that you pull the pet last.
Like it's mathematically designed this way.
Meaning that the price of the pet is $100.
My mama said that AI is the devil.
But even if you're in the lucky 8.5%, the chances are you didn't pay $160, but because the system is skewed, you paid about $108 instead. Which brings us back to the full loop. Here we have Blizzard trying something new, which is testing the grounds for Riot. And I wonder if the
AI in protein synthesis is insanely good. We did like 100 years of development and won. Most of the problems we have in AI are due to people that are in charge of it, not due to the tool itself. Exactly. It's how it's being utilized. AI could be used to benefit everybody, but it's only being used to benefit a certain amount of people. Yep. And it's also low-key enabling addictions and stuff right now. It's really disgusting in my opinion.
Be successful with this, because look, if this actually becomes a success, I wouldn't be surprised if the Legends of Runeterra audience was willing to bite a bullet on monetization if it meant more content. But if this doesn't do anything for Hearthstone and it only damages it, then hey, at least the ground is tested for Riot. Either way, it seems like these two games are at it once again with their big rivalry. And I mean, it is true that these games are closer to each other than they actually realize. They are both based on big fantasy universes, and they both suffered from quite a few retcons.
Alright, this guy's pretty cool. So this guy makes Legend of Runeterra content, huh? I'll go ahead and give him a subscribe. I mean, guy's bigger than I am. He doesn't need the support, but I mean, if you guys want to check out the video, there you go. Are we really comparing Legends of Runeterra to Hearthstone? I mean, dude, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. There seems to be people that still enjoy Legends of Runeterra, apparently, to engage with this kind of content.
How does he do it? Clark HELLSCREAM, the best Hearthstone player that ever lived.
Bro, I don't even know if I play the game anymore right now. Like, what's even the point of playing the game? We're dooming and glooming and gooning right now. Like, oy oy oy. Launch Master Duel. I don't have Master Duel downloaded. I can't download in the middle of a stream. Random question: do you play Spirit of the Team in your Demon Hunter list? Maxi combo Demon Hunter? No. If you're playing Menagerie, then yes. I'm about to rant. Hearthstone is fine. Don't play Master Duel? Whoa. I feel like, I mean, Hearthstone's okay. There's one more thing I kind of want to talk about. And it's this tweet where like I somewhat agree with it, but I don't agree with the full statement. Has anybody seen this tweet from Zarefero, guy from the Latin American community? One thing I really want to highlight about this guy is that he's actually putting on a tournament, announcing the Hearthstone Nations Cup. 32 players from around the globe. Clashless Argus. They got a prize pool. They're using Firestone codes, and there'll be a broadcast with webcam and layout. So if you guys are interested in this, I would highly recommend being a part of this if you like Hearthstone tournaments. But keep in mind, man, the $50 prize pool, say what you want about the prize pool, this is literally Latin America coming together to try and make something happen. The fact that they even have $50 is to be commended. But the whole reason why I'm bringing this up is because of this tweet. I thought this was a pretty funny tweet because it seems to a very, like, it is like skewed almost right down the middle. Where, like, a lot of people agree with it, a lot of people think this is based, and a lot of people are like, wow, how could you have this opinion? Have an opinion online, I can't believe it. And this is just, like, kind of the position that we're at right now. Where there are essentially two camps that you're in right now. There's the camp of, we hate Hearthstone right now, because of everything that's happening. And then there are the people that are like, Hearthstone is fine, but get over it. That kind of thing. And I'll just read the tweet. Hearthstone players just can't wait anymore. It feels like every expansion is expected to be perfect from the very first second. I actually agree with this. All I see online is pure hate since day one, but honestly, the game feels pretty normal to me. I do not agree with this. Yeah, some tier 1 decks didn't change at all and are clearly overtuned, but hey, that's part of it, patience. Also would agree with that. However, at the end of the day, Hearthstone is just a game. If it's not fun for you anymore, maybe it's time to take a break and do something else, like, I don't know, go touch some grass or something. Oh boy, this was not the way to end this tweet. This was about the worst way that you could have made this point. Well, like you were reaching down the aisle with an olive branch, and then you backhanded people immediately with it. Like, literally stumbled the actual based opinion, dude. Because, again, Hearthstone players can't wait anymore. 100% agree with that. It feels like every expansion is expected to be perfect from the very first second. 100% agree with this. As a content creator, I'm on the receiving end of this all the fucking time. As I am trying to try other things, experiment a little bit, and tell you guys what the options are instead of just being doom and gloom saying Murloc Paladin is fucking stupid. I'm telling you that Murloc Paladin can be beaten. However, there is a lot of hate. And the game feels pretty normal. I don't think it feels normal at all. I feel like in this particular meta, it is the reason why a lot of people are upset, because we are seeing a lot of unprecedented things happen in Hearthstone with literal 20%, literal 18% win rate decks. That is not okay. That's not okay. Just because, you know, you're someone that plays at top legend and your deck didn't get knocked down and you're still playing Ship DK and having no problem, that does not mean that the meta is good. That does not mean that the rest of the players are having a good time. And even though some of these tier 1 decks didn't change at all and they're clearly overtuned, it is part of it. This is something that happens. When decks are overtuned and they survive an expansion and they're still good, they do get nerfed. It just happens. Sometimes it sucks, but sometimes you have to wait the 2 weeks and then they nerf something. I wish it wasn't part of it, but in the current ecosystem, this statement is technically correct. But there is no faster way that you can get people to completely disagree with you than to end your point with something like this. You could have just said, if it's not fun for you anymore, then maybe it's time to take a break and wait for Hearthstone to make you happy again. That was what you could have ended the tweet with. But to say that Hearthstone is just a game, to say that you should go outside and touch some grass, that is 100% the worst thing to say in these kind of instances. And I do find this hilarious because earlier I was saying to go touch some grass, but it wasn't supposed to be in a way of Lamal touch grass. It was more so, please just step away from the computer because you're gooning too hard to AI. I feel like it's a completely different conversation. But yeah, this was met with some very not so good reactions. This is pretty much what I agree with right here. Although I agree with you, let's not forget the expansion launch right after 2 big controversies. There is also a main mechanic, aka quests, that are straight up unplayable, except for Paladin and Warrior. All of this led to people being fed up, and it's hard to blame them. It really is, man. It really is a very understandable circumstance to be in right now for people to not be happy with this game. Not a lot of people are very happy with the direction, right? That's why a lot of people are giving this feedback, so that way things can change. The reason why players are negative is because they do not have anything else at their disposal, so they have to do that. They don't have to do this, but they choose to do it because they feel like it's the only way to get their voices heard. And it's really annoying how the main conversation is Hearthstone sucks right now, because it's the truth. You can't just hide behind, you know, oh, hey guys, the game's still fine, when 60%, 80%, almost 90% of the community are all up in arms about a lot of different things right now. Like, you can't just say that in a time where people are being overly vocal about how negative the game is, you can't just be like, hey guys, it's actually not as bad as you think it is. Because that might be true on some instances. It is taking away the reasons why people are upset. It is invalidating the reasons why they feel this way. And so that's why some people responded with stuff like this. And I'm not going to go through all this kind of stuff, but it's like this is exactly what happens when you're coming up with an idea to be like, hey guys, be patient, and then you backhand them at the end. So it's just like, again, I agree with almost everything in here, but delivery is everything. And it's really funny how a lot of people do agree with this sentiment, because I agree with it as well. But smacking people when you're trying to reach down the middle and, you know, give a perspective is just not the way to do that. But yeah, I thought it was a funny tweet that I figured I'd showcase right now, because we're reacting to Hearthstone more than we're actually playing it right now. Because I'm not gonna lie, I just don't want to edit. But now I think it's time for me to edit. So I think I have to end the stream here today. So I see that Tic Tac is streaming. We'll actually stream someone that's actually having a good time with the game, and I think he's playing his interesting new priest deck. I think it's a wallet priest or something. Okay, hold on. All right, he's not playing priest. I can't believe I'm about to put this in my chat, but I want you guys to spam this message in his chat. Madge, we demand priest Madge, okay? So everybody copy this, spam it in Tic Tac's chat, and have fun with someone that's actually enjoying the game right now, because I feel like I'm having more fun editing than I am actually streaming at the moment. Yo, Daylight's coming in with the 4 months right before we end it off. Thank you for that positivity, guys. I will try my best not to rant too much in the next stream, and we'll have some fun with some decks we haven't played. But I'm gonna edit, I'm gonna get some stuff done, and I'm gonna be responsible. So thank you guys for all being here, and we will see y'all tomorrow.
Not enough armor, yeah, only 96 plus bulwark. We demand priest, wait. Yo, Clark, what's up? Yeah, I'm filling up the priest, don't worry. It's only 514. It's only 514. Nice, instant Moros Paladin. Okay, I'm gonna stick to this deck for a bit then. With the man priest match. Okay, alright, okay. Relax, chat. It's okay.
Looks like it works.
Relax.
Alright,